What are you? Winston.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to this Skyward Sword 100% run. So I guess before I get started, I'll introduce my commentators. So I have with me CGS07 and Jaznix.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Yep, so this should be a fairly exciting run. There's been a lot of developments in it in the past couple years, so I guess we can kind of get into it once we get started. So I guess I'll go ahead and give a countdown, and then we can go ahead and start. So yeah. So yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So yeah, right off the bat, we're starting this run in hero mode, so we can skip cutscenes. And another advantage to hero mode is that we're going to be taking double damage, and we also will have, from the start, the empowered Skyward Strike.
And we also carry over a maximum count of both bugs and treasures, which will come in handy later.
Yep. As part of the 100% definition is that we need to get all of the upgrades for all the B-Wheel items, so that consumes treasures, and plus at the end of the run we'll be able to sell treasures to get a lot of rupees.
Yeah, thankfully, this category does not suffer from rupee farming like some other Zelda 100% categories do. We just get to sell a bunch of treasures at the end of the game and make all the money that we need. Which we do need quite a bit. I don't know what the actual total count is, but...
Yeah, so we are going to be playing this run. This run's on Japanese. Like a lot of games, the text in this version is just a lot faster than on English, and it saves like a ridiculous amount of time in this game. So we know what all the text says. Like it's not really an issue, but we will not be able to read anything, unfortunately.
Yeah,
we're also playing with a one-character file name because text in this game scrolls character by character, which is why Japanese is the fastest and has the least amount of characters of all the languages in the game, or of all the languages the game has been translated to. And because we have control over the file name, it saves anywhere from 1 to 7 frames per time that the file name is displayed during the run, which is a surprising amount in 100%.
Yeah, it also means that, like, part of my muscle memory is dismissing all the text boxes with the one character file name. So right off the bat, you're probably wondering what's going on, because 64 just basically started the game and then decided he was just going to go jump to his death. So he's just going to pretend that didn't happen, and he's going to hit the reset button on his console. But what that actually does is activate Skyward Sword's #1 glitch called Back in Time, which gives us control of Link on the title screen and allows us to do a lot of very crazy things. Yeah. And basically is the primary reason that this run is very broken.
Yeah, Skyward Sword's always been kind of known as one of the Zeldas with just not a lot of glitches. It's kind of been unbreakable for a lot of its history, but we have one glitch, and it's incredibly powerful. It's incredibly versatile. The first thing we're just doing here is a bit save, which is we're just saving a file in Back in Time, and this is gonna still save the file. It's just gonna give it some weird properties because the map we're currently on. So that's just one of the few applications you're gonna see. You're gonna see this trick a lot during the run.
Yeah, you'll see the title screen a lot. I don't know if anyone's ever done the math for 100%, but a decent portion of the run is spent on the title screen.
So yeah, so one of the things we can do is get into the goddess statue right at the start of the game. Yeah, so the title screen's version of Skyloft is just a special layer of Skyloft, with the layers being like the versions of a given map. And in that layer of the map, it happens to just not have the barrier to the goddess statue.
Yeah, and so you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so basically, like, this whole thing that we're doing is to get the Farron Pillar onto our file early. So yeah, we're basically just putting this tablet in, and then you'll notice I'm hitting start on these fade-out transitions, which just decreases the amount of time that the next load takes by a small amount.
For some unknown reason. I don't think anyone's figured that out. Yeah, so this is going to be the first instance of a trick known as reverse bit magic. Bit standing for back in time, so it's reverse back in time, or RBM, nested acronyms and all. Where we take a flag and apply it to the file that we start. So basically what we do is we trigger a change in the game state by doing some action on the title screen, and then we take the process that sets that flag on the file, and we apply it to the wrong file by starting the file we want it on at the wrong time. That one that we just did there is a story flag RBM, which means that the RBM process causes the same action to be taken on our file. So 64 RBM'd the opening of the Farron Pillar onto this file by starting it while that flag was being set. We can cause different actions to happen based on what map we are in on the file that we start during the reverse bit magic process. We'll see an example of that a little bit later. And it'll be a little bit easier to explain then, because it is some memory manipulation nonsense. But yeah, another thing is that we actually started this run on file 2 because there's a trick that requires us to have file 1 open at a very particular time over the course of this route. It'll be coming up shortly, actually. But yeah.
Yeah, so the astute viewer probably noticed when the pedestal raised the second time that the Emerald Tablet was already in there. And yeah, I also just picked up a stamina fruit, which refills Link's stamina to full. I guess one of you can explain stamina management.
Yeah, so in this game, as you can kind of see, there's just the green stamina meter, and there's two main actions you can do in this game. You can either sprint or roll. Rolling is very slightly faster. On average, if every time you roll, you're saving about 1 frame over just sprinting. But rolling also takes away a lot more stamina. So we're going to see a lot of rolling in certain spots when we have the stamina to kill, and then otherwise we're mostly just going to see a lot of sprinting. And this stamina management is the main crux of this run, as it's really how you define the movement in this game. And these stamina fruits, which are going to be very common, just refill your stamina to full, so they're really nice.
Yeah, there's a couple other things that will refill your stamina, and a couple things that they should. Cutscenes and loading transitions will typically restore your stamina. However, when Fi pops out of the sword to yell at you for something, that typically does not refill your stamina. And that actually trips up a lot of runners in a lot of cases, getting those and thinking, oh, my stamina's full, I can roll out of that text trigger. Also about rolling is the fastest. Yeah, when you have the stamina, rolling is the fastest way to get up to maximum run speed, because running is a little bit of a spectrum, because why wouldn't it be? Otherwise, another way that you can do it is you can tap Z very quickly to get up to speed ever so slightly faster. And the last wheel actually decreases at the same. It decreases at the same rate as the rest of the stamina meter, but it refills at double the rate. So we actually, when we use our stamina, we actually want to get down to the minimum amount of stamina without running out, and then let it refill to a quarter, and then rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and so at this point, just kind of explain this route a little more. We are still kind of going through the game as like the past little bit. We did that first back in time sequence, and it specifically gave us the Emerald Pillar, and also gave us the Goddess Sword really. So we're kind of doing things out of order. Usually you're supposed to like talk to Zelda, talk to Groose, get the practice sword, which we are just going to completely skip this run. It's completely pointless. And then do this whole bird sequence, save the bird, and then there's a bunch of stuff after this. But we're really only trying to progress Skyloft to a certain point in this run, because we actually want our files to be set up in a very specific way so we can do a larger glitch later in the run. So we're going to be doing some weird stuff that may seem pointless, but it is actually very important to setting up the exact game state we want in order to further break the game.
Yeah. Routing in Skyward Sword in all categories, not just 100%. A massive tangled web of file management, because we can use our files in various ways during back in time to manipulate the world and create desirable for various things. And as a result, you may see some weird things that we do both during back in time and not during back in time to get stuff set up.
Yeah, and so really quick, coming up, we're going to have one of the first kind of annoying tricks of this one, which is going to be the Wing Ceremony cutscene skip. So after, there's going to be like a save prompt here, and then after this prompt, a cutscene. And if you side hop within a 2-frame window, you can actually you can just side hop out of the cutscene trigger. And so if we can get that, it would be a very good time save.
That saves I think it's like a minute lost if you end up in the trigger and have to do the backup. And 64 got it. With people very frequently in this game. Because you could just side hop and then run right back into the trigger if you're not careful. Totally not something that has happened to me before.
Yeah, so this upcoming RBM is probably going to be the most confusing one of the entire run. It's kind of short, but what we're basically going to be doing is something called a file dupe, which is pretty much just copying a file, but not actually. And so we're going to do another glitch on top of this, which is called a reverse bit warp, which is basically just starting a file then entering a loading zone, and it's going to spawn that file within that region that you started your file into, with the coordinates of the file that you started. So let's say you do a reverse bit warp with my file 2, and my file 2 is saved to the statue of the Bazaar, which is the one that we just saved at. Then when I start the file, I'll spawn in that region with those coordinates. And we specifically want to do the file dupe here because when we spawn into the sky, we need to spawn on our bird, and that means we can't have any coordinates because coordinates would mess with that. So by doing a file dupe, we can start a new file which has no coordinates, and start it into the sky, which is a reverse bit warp, which then gets us into the sky. And now we basically have this weird file that's it's basically just our other file, but it's in the sky due to this. Yeah. And this is very useful for certain manipulations with this file.
Yeah, like if you noticed when we went to the sky the first time, we were in the Loftwing tutorial, so this kind of gets us out of that. The Loftwing tutorial state is the bane of Skyward Sword router's existence, because, as we'll see later, we take advantage of a property of the Loftwing tutorial that allows it to load in back in time, unlike other versions of the sky. But we are constrained to a very small area of the sky when that happens. Which means that we're actually very limited in what we can do with that. So yeah, we enjoyed the bird rescue part of this game so much, we're going to do it twice.
Yep. Hopefully I'll actually get the jump/quick spin correct this time.
Yeah, so if you actually remember, before 64 did this the first time, he saved and copied his file over, and we kind of brushed over it, but we're actually playing on that file now. We copied that file to our first one, and now we're essentially playing there. So that's why we were just like when we respawned, we were just right outside the bird cage.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that works with this route. And the reason we wanted that file setup to be so specific is we actually want to be able to to dive off our bird right now. If you remember when we were in the sky, we saw a phi trigger, and that phi trigger is special because it's the phi trigger which allows you to dive off your loft wing, and by doing that, we can essentially escape the boundaries of this tutorial. As there's no coordinates boundaries for Link, we can just escape this tutorial and just go to Farron. So now we're just gonna dive into the Farron pillar.
Yeah, the Farron pillar is not actually within the bounds of the tutorial, if I remember correctly, but we can dive into it, and that's what we do here. The Elden pillar is actually in bounds of the Lockwing tutorial, and that's something that matters.
And you are going to see this dive into the Farron pillar a lot this run. This is going to be very common.
Yeah, get used to seeing Link diving into the green pillar with a text box on his screen.
Yeah.
But then just in your mind, paste the file select over it, because that's really when we'll do it. We've been alluding to it a lot, but we can leave Skyloft in Back in Time. It is very difficult to do so because the game likes to crash. Skipping over the really technical details of why the game likes to crash in Back in Time, the gist of it is memory fragmentation doesn't allow stages to load. But we can pick and choose our battles and get into very specific versions of stages in Back in Time, including the Sky and Farron. And old versions of Skyward Sword routes actually had to use the Elden pillar to get into Farron for a long time, because if you dive into a pillar, regardless of what pillar you dive into, if the game thinks it's your first time diving into any pillar, it will put you into Farron, regardless of which pillar you dove into. Because Skyward Sword is a well-programmed game with absolutely no flaws.
And so we were thinking, hey, we were just on Scout for a very long time, and we kind of did nothing. And as you remember, this is a 100% speedrun, and so now we're kind of going to start the collection part of this run, because we can break this game a lot, but 100% kind of puts a twist on that, because there are certain things that just we can't skip, and we can't really get later. And one of those things is the sailcloth. Because in the vanilla game, you're supposed to get the sailcloth basically right after that, when you ceremony cutscene skip. Or we usually watch the cutscene, do a thing, get the sailcloth. But we skipped that, and we do need to go get the sailcloth 100%. So we're just going to jump off this platform here, and it's going to spawn us in that wing ceremony. And
this is probably a good time to talk about what the 100% definition is, actually.
Yeah.
So Skyward Sword essentially subscribes to the inventory completion model of 100%. So what we need to collect is we have to collect all 8 B-Wheel items in their fully upgraded forms. We have to collect all 8 adventure pouch slots and all of the dowsing options in the game. We also have to collect all 3 pieces of the Triforce, have the True Master Sword, collect all the fetch quest items, all 80 gratitude crystals. We have to complete certain subsections of the dowsing menu. When you click on some of the dowsing options, the game tells you a little bit about them. And when you finish those, you actually get different text, so we have to do those. That includes collecting all 80 gratitude crystals, all 27 goddess cubes, and opening all 27 goddess chests. We also have to get all 20 hearts, which is all of the heart containers and all the heart pieces. We have to get the sailcloth, all 3 pieces of the Triforce, the Stone of Trials, the harp, and all 5 songs fully completed as well. And that one actually is a very important piece of the 100% puzzle that we can talk about in a little bit. Trying to make sure I didn't miss anything in the 100%. Oh, and we have to visit every bird statue so that every bird statue shows up on the map. I don't think I missed anything, did I?
I think it should be mostly all, yeah.
Yeah, and if we forgot about anything, we'll touch on it when it's relevant.
Yeah. Oh, all the medals. We have to collect all the medals. I don't think I said that. We kind of collect them by proxy of just doing the rest of the game.
for the most part. But yeah, that's just something to note. Oh, and the Hylian shield. That's a really important part of the definition. Because we love boss rush.
Yep.
Also, we loved jumping off of a post so much we did it a second time.
Yeah, so this time, 64 is going to be doing a pretty, it's going to be a fairly lengthy back in time sequence, because we've been kind of doing Skyloft out of order again, and now we're kind of in that fight chase sequence. This is normally when you're supposed to get the Goddess Sword, but we already have the Goddess Sword, so we don't really care about that, and we're just gonna leave. And so this is gonna basically just be 64 getting to Farron and back in time, and then just saving his file, so he's gonna spawn there when he restarts it. And this is also gonna let us bypass some stuff in Farron like that we usually get on the first trip. So I think it'll be very useful.
Steel Grounds 1 skip, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what 64 is doing here is a very specific sequence of actions. He saves at the Bazaar statue there to load his story flags from file 2, which is what allows him to call his Loft Wing, and it gives us the diving flags so that we can dive off here. He's going to dive with a specific file here, I don't remember which one offhand, into the Farron pillar so that we get specific states. We're going to see our first instance of regular bit magic or forward bit magic, which was discovered long before reverse bit magic, where we select a file during back in time and we apply information from that file to the map back in time map. And 64 is going to get a log to move by doing that, by selecting one of his files here. And basically what that does is Skyward Sword stores all of its flags in the same location in memory for a specific map. It just switches out which set of flags are loaded in memory when you transition between maps. So by selecting a file and loading that data into memory, we cause the flags that are set from that to be applied in this area, doing wildly different things than they were in the original area. For example, one of the logs there is the flag for talking to Fledge at the beginning of the game that we did. Question from chat. The non-bit sections are not super strict, outside of making sure that you don't, like, forget anything for the 100% definition. Bit is a lot less, or is a lot more strict, but there are sometimes backups and stuff, but they can be quite difficult, especially to know, because back in time has a lot of technical components, and if you don't know a lot of the specific details that go into routing, it can be very difficult to recover things.
Now we are getting to certainly a part of this run, which is just going to be collecting these Kikwis. This is something that you have to do in like every category except for any percent. And it's pretty much just going to be a long sequence of just running around fair and doing stuff. There's no real skips or anything. You kind of just have to follow what the game says. So this part's always kind of one of the more boring parts of pretty much any run. But
this is a part of the game of all time.
Yeah, it is.
And the only reason we have to do this in 100% is A, because we need the slingshot, but also because we need the B-wheel. The B-wheel is what enables you to use any item. If you attempt to obtain a B-wheel item without having obtained the flag for the B-wheel itself, the game gives up and crashes.
Yeah, so there is one trick here. So we can bonk there and knock down this vine, which makes it a little bit faster to move through Farron while we do this Kikwi side quest.
Yeah, it skips like a whole loop around like the eastern part of Farron, question mark? I don't know the directions in Farron.
It's basically you have to go, normally you'd have to go twice in a big loop around where the Lake Floria gates are, and we get to skip that.
I honestly have, to this day, I have no idea why that happens, but I'm not complaining.
Yeah, no, that's one of the weirder things that happens in this game. We alluded to it at the beginning of the game. Like, Skyward Sword is a wildly unbroken Zelda game in terms of quantity of glitches. But Back in Time itself is so wildly broken that you don't really feel it as much. Like, Skyward Sword's any percent time is sub-hour now?
Barely above.
Barely above. It's not quite sub-hour yet?
Not quite. It's kind of sitting about 109, which is still incredibly fast.
109, yeah.
Yeah,
I think I'm thinking of the
minis,
new low TAD that's... Yeah. It's what, 53? Because of the route difference. There is a TAS-only trick in any percent now that it makes the route wildly different. It saves like something like 12 minutes or something.
No one does it. It's way too hard.
And it is like 4 sequential frame perfect inputs or something ridiculous. And no retries. And if you miss it, like, the run is just straight up dead.
Wow, I got Lopsa roll.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
That is a, if you roll into that frame, if you're not the frame, oh my goodness. If you roll into that tree, the frame before the cutscene starts, that usually plays here, then you can bunk down this Kikwi early. And so now you're going to see this wonderful cutscene of a tree.
Nice branch. This doesn't actually save any time because we see the same amount of cutscenes and stuff. It's just a swag trick. And if you miss it, you actually lose time.
Yeah, it does lose time if you miss it, but it is very cool if you get it.
We very much like our swag strats in Skyward Sword.
Yep, so this run is already declared as a success because I got Lopsa roll.
And 64 is just going to do a tiny movement optimization here where by turning around before grabbing the rope, he gets to do it in 2 swings of the rope rather than 3, because you only need 2 to get the necessary height, but if you face the ledge, you'll be facing you'll be swinging the wrong direction. You'll be swinging away from the ledge when you have sufficient height. There's a lot of really small optimizations throughout the course of this run.
Now we're gonna do a classic, which is just cutting this grass. It's actually, this is one of the things that's very strange about this game, because cutting this grass can be incredibly particular. If you do it in a proper way, which 64 just did, then you can cut it in like 2 swings, and the Kikwi won't move. But if you cut like a certain part of the grass, and then kind of just don't move at all, like the Kikwi will just start going to another part of the grass.
Yep.
And so if you can't cut it down like all at once, you're just gonna have a really slow waddling Kikwi, and it just gets really slow.
Which is why we do it in 2. I think it's theoretically possible to do it in 1 with with very specific positioning and inputs, but no one even bothers.
We'll have to get the task, and
we'll have to see if a task can figure out how to do it. And also, like, we don't really know what causes it, but we think there's a very, very small chance that we think it's a very, very small chance that the Kikwi can just be in a different position when it spawns in for some reason.
Yeah, I have no idea why that happens, but like it's like once every like 6 months or so someone will post something in the SS Discord saying that happened to them.
I feel like we've seen it a lot more in recent months with like Rando being around. I say recent months as if Rando hasn't been around for like 3 years, but.
And real quick, QQ. We do got the objectively best Kikwi.
We love Buka.
We do indeed love Buka.
Best Kikwi.
And we're gonna do like a little weird thing, because we're gonna if you side hop, because he's gonna spawn the slingshot here, you can like grab it and side hop off of him while holding the slingshot, and it's kind of weird.
I forgot how big the slingshot is in that cutscene.
And now he has actually a special texture. We're not gonna see it in Japanese, but for whatever reason, they accounted for the fact that this vine is down. Presumably because you can stand on his back and then use the slingshot and knock it down. But I don't know anyone in their right mind who would do that casually. So, like, weird design choice.
Yeah.
And that's our first of 8 B-Wheel items themselves, and it is unupgraded. The slingshot has 1 upgrade. The beetle has 2 upgrades that we will need to obtain. The net has 1. And the bow has 2. I think that's all of them.
I mean, technically the beetle
has 3 upgrades. But one of them is like a hard requirement of the game. So, not really something we tend to dote over. Although that said, the fact that we need to obtain that item at some point actually was a pain in a old theoretical route of 100% that I was working on many moons ago now, where we ended up in the wrong version of Lanayru Desert and we weren't able to obtain the hook beetle anymore. We've talked about layers a little bit, but like just to give a little bit more of an in-depth explanation about them. So basically, the game is segmented into maps, and then each map is segmented into versions called layers. There's a layer 0 state, which is the base state of the map and contains stuff that's like shared across all the layers and stuff like that. And then the game loads a second layer on top of that, which corresponds to whatever story flags you have at the time that you load the map. We typically just refer to whatever layer we're on as the layer of, like whatever the secondary layer is. Like we'll say we're on, layer 7 when it's really like layer 0 and layer 7 loaded. And that just controls what actors and stuff are loaded into the game or into the map, and how many of them. And they control a lot of really important things about game state. For example, you need a very specific layer of Layer Desert in order to be able to obtain the hook beetle, which is annoying. And there are some weird layer transitions in this game. Like, there are some things that are completely unrelated that cause layer transitions. And no one is happy when that happens because it breaks our routes. And we cry about it.
And so a real quick thing also, if you saw the Goddess Cube that 64 just got, that is the most important Goddess Cube in the game, actually, because that's supposed to be the first one you ever get. The game doesn't really let you progress unless you hit it, and that's because it's actually the Goddess Cube that allows you to hit other Goddess Cubes. So if you were to just skip that one, the game would just not allow that. When you try to Skyward check another Goddess Cube, it would just not work.
It does nothing.
It would just bounce off. So that is the most important Goddess Cube you get, and it's one of the things where in any percent right now where you skip it, if you try to hit a Goddess Cube, you just won't.
Yeah, there are a few other weird requirements like that of you miss this one cutscene trigger and then you just make something completely unobtainable, and we'll kind of bring those up when they're relevant.
Yeah, so we are entering the first dungeon, and so dungeons in this game have the common theme of being just incredibly broken, and so Skyview, we're going to be doing a trick called a bit warp, which essentially all it is we're taking the coordinates of a bird statue and applying them to the current map we're on. So back in time, this one's going to be on Skyloft. We're going to use a Skyloft bird statue, and every bird statue is on a map, and that map has coordinates. And by taking the coordinates of where you save on Skyloft, and then starting your file at the same time, it won't update your map to put you on Skyloft, but it will update your position to where that bird statue is on Skyloft. And so because of that, we will basically just get warped to a random spot that correlates random quote unquote. That correlates to where you save. So what we're going to do here is we're going to be saving at this bird statue and starting a file at the same time, and that's going to just throw us really deep into this dungeon. because the coordinates of this bird statue correspond to just like a way later part of this dungeon.
Yeah, it skips the entire first half of the dungeon, basically. It skips the entire first half by proxy of its location, but because of the way dungeons work in this game, when you go through doors, like, the game actually dynamically kind of loads bits and pieces of the dungeon, even though they're on the same map. So we're actually in the wrong state of that room because we didn't open and go through the key door into that room, and those bars are unloaded. And so is the tightrope, otherwise you'd be able to just run straight through. So we're actually entering this room in order to reload, essentially, after the bit warp, so that we can get the tightrope and such.
Yeah, and because this is Hundo, we do need to get the beetle item, so we're gonna be going to get that too.
And also the heart piece in here.
Yeah, that exists. Yeah,
So
Skyview. Dungeons. It's actually interesting because dungeons in this game, like, in a lot of other Zelda games, dungeons are kind of like really big regions that have a ton of stuff. And you need to clear a lot of them. This game, dungeons in this game have a lot of items in them. Skyview and Sandchip, which is a later dungeon, are the only ones with heart pieces in them, and it just means that, like, with most dungeons, even though we're skipping gigantic portions of them, it doesn't actually matter for 100%. We're just gonna kind of just run past like most of the dungeons.
Yeah, when we're on the topic of, like, dungeons and other Zelda games, another thing that for a very long time was part of at Skyward Sword 100% is the fact that we can't do dungeons out of order. We're still very restricted on doing dungeons out of order in 100%. We have to do the last 3 dungeons in the game in the same relative order. We can't, like, do Sandship before Ancient Cistern, for example. It's like we have to do, like, it doesn't matter what order we could do Ancient Cistern first, in theory, if we wanted to. We actually have a new route relatively recently, I don't actually know how recent this route is, that does, for the first time in Skyward Sword, 100% do a dungeon out of order. Which is for a long time something that Skyward Sword as a whole lacked. All dungeons kind of says screw it to the dungeon order and just does whatever it wants. But Hundo kind of got left behind by that revolution.
Yeah, well, the big reason for that is that what song you get from Isle of Songs is determined by what sword level you have.
Yeah,
and
that's why I said earlier that swords are the bane of our routing existence. There are so many theoretical 100% routes that would be, on paper, in theory, faster if we could just do later half dungeons out of order. And there have actually been a couple new developments in, like, theoretical ways that we could get around that. I know that relatively recently, like, the usage of Back in Time to reach the Thunderhead has seen, like, a sort of, like, renaissance in 100% routing. I think we use it in this route for something.
Yeah.
But there's, like, theoretically, you could RBM those songs onto your file, which is a little bit sketchy. There's a little bit of dissent amongst the ranks in the 100% community about whether or not that should be allowed in 100%. Because we do have, like, a pseudo source requirement, because we can duplicate items in a certain way. We actually will duplicate a a gratitude crystal later. I think we might duplicate 2, actually. But we have to end the run with 82 instead of 80, because we have to get all of the actual ones from source, including the one that we duplicate.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll duplicate 1 much later. One thing I want to point out is that slingshot snipe that I did, which was discovered a couple years back by Gymnast, who's, like, one of the top 3D Zelda speedrunners. And so it saves having to fly the beetle up there very slow.
It saves probably a
that's
solid 45 seconds. I would
It's
guess.
about 25-ish. It's funny because this
never
game really doesn't get a lot of time saves. So like when that was found, it's like, oh my goodness, we found something.
Yeah.
There's just
It was
this game is
hailed in
super
100%.
yeah, like this game is just not easy to glitch hunt for. There's very few actual breaks. So as soon as like when anything is discovered, we just jump at it.
Yeah, the history of Skyward Sword speedrunning is actually really interesting because we can kind of break it up into two phases. Because Back in Time itself was a couple phases, more than two. Back in Time itself was discovered very, very early in the game's speedrunning, but not all of the applications were. It was only 3 or 4 years ago that reverse bit magic was discovered and completely revolutionized Skyward Sword speedrunning. Like any percent used to be 5-6 hours before reverse bit magic was discovered, and then the time came down to like 4 hours, and then we discovered that you could reach Farron in Back in Time, and the time came down to like 2 hours, and then we discovered a trick called early boss rush that we'll be doing in this run a little bit later, which got the time down into the low hour range, and then it's all downhill from there, so to speak.
Yeah, so real quick, so I haven't really gone over sword combat in this game. So this game does use motion controls for pretty much everything, and so Girahim is kind of the first like actually difficult sword fight in the run. He just has a few attacks where he's like blocking one direction, and then you need to not hit that direction. He has like a charge attack that he can do, and he also has a dart attack, which you don't want to see. Just you can't really hit him with during it. And this fight is also just annoyingly RNG based. You can only damage Girahim during certain attacks, so if he just gives you the ones you don't want, it can be a bit of a time loss. But
yeah. Darts kind of suck. Darts suck for a lot of reasons. Not the least of which is you don't get a damage opportunity in it, but you can actually like send the darts back at Girahim and deal damage to him, but only after he like actually releases them. But you can like skip the dart attack once, like as soon as the darts are spawned by attacking them back at Girahim, but it doesn't do any damage. Probably because the sword duck, hitting him that close with the sword causes him to duck and probably causes him to be invulnerable or something.
Yeah, overall, I think that was a pretty decent Girahim fight. Like, I got, I think, 1 dart?
Yeah, I think it was 1. Disney was also subtly manipulating his AI during the fight. He's more likely to just teleport away from you and not do an attack when he reaches the edge of the room. So we always kind of want to be between Girahim and the wall as Link and kind of nudging him back in towards the center to minimize how many teleports he does. And then this is the sneakiest goddess cube in the game.
yeah, this is probably like the worst mistake you can possibly make in 100%. Because if you miss this cube, getting it later is just not happening a lot of the time. It's just very, very much out of the way.
Yeah, because so normally in Skyward Sword, you would actually revisit Skyview to and get sacred water from in here, but we just like skip that still, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Or do we get sacred water because we need the basin? No, we skip the basin now.
Yeah, we've skipped the basin for a very long time.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do Scrapper Escort.
Yeah, so
that's another one of those weird chain requirements.
Yeah, so I think actually just a quick thing, kind of just going over how this game works in general. So this game is split into 3 main regions because you have, on the surface, you have Farron, Eldin, and Lanayru. And how you unlock each of those regions is you just gotta beat the first dungeon in each of them. So we just got the Ruby Pillar, or the Ruby Tablet by beating Skyview. Then when we beat Earth Temple in Eldin, that's gonna give us the Lanayru Tablet. So this game is essentially just for the first like hour or so, we're really just trying to get all the tablets because we can really start breaking the game once we get to Lanayru, but we can't get to Lanayru unless we beat Earth Temple, and to beat Earth Temple, we have to get the Ruby Pillar. So the way this game is kind of broken up makes the beginning of this run in pretty much all categories fairly linear. There's not very much we can do to break stuff,
Yeah,
but all the stuff we're doing right now is mostly just to speed up what we're doing. So we're actually going to just be doing a, I forget if it's an RBDM or RBW, but we're just going to be placing the Ruby tablet now. That's the goal here. It is the RBW.
Yeah.
And right into the goddess statue. So you saw with a regular bit warp in Skyview that we take the coordinates we save in at back in time and apply them to the map we were saved at on the file we start. In a reverse bit warp, we typically take the coordinates that we that the file was saved at and apply them to the map we load in back in time. But if the file is saved at a save prompt specifically, you will just like enter the area through whatever loading zone you entered into during back in time.
Yep, so now we're going to load in here, and Link's very tired, so we're going to take a nap.
Beating Gearham, it's a tough fight. You know?
Yeah, it took a lot out of him.
Needs to get his sleep. Of course, we're not just memeing. There is an actual reason for that. So there's a really annoying side quest in this game that just involves around like the item check girl named Beatrice. You essentially just have to talk to her 10 times, and then she kind of like falls in love with you. But the annoying thing about that is that between every time you talk to her, you have to sleep at some point. So you probably didn't realize it because it was kind of just like a quick thing at the beginning of the run, but we did talk to her at the bazaar one time, and because of that, when we want to talk to her again, we need to sleep again, because every time you sleep, it progresses it so you can talk to her again, and then basically rinse and repeat. Yeah. And so it's one of the most annoying things about routing in this game. You kind of just have to deal with Beatrice sometimes, because yeah, again, talking to her 10 times, like she's sitting in the bazaar, routing that is just an absolute nightmare. So
yeah,
that's why.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we also want to try to minimize the number of times that we sleep throughout the run, and so all the sleeping is routed around Beatrice. So
yeah, and like missing a Beatrice conversation somewhere is just always really awkward, because figuring out where to fix stuff can just get difficult. But yeah, so now that we got the pouch and stuff, we're just gonna go straight to Eldon. There's nothing else to really do on Skyloft right now.
Yeah, we spend very little time on Skyloft outside of like the first segment of the game, and like where we do a whole lot of setup. And 100%, despite there being a lot to do on Skyloft, we try to condense as much Skyloft stuff into like later trips as possible. I think we end up going to I think we have like 6 or 7 total Skyloft segments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Loftwing speed. Loftwing is slow. That's really all there is to it. The zipper makes it fast. Almost to the point that there's a lot there. It's often worth it to go slightly out of your way to get a zipper.
Yeah, no, the Loftwing in this game is just insufferably slow. It's not as bad as some other games, but it definitely is not the most exciting.
We also try to minimize the amount of time we spend in the sky as a result of that. But unfortunately, we do have to clean up the sky at some point. There's a lot of goddess chests there.
Yeah.
And for once in this run, we're actually going to kind of do things as the game intends, because there are a lot of ways to completely destroy this Eldon segment. Like there's a lot of glitches you can do here, but as it kind of turns out, like in this route, none of them turn out to be faster. So we're just kind of doing Eldon the normal way.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because this is like one of the tricks we can do is one of the few examples of like slipping in Skyward Sword. We could bit warp like
so that we are essentially inside of a goddess cube, and the game will actually like push us out of the goddess cube and push us out of bounds into a loading zone, which is a really cool trick. But it's just not faster in this scenario, unfortunately. There was another variant of this, or of the 100% route, where we would reverse bit warp into Elden. We would actually end up completely out of bounds in Elden, just like on out of bounds collision, and we would just run around out there. That was a fun variation of the route.
And if you notice, 64 was Z targeting while he, like, after he threw that bomb. The camera, for some reason, when it does that, will, like, zoom in on the bomb. So trying to move after that, it just gets super weird.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird things you can do with the camera in this game, for some reason. Like, that, for example, like, you could just cancel, essentially, that mini cutscene. Even though you have control of Link during that cutscene, I don't really know why we have control of him during it.
Yeah, the camera in this game is actually, like, really weird. This is one of the only 3D Zeldas that just doesn't have free camera control, because we only get one stick on the nunchuck. So, camera can be a little annoying in this game, because you don't have great control over it, so a lot of movement in this game is kind of just blind. Like, you kind of just kind of know where you're going. It can be difficult sometimes.
Which, after a while, isn't that big of a deal, but it is a little bit difficult to get into the run as a result.
As you can see, like, by that bonk, just there, the camera after that cutscene is just kind of random. It just moves around, it goes crazy. So, like, it can just be sometimes really hard to tell where you are, which way you're facing.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, the camera and the input you put in on the joystick just, like, don't like to get along, and you'll do, like, the same thing twice in a row, and you'll get two completely different results.
Yeah. So, he had a visit from her. I don't actually remember what I named this Bokoblin, but, if there's that one Bokoblin who survives the Skyward Strike, we don't like him. He's not a friend.
Yeah,
there's actually a lot of names for enemies in this game, but I can't remember them all.
We mentioned the upgraded Skyward Strike at the beginning of the run and kind of just glossed over it. It completely trivializes combat for us throughout the run.
At least
because we have the upgraded one.
Of the run.
Yeah, through the beginning of the run. Enemies just die to a single Skyward Strike. So we really, like, when we fight hordes of enemies, we just want to get them into a group, run slightly away from them, and then just turn around and Skyward Strike them all to death.
Yeah, and I'd also say Skyward Strike invalidates like half the enemies in this run, and then the second half gets invalidated by the bow, because the bow is also just incredibly super overpowered, so...
We have no idea why the bow is so busted in this game.
It's kind of unknown, but like there are certain bosses that you can like just one-shot with the bow, because it's so strong. It's kind of crazy.
In terms of the bosses, it's because you weren't supposed to have the bow when you fight them.
Yeah.
But for regular enemies, it's a big unknown.
Yeah, the devs did not like there's so many boss fight strats in this game. I'll go over them when we actually fight the bosses, but bosses in this game get really jank sometimes. Ton of strats for them. And unfortunately, our good streak of not doing back in time is now over. We are going to cheat again. Sorry. This one is gonna be opening, because there's usually like a door with a bunch of keys you have to get, but that's boring, so we're gonna skip it.
Yeah, this is when Jim was the one who discovered like how like basically the general concept of RBM. There were a couple of RBMs that were known, but Jim like figured out like, okay, here's like how all this stuff works, and this is the first RBM that he demonstrated.
And it is also the only RBM, I think, that has been in every single route of every single category ever since it was discovered.
Yep. Yeah, there's a certain power to Earth Temple. Like, Earth Temple is just completely, like, non-negotiable. You're not skipping it ever. So, unless you're running a specific any percent route. But, no. So
Yeah,
every
actually
reasonable route at this point.
Yeah, there's actually still a couple of like Hail Marys or Holy Grails of Skyward Sword speedrunning floating around. One of the big ones being a way to get into Volcano Summit early, which would theoretically allow some shenanigans with like skipping Earth Temple. I say in theory because everything in this game is a big question mark until we prove it that it actually works.
Yeah, so right there we slashed that grave and then pushed it, and that's usually the flag that gets set for like when you it's just the trigger for opening Betroth's door, like the shed door thing. But by doing that and then applying that flag to the Elden map, it just opens the Earth Temple, and so we can just enter.
It's going to lead to a very funny cutscene scenario where the Magmas at the top of the mountain are going to complain about the door being locked and then realize that they can just dig their way in, and then we're just going to walk in the door. We haven't reloaded the area, so the flag hasn't like been visually applied yet. So the door will still be there, which makes it even funnier because we're just going to walk through a solid door.
Yeah, except for the fact that we'll walk through the solid door in a cutscene that we skipped, so we lose a little bit of the silliness, but
yeah,
it's still, you basically are just
technically
like
what happens is, technically what happens is the flag causes the loading zone, like the cutscene trigger, to exist, which extends past the door because reasons. This game is a mystery to us. We will never understand it.
There's certain things about this game which cannot be explained, but I'll go into it when the time comes. This is this cutscene between these two Magmas.
This is such a funny cutscene in English. One of the downsides to playing in Japanese is that we don't get to see the text. Like, some of the writing in this game, like, as cringe as it is very funny and very entertaining.
Yeah, there's a lot of good characters in this game.
Everyone's favorite character, Groose.
Groose. We, like, barely see any of Groose throughout the entire
so
run,
unfortunate.
He is wonderful.
Yeah. And Bai's gonna tell us, oh, we need to go find the pieces of this key.
Yeah, I also want to mention quickly about text options. Oftentimes it doesn't really matter which text option you choose, but there are some where it really does matter. And then usually, like, for like most of the run, it's usually the right option. But then there's sometimes where, like, we want to tell Fi to shut up, so most of the time we say notify, except for a few occasions where we actually need to say yes to Fi, particularly when it comes to picking up scrapper items.
Yeah.
Early in the game, you can make Fi shut up, but like as you go on, she just starts refusing your orders. She'll just explain stuff anyway. So now we're in the fun dungeon. This is probably like one of the harder ones to do. There's a lot of weird things here. The first thing is these like cutscene skips with the rope. Cutscenes cannot trigger in midair in this game, so if you try to cut the rope, cut it, and then are in midair, the cutscene will just give up and not play, which saves a lot of time.
Yeah.
Cutscene really said, oh, guess I'll die.
And especially skipping this last one's really important, because the cutscene of the drawbridge fully extending is really slow.
He's off his friend.
And yeah, that was another sneaky cutscene skip where I jumped into the lava. Because I did want to take damage, because this save may clue you into what's about to happen next.
Yeah, so this next RBM is gonna be a little different than the other ones we've been doing. We're actually gonna be using an Academy flag. And so the Knights Academy is one of the weirdest locations in Bit. We want to reach the Knight Academy as it would be basically like right when you start the game. But if you do like anything in Back in Time, it's gonna load flags. So instead of like hitting A to go past this screen, we're just gonna be using this like option that comes up when you hit minus, which is like, hey, do you want to go watch the Wii Motion Plus tutorial? And by using that, we can essentially just prevent the game from loading anything in during this Back in Time sequence, and the game is just gonna think when we enter the Night Academy, oh, you are like playing right as you start the game, and it's gonna load it in basically the default state of the Night Academy. And that's great, because that's where the flag we need is.
The reason we can't clear the title screen is because clearing the title screen automatically loads the lowest populated file of your 3 into memory.
Yeah, in this case, file 3 would just get, like, all the flags from file 3 would be loaded, and then you probably, like, crash when you enter the Night Academy.
Yeah, you would definitely crash.
Well, file 3 doesn't have the
Actually, no, file 3 doesn't have tunic, so you might not crash.
Yeah, if you have the hero's tunic, you'll crash entering the academy. Like, that's kind of the general rule, is that, like, most of the places that sometimes crash will crash when you try to enter them with a file that has the hero's tunic.
Yeah. Same thing with Nighttime Skyloft. Or, no, that's not true.
I failed this cutscene skip.
This is one of the jankiest cutscene skips in the game. It is.
I still don't understand this one personally. I understand it conceptually.
Yeah, okay. Well,
it just sometimes just doesn't do it.
Luckily, Link has immunity in cutscenes, because he did just take that to the face, but... No, yeah, if
you know we can walk through collision in cutscenes, so...
Crawl spaces in this game are just weird, and so when the cutscene, if it tries to trigger while you're in a crawl space, it'll just give up, and it's nice.
Here, 64 hit one of the Lizalfos with a slingshot seed before jumping over the lava because it causes them to aggro, which causes them to not be able to start their intro cutscene. It just gives up, I guess. I'm noticing a theme here.
Yeah, that is cutscene skip number 4, and there is also one that 64 didn't opt to do, which like barely saves any time. So the total number of cutscene skips in the beginning of this dungeon is 5. And honestly, there's really no other cutscene skips in the rest of the game. It's not something that really comes up that often, but this dungeon is just weird.
We also did camera manipulation at the beginning of this dungeon that we didn't talk about. By placing the lava pillars and the floating platforms off screen, we delay their cycle so that we can make it on the first cycle of them.
I don't remember what it's called, but it's like that thing where you, like, when you're not looking at something, it doesn't exist. That is true in this game. If you're not looking at something, it just doesn't exist at all. And you can do that with certain enemies, like later on in Lanayru Desert, there's like this annoying rolling enemy that's really fast, but the best way to just ignore it is just look away, and then he will disappear and not attack you.
He just stops moving.
Yeah.
The call distance on enemies behind you in this game is absurdly short.
Yeah, so that death warp that I did was to reload the dungeon, because kind of like the Earth Temple door, where when we RBM'd the flag, which was for the bridge that I just climbed up, the flag took effect, but I still need to reload the dungeon for the bridge to actually be raised.
Yeah, this dungeon usually has this like super long sequence where you have to like ride the ball around through like a whole maze, but we don't care.
And another concept we'll get into about Back in Time and reverse bit magic in a little bit is the concept of committing. For some flags, when you apply them via reverse bit magic, they kind of just hang out in limbo until you take some other action to cause the flag changes to commit to memory, and cause them to stick permanently. And it's a really weird thing that it doesn't that some flags need it, some don't. Some things cause commits to happen automatically.
And there's a lot of really complex technical nuance in auto commits. Like one of the big things that we have discovered causes auto commits is the text in the top left corner that tells you where you are. That like triggers a temporary flag and then causes all flags to commit as a result of that. And we actually take advantage of that a little bit later. Now we get to have our cool Indiana Jones moment.
Yeah. One other thing that we kind of didn't talk about when it happened is like that second big steep slope. I did a trick there called stutter sprinting, where I was just repeatedly tapping the A button to sprint. And that allows me to get all the way up, which in one go, which you're not intended to be able to do. So I skipped an entire puzzle by doing that.
I always forget that that is a trick. It's become so second nature to me and like literally everyone else.
Yes.
When we talk about this game.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing with that too is in randomizer, like the logic assumes you need to solve that puzzle, and I was knocked out of a tournament once because I forgot about that little bit of logic when I was trying to reason about where items were.
Yeah, there's a really interesting logic quirk in randomizer there that we won't get into.
Yeah, but
because we'd be here all day if we started talking about that.
Yeah, but like just to kind of
already. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but just to kind of illustrate how sometimes speedrun tricks can become so second nature that you just forget about the fact that it's like, that's not really the intended way.
It's not even close, frankly.
Yes, so coming up, we got probably the hardest fight in this game.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a specific strat you want to do because you can kill this fight in 3 cycles of it, but it's just precise. So see if we get it.
It's a running meme. We call it the tricycle. There's actually like several different ways that you can tricycle this boss. The optimal way skips like his entire last phase by doing very precise amounts of damage. And that's the version of it that's really hard. The version that doesn't skip the last phase is a little bit more lenient. I'm not even sure I know the most up-to-date tricycle strats here. And we're taking full advantage of the powered-up Skyward Strike here.
Yep. This boss in normal mode is, I don't know that anyone really has a strat for it without the,
Oh, no. And you got Skull Baron. You got bouldered.
Yeah. The boulders on Zelda can block the eye. It gets annoying.
Yeah, the boulder is, and the eye movement is kind of RNG. Like I have had plenty of like boss fights where the eye just like hides behind a boulder for the entire like vulnerability cycle, and it's obnoxious.
Yeah, so it's like the strat there is supposed to make it resilient to that eye move RNG, but yeah, I think I just delayed that spin attack by just long enough that the eye moved. So unfortunate.
Alright, so that is our second dungeon down. Now we're gonna get the Lanayru pillar, Lanayru tablet. This is where stuff kind of picks up. We're gonna have a long scallop section after this. We do have to do a little bit of collection, but Lanayru is where the run gets real. We start really breaking stuff.
Yeah. We will be so we actually follow like pretty much a modified any percent route up to this point. With obviously some extra collection and some extra setup stuff. And we will actually be continuing to follow the 80% route for a little bit, I believe at least.
Yeah, just a little bit of collect. Like we have to do some
we have the
stuff on Scout, but
we have the Skyloft stuff upcoming. But then once we get to Lenaru, we kind of just do a lot of the same stuff as any percent. We do some extra stuff. And we're going to do a long sequence of nonsense that puts a very specific flag on a file so that we can do some other nonsense, which we'll talk about when we get there.
Yeah,
Because
it's gonna look like we're
you
doing...
gotta see it.
Yeah, it's gonna
You gotta
look
see
like...
it to believe it. Too.
Yeah, it's gonna look like I'm doing a ton of random nonsense, and then suddenly, like, we're gonna just completely break the game.
The like routes that take advantage of this often feel very much like stale reference manipulation in Ocarina of Time, where we just do a bunch of seemingly random, seemingly unconnected things in an attempt to get some chaotic results out of it.
yeah. But for now, we're gonna hold off on the chaos for a little bit. We have some Skyloft to do.
We will hold the chaos at bay for now.
Yeah, it's getting kind of like this 100% running basically has two major parts, because like you give the parts that are like dungeons and they're usually like the high intensity, full of glitches and bit stuff. Then you kind of have these long collection sequences which aren't usually the most interesting. There's a lot of just running around Skyloft, like talking to Beatrice, but
Even in these like collection sequences, there's a lot of interesting things to talk about.
yeah, and there's also
like why we do things when we do them.
When you're running, it's also nice to just get a break sometimes. Not everything has to be super high intensity. It's like you get through a hard section of the run, and then you get like a 20-minute just like relax, collect some gratitude crystals, sleep tonight, talk to Beatrice. It feels good sometimes.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I mean,
this is a really
section-
nice calm before the storm.
Yeah. Although we will be actually doing a bit during this segment. Which is why I'm starting to take some bomb damage, and I'm specifically trying to get it so that I bomb myself into cutscene or into loading zones or cutscene triggers, because that way I don't have to wait for Link's get up animation.
And also, you want to enter loading zones that don't have cutscenes on the other side with 0 speed, because if you don't, Link does a little walking animation when he gets out of the load zone. And if you enter with 0 speed, you just gain control immediately.
Yeah. So I kind of messed up here because I wound up triggering the cutscene before I slashed the bomb, but it's kind of funny, like, the bomb's, like, fuse timer just freezes during this. Yeah.
Renat is unconcerned.
I Link placing a bomb and then speaking to her. Something that's really interesting about the 100% category specifically is juggling health, because every time we get a heart piece or a heart container, we get a health refill. And we frequently want to be on low health because we like dying. So.
Don't take that quote out of context.
We are playing on hero mode, which does make it like dying a little bit faster, but that doesn't mean there's ways to heal. Hero mode does take out hearts, but considering we had to get all the heart pieces, heart containers, and sleeping tonight always refills your hearts, it can be just rough sometimes.
Sleeping, on the whole, gives you your health there.
And also, it kind of gets annoying towards the end of the run. The amount of bit you do in a single run kind of decreases towards the end, because you get so much health that individual bit sequences kind of just stop saving time. Along with just in the end, there's not that much to do back in time-wise.
And then there's one segment in the end where, like, at the very, very end of the game, where we're at 20 hearts, pretty much full health because we just finished getting the rest of them, and we have to do bit.
So this RBM we're gonna be talking to Patron back in time because we want to activate him. He's what allows us to get all the to start collecting gratitude crystals. You need to see that like cutscene with Rina, then you can do this, and so you get this very scary title screen.
And don't worry, we have a file here to protect us.
Protect me, file 1.
But yeah, we just have to pull out a B-wheel item, and then he gets scared.
Or slash. That also works.
Yeah.
What is funny is that even if you any B-wheel item works for this, so you can pull out the bug net and he gets terrified. So
We're gonna squash him like the bug he is. But also, like, we love Betro in this community because he lets us do things like this that are broken.
Betro is very powerful. So do remember to
For
commit.
seemingly no reason.
Okay, so
Just
we talked
sheer
about
luck.
committing earlier, and this is probably the most important commit of the entire run. So I, like, shot that lamp. That makes the RBM I just did take effect. If I forget to do that, I will be very sad at the end of the run when I turn in all the gratitude crystals and try to leave Betro's house and the door's locked.
Yeah, the door is actually locked on both sides of Betro's house, and you will get trapped if you mess that up. Because we reverse bit warp into his house, right?
No, we just, at the end of the run, we just enter normally. So if you get stuck, you get stuck. It's like rip run. But I did commit that, so everything's good.
This game doesn't have a save and quit feature that's like that's not tied to statues, so it's actually very easy to get stuck in certain spots and just not be able to do anything.
Yep.
So yeah, we
In
got
Rando, you can actually be forced into some of them, so we have to add bomb flowers so that you could just die.
Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So we got a bottle. We advanced the Beatrice quest by another conversation, and now we're
For those of you who are keeping track at home, that's conversation number 2.
yeah. Out of there's 7, actually, not counting the final conversation, there's 7 conversations with Beatrice in the bazaar, and then we have to talk to her dad twice.
Yeah, we have to you have to do 6 conversations with her, and then both conversations with her dad to trigger her final text, which is the 9th conversation, and then you get the final conversation at night with her, which is the end of the quest. So, not all of the conversations are just talking, all 10 are just talking to her in the bazaar, thankfully. Not that what we end up with is any better, but...
Yeah. We also got our first permanent dowsing target, which is heart dowsing. And then there's a lot of text there basically saying that because we're playing on hero mode, we're not going to find any hearts unless we find a heart medal.
Yeah, it's really funny because Fi's like, "Hey, let's go dowsing for hearts. You appear to be in need of them." And then she's like, "Oh wait, you have opted to play on hero mode. You will not find any. Good luck."
So now we're gonna have a bit of deja vu. We're gonna basically do the exact same thing we just did in Back in Time a second time.
But it's going to do something completely different this time. Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So we are actually insane.
I think Skyward Sword breaks the definition of insanity many times, considering how many times we bit save the Bazaar statue.
Yeah.
Also, with this, I do have to be very careful with how I face the camera, because file 2 is what I need to open this door, but it also has a flag on it that is kind of a nuisance that will trigger Fi to teleport us and softlock us if I look in a certain direction.
Yep.
So I have to...
There's actually 2 places he can look that will do that to him.
Now, we will actually make use of that later on in the run, because it will be of benefit to us eventually, but for now, it's just a nuisance.
Oh yeah, I mentioned source requirement a little while ago in Skyward Sword, in the 100% speedrun.
We only have source requirement for the final item in item chains. So you can do whatever you want. Like if you to get an item in like a trade quests chain before that, as long as you trade the final item at like front and obtain the final reward from source, which is relevant because we do take advantage of that later, doing what 64 was mentioning with the teleport from the Phi about. I hope you guys like the title screen because we're going back again.
Yeah, if you haven't caught on by now, there's a lot of death in this run.
Yeah, what's the final? Someone did a final death count of the 100% route a while ago. I don't remember what it was. I want to say it was like 37 intentional deaths or something.
It's
Do a
probably
quick
somewhere
count.
up there.
I always think it would be a funny idea to sneak one onto, like, try to sneak a death counter onto my stream when I do a run. See if anyone notices.
So yeah, this is another bit warp.
With the same statue we used before. And now we're out of bounds.
Yeah, we're very far out of bounds.
We're like 2 minutes of running levels of out of bounds. For whatever reason, the Linear Desert has collision way, way, way out of bounds. I think we assume that it's because of, like, the end credits or something. But I don't know that anyone knows. But yeah, so we are way out of bounds in, like, the Linear Mines map. And we're going to be running over towards the Linear Caves. Skipping what would normally be a claw shot lock.
Yeah. And we're also going to be accessing it early, and we talked about layers. So basically, these areas are going to be loaded just in layer 0, which means that there's going to be there's going to be stuff missing, which is actually very advantageous for us.
Yeah, because normally there'd be a Goron that blocks the path we want to take. Coming up here.
Yeah.
Normally this cutscene would highlight that Goron, but he's not here, so.
Yeah, but first, we're going to head over to the main desert and do a few things.
Do some other things. It's very important that 64 is very careful here, because he does not want to die, and he also cannot save. Because we actually want to save, like, maintain our respawn points so we can just death warp back there. Because otherwise we would need claw shots to get back.
So yeah, here we can actually get this goddess cube by jump slashing down from above, which skips the whole, like, having to cross the sink sand to get it, which is really obnoxious casually.
And no speedrun, for that matter. It's not just a casual issue.
Yeah, but I mean, in the speedrun, we can do stuff like break slide, which I guess
That's
we'll
true.
talk about when it
we
becomes
do it.
relevant.
Yeah. There's a lot of little tricks in this game. I think we kind of talked about that. Like, Bit is back in time is the big glitch. There's a lot of, like, little things that add up over the course of the run.
Yeah, I mean, another one of them, the front hop jump slash I just did, which the hero mode Skyward Strike can reach that goddess cube early.
Yeah, it allows you to just barely reach that.
Yeah, so I just quickly wanted to do a quick count of how many deaths there are. You do a total of, I think, 46 deaths in this run, according to my quick count. So, yeah, you die a lot.
I was off by literally 25%.
And I got bad RNG, unfortunately. So that Boko there is it normally will stay inside the cage, which means that I don't have to worry about him, but because he spawned outside the cage, And this Boko also, I don't think I've ever seen him go behind the cage like that. So this is all kinds of weird. Cue the "this never happened before" meme.
And it's also a little
Always
thing you
in
can do
America.
there. If you front hop into that cutscene, it'll just start immediately for some reason. So, cool.
Yeah, it's because I think it's because this basically overwrites the cutscene that normally happens if you run into that trigger. Because normally there's a cutscene where the robot cries for help, and then Fi's like, "Hey, you should rescue this robot," and whatever.
Alright, so here we just want to blow this up. You want to get the statue, because we're going to come back here later, but there's nothing else we can really do here right now, so we're just going to blow ourselves up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually need the cutscene that 64 just watched and skipped as well, because that allows us to make progress elsewhere. Because why wouldn't it?
So now we're going to get into the, probably the most broken region in this game. This is going to be Lanayru Gorge. The region, just a quick / long explanation here is going to basically just be that this is a super late game region, but because we're doing this whole area out of order, we can just get here pretty early, and we're just going to do a bunch of stuff here, because the main thing we want is there's a mini game in this game called Boss Rush, which is basically just you just go fight the bosses again. To do it, you basically need to clear the whole quest of this area, which is like, there's this minecart that you need to hit and then follow throughout a long sequence of caves to eventually, like, wake up the Thunder Dragon and then go heal him with the Life Tree Fruit. So we are gonna do our best to skip all of that, because what we want is we want to get to the Boss Rush minigame. The reason for that is the Boss Rush minigame is coded kind of weirdly, where essentially it will just give you the flags needed to run the fight normally. So when you enter a fight in Boss Rush, it's gonna just essentially teleport you to the time you fought that fight in your vanilla playthrough, like when you're just playing the game normally. So with that, the game is gonna have to give and take away certain flags that you had to get you to that boss fight without messing anything up. The reason that's useful is because this is a super late game region. You're not supposed to get here until you beat like over half the bosses, and so for the bosses that were supposed to be fought before you get to Gorge, the game will give you those flags of the bosses you fought, and then it won't take them away because it assumes you already have them. Using that, we can essentially just get super late game flags on our file, which are super useful for a lot of things, while not actually in super late game. And that's just going to let us do a whole bunch of things, and it's going to kind of break this game in a lot of ways.
Also, I'm pretty sure this is the first instance of this, but we just did a sub-trick of Back in Time called Fast Bit.
That's coming up. This was
that's
the
coming
last slow thing.
That was the last one that doesn't have Fast Bit.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, that was a brand new route. It's like the most recent route change because that was recently discovered.
Yeah, Fast Bit basically makes it so that we can get on our loft wing on Skyloft faster. It saves something like 7 seconds per Back in Time.
It actually winds up saving a lot more than that, because we figured out how to basically do it like without you even having to get off the starting platform. So it's something.
Oh, is 7 seconds the original measurement?
Yeah,
is it
7
more?
seconds was the original method, and then we found a faster method.
Yeah, so we have Fast Bit and Faster Bit.
Also, the
Because
beautiful
we are
thing
good at naming things.
about this route is the fact that I can bring that log down. It used to be in the previous in previous routes, you had to run all the way, the long way around Farron for this particular RBM. And you also had to stay on the splash screen the entire time. So now this became a heck of a lot nicer with this new route.
And faster, for that matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so this RBM, we're not really gonna see like it actually does like a few hours, I think. But this one specifically is really important. This one is gonna basically revive the Thunderhead, or not the Thunderhead, the Thunder Dragon, which is gonna allow us to access the boss rush minigame. So this is like the setup RBM that we need, and then the other ones we're gonna do in this region are to actually like finish the minecart escort section, in order to actually spawn the Thunder Dragon. And using Machi,
by the
we're just
way,
gonna
that this cutscene is the cutscene that's supposed to play after Skyview that we skipped, and it just provides us a very convenient teleport.
That RBM can be a little tricky to time.
Deep Woods is very funny and back in time because it seems like it'll be a really like nightmarish region to do properly because there's a bunch of cutscenes and stuff, but using the correct flags, like you can essentially just warp to Skyview every time you need to do it, so it's pretty great.
Yeah, Deep Woods is one of the regions that has the auto commit property where like if your file is in Deep Woods or if you are in Deep Woods, it will always automatically commit things. And that's actually like the premise for Fast Farambit. We're actually like 64 is leaving the dungeon here, and he's gonna save in Deep Woods.
Speaking of Deep Woods,
Yeah.
I'm gonna bonk this tree just for fun.
Yeah, no, totally just for fun.
Yeah.
Totally just time loss. In reality, that is setting up a flag for Bit Magic.
Yeah, and we'll be using it much later on.
Is it bonking the tree that causes early or auto commit, or is that something else?
No, the auto commit's just being in Deep Woods.
Is it just a process of Deep Woods? The process of being in Deep Woods?
Yep. So now, so I'm gonna select file 2 here, and now I can call my Loftwing. I don't need to go save at a statue here, and that's why this trick saves so much time.
That's faster for fastest, whatever you want to call it, Farambit. It's probably fastest. I don't think there's any way that we can make that any faster, unless we start bit in Farron.
Yeah. I mean, if we could somehow start bit in Farron, like, that would just, like, unlock potentially so much, because it would solve a lot of the memory fragmentation issue.
Yeah. It would also, make it so that things that we normally, that we can RBM, but don't because it's too slow, it would make some of them faster. Like, it might actually make, Scaldera skip faster in Earth Temple. I wish that the fast Farambit was fast enough to let that work.
Yeah, so here, I actually need to carry the flag of watching that cutscene all the way into Farron Wood. Or I guess I skipped the cutscene, but because I loaded in with file 3, which hasn't been to the surface yet. So it got the very slow landing cutscene and then the intro cutscene that I just skipped.
Yeah, but we need this. So this is a trick called, I think we call it like flag smuggling or something, where we basically just take a flag that we obtain through back in time and then smuggle it into another area, essentially, to cause like a beneficial trigger.
Hi, Machi.
Yeah. We enjoyed saving Machi so much we did it a second time.
Except we didn't even need to save Machi a second time. The flag
It was already saved.
Yeah, because we were that's another example of bit magic, because like that flag was already set from and that's actually another kind of auto commit situation where because file 2 was also saved in the Farron region, its flags just get automatically loaded when you enter Farron.
There's so many quirks.
Right, I healed the extra heart, and then I forgot that I need to damage the extra heart, and I have to sit here and wait a bit for iframes to wear off.
So that last RBM we just did with Machi, we've done story flag RBMs and we've done scene flag RBMs up to this point, but that was a temporary flag RBM because this game has so many different types of flags. Temporary flags just represent like a temporary state of the world. Then they don't get like saved to memory or anything like permanently. They just only last as long as you are in the area. So they represent things like hidden rupees being exposed or not, like bonking rupees out of trees and that kind of stuff.
This is one of the really cool uses of fast Farronbit. Like, it's not just useful for Farronbit, you can get on the bird now and just fly across Skyloft to your heart's content.
Yeah, because we just delete the sky loading zones there, essentially, because they're not loaded.
Yeah, I have to be very careful how I select files there, because if I did select file 1 or file 3 while I was still on the... or in this case, just file 1 while I was still on the loft wing, then it would instantly start the load into the sky, which I don't want. And would probably crash.
There's like a 99% chance you would crash.
I'm gonna do a setup. This is just called Stupid Jump, and it's basically just a incredibly precise angle you need to get, because the collision here barely does not go far enough to just run up this wall. It's gonna, like, you're seeing 64 just fall here. So you gotta just angle yourself, like, just right to get a jump. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I shuffled a little bit longer, but than I should have. But like getting it first try is still really good.
As you can tell, we have a passion for naming tricks well in this community.
Yeah, prime example back in time, which...
Back in time, stupid jump.
We have bed trick and death trick. I'd like you to tell me what both of those do. And continue trick, yes.
So yeah, that goddess cube, by the way, is the scariest goddess cube of the wrong. Because if you, like, mistime that jump slash or you're not quite positioned correctly, you take fall damage. And apparently I took fall damage there, but that's fine.
Now we just need to, like, run over here to get the minecart to respawn.
Yeah, this is what the Machi OBM is actually gonna do. Like, when we, because the minecart has these, like, void planes. When you're doing the escort itself, it'll, like, alright, when you void out here, it's gonna spawn the minecart to a specific spot, and...
But you need the minecart to be on for that to happen.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
yeah, talking about that goddess cube too, you might be thinking, like, oh, okay, just get it later. But, it's, I don't actually know really why. The flags are just weird in this region, but you actually can't get that goddess cube later. There's a robot that will just not let you go past him, so you couldn't get it later. So you get that now, or you don't get it at all.
Yeah, I think because we RBM the Thunder Dragon to be healed, we don't get all of the flags set.
It's also it's because of early life tree seedling. Because that happens, that messes up the triggers in this area, so basically that robot never gets...
Yeah, that's the only thing that messes up the triggers in this area. This area is just a giant mess.
So yeah, I'll just turn the camera here.
Yeah, and now we wait for the minecart to lock into place.
Yeah, so basically you see the ground shake, and that's when you know that it's snapped into the center.
Clink.
If you don't wait for the ground to shake, you'll be very sad. And here's also like another like really important thing. So I'm gonna copy over file 3 now, and then I'm gonna start file 3, not file 1. And if I did everything right, Phi's gonna pop out immediately and congratulate me on finding part of the Song of the Hero.
And this is the flag that we were after all along. So that flag actually like makes the game think that we are in the Song of the Hero quest, which is the last part of the game, pretty much. And we're gonna take advantage of that to reach a different area of the game that is also a part of the Hero quest.
Yeah, little fun fact about this cutscene. I don't know if you heard Link's footsteps before he got like to the Thunder Dragon, but we're actually standing on his bones because he is. The game thinks he's dead, and so he has the collision of his like skeleton there, but he is not very dead right now. So they just
standing on the bones of the dragon that came before him.
Yeah, so the collision is still there, it's just invisible, but you can hear like the cracking of the bones when you stand on them, so.
Yeah, and you can bonk into it too.
And speaking of death,
Stomp, huh?
Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes if you don't go, like, roll with the exact right angle there, it doesn't work.
You just got squeezed.
But yeah, we just got a ton of flags. And we specifically want them on file 3 and not our main file for, because if we got it on our main file, it would screw stuff up and lock us out of a lot of progression.
Yeah, and I hope you liked Imprison 1, because we got him. We beat him. We did it.
We did it.
Congratulations.
Good job, 64. You did it. That's like the first third of the game done, right?
Clearly,
actually, in
yes.
fact, we are now gonna go beat LMF, the third dungeon. And you may be thinking, wait, why are you beating a dungeon on your this is the main file. This is like the weird side file. So like, why are we doing this? Well, you see, with that RBM we did with Patro earlier, did have a side effect of giving us the this statue, which is normally only gotten after you beat LMF. So 64 is going to enter this really difficult dungeon, LMF, right now. See how long it takes to complete.
Wish him some good luck.
And he's done!
And
Congratulations! Yeah, so, beating LMF only, like, is the actual, like, trigger for beating LMF is just leaving that loading zone. So you could just go in backwards and complete the dungeon in, like, 2 seconds.
And really what we're after there is the harp.
Yeah. We are gonna have to go beat the dungeon normally on our main file later, because there's, like, a heart container and stuff we need to get there, but,
pretty much
other
just
than
the
that,
heart container.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically going, like, 15 minutes out of our way just to get a heart container.
Yeah. 100% no source requirement, which is something that, like, I theory crafted a route for many years ago. Just outright skips LMF by duplicating 4 heart pieces.
Yeah.
And saves, like, 10 minutes as a result.
Yeah, so, now we're not done yet. We still have more crazy stuff to do. So, the reason we wanted that Thunder Dragon stuff, one of the major applications we get of it is, the game, again, is in this kind of weird state, and when we enter Elden, it's actually going to put us in Bokoblin Base, and Bokoblin Base is essentially this, like, when you're doing the Song of the Hero quest, which is the final, like, part of the game, you go to Elden, and there's, like, this eruption, and all your items get taken away from you. But, essentially, it's just this map of Eldin that has a bunch of items laying around. And the game's gonna think, oh, if you're here, then we took all your items away, and it's a late game region. So, like, you already have the items, and we're gonna take them away from you. We are not in the late game, and so the items are still gonna be there, but because we're kind of doing stuff out of order, we can just go get them. By doing this, we have manipulated the states in a way that we can just go to Boko Base.
I don't know.
Pay no attention to the bird soup that 64 just made there.
Yeah, I accidentally selected file 3 there, and that screwed it up. So, we'll be redoing that.
Yeah, that RBW is very difficult. The
Yes.
timing on that one is really tough.
It is a very difficult timing, and yeah, it's very annoying. So what'd you do? Accidentally reverse bitwarp file 3? Or
I
did
just
you realize
missed the
mistake?
timing because I
Gotcha.
missed the timing because I accidentally selected file 3 because my cursor was hovered over file 1, but then it's like if you like shake the Wii remote slightly, then
It gets rid of the cursor and
yeah. Okay, so we'll be doing that again. I already did all the file saving setup, so I can actually do fast Fahrenbit this time. Which, well, kind of,
we can put the bird in the blender again.
Yeah. So basically, I'm doing a dive here, and I want to basically remount my loft wing so that I instantly fly into the zipper that's out of bounds. And so the game wants to push my bird out of the zipper, but when it does so, it winds up just keeping all the speed from the zipper and never like dissipating it. Okay, so this time we actually got in here. It doesn't look quite like Boko Base, but
Something's not right.
yeah, but I'm gonna talk to this Sheikah Stone.
Who's gonna offer to show us some very helpful hint movies
Yeah.
that we can't read because they are in Japanese. Again. And then we're gonna die. Mostly because we need to get put in jail.
I'll be honest, the fact that this works is a miracle beyond miracles, because, like, we literally never use Sheikah Stones ever. This is the only time it's ever useful, and the fact we can reload the map here is just amazing. Otherwise,
It's
this would
just the
not
only
work.
way to get a reload in there.
Yeah, it would just be completely over for this, but we have that Gossip Stone, and it saves us.
Yeah, so we're talking to this Magma who seems to know us even though we've never seen him before.
Are you sure you just don't have amnesia? He's gonna give us back an item that we have never seen before.
And that's convenient, because those can be useful in certain spots. Like now,
Like right now.
we be soft locked.
Yeah. And also, those two pots that are next to that dig spot are like the most trolly things in this game.
Yeah, so in this area, the game's it takes away all your items, but in this main region of Bokoblin Base, there is a chest which contains the Gust Bellows, Claw Shots, and Whip. And so those are all items that you get through either like Silent Realms or just going deep into dungeons. So by getting them now, which is what we're going to be doing, we're kind of just going to skip a lot of things. We're going to end up skipping an entire Silent Realm. We don't need to do the Linear Silent Realm anymore. And we're going to skip a lot of Ancient Cistern and Linear Mining Facility. So it's going to be good. This route change, we do have to go kind of out of our way for early boss rush, but it is absolutely worth it.
Yeah, this saves probably close to like an hour in total, like time save across so many different things. Between making dungeons faster, giving us better routing options all over the place.
We also just get to skip all of Minecart Escort too, which is a blessing.
That's like a 7-minute time save alone. Well, I guess it depends on how you compare it, because like minecart escort is like 7 minutes or something. The process of doing the whole escort skip is faster than 7 minutes. But obviously we don't save 7 minutes by just skipping it. But thankfully we get like other benefits, so it is just basically a 7-minute time save.
So this is supposed to be like a stealth section where we're supposed to like sneak by these bokoblins, but we have weapons and we're not supposed to have them right now because your items normally get taken away from you when you enter Boko base, but there's a specific cutscene that we just kind of skip. So we kind of just run past these Bokos.
It's specifically the cutscene that happens like when you dive into the pillar.
Yeah,
and,
so
it's the volcano exploding,
and it really destroys this region because like you just either kill you can kill all the Bokos, you can just like completely like you can like shoot all the towers down. If you have the bow here, like in a randomizer, you can just shoot the Bokos on the towers and they like die. And
murder them.
So coming up here, we have an exciting trick. We have the only bomb boost in all of Skyward Sword. This is the only one.
I hate this trick.
Very well
First try though, very nice.
Yeah, bomb boosts in this game are garbage because Link basically just falls immediately like downwards upon getting hit, so you just can't get anywhere with bomb boosts. So luckily this one does work. And
yeah, but for whatever reason it works here. We don't really know why, do we? Also, we just blew up that tower in front of that Bokoblin. He's like, yep, nope, everything's fine here.
And this is a setup to get on some weird collision there, and we can skip
Nice.
raising that P-hat.
We have skipped the P-Hut.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna reset the console as soon as I save there, mostly just because I reverse bit warped into this region. It's going to like go onto the like beginning splash screen, so it's not worth waiting for the save and quit. Are you sure you want to quit text?
So now that we are done with that, I would say we go into the hardest RBM of the run, RBW of the run. We got a really beefy one coming up, which is gonna be we're gonna RBW into the Farron trial. So we're gonna have to go all the way to Farron and back in time, and then do a bunch of stuff to get to the Silent Realm, and then put our file in there. This one's a bit of a doozy.
Those are really cool because it puts the Silent Realm in a really weird state.
So we're just gonna do the fast Farron bit setup as normal. Like this is just gonna be the same for the rest of the run, pretty much. And kind of like a constant throughout this run is when you're doing a Farron bit, the first like little bit of it's always the same. We do have the harp now, which is gonna speed it up a little bit, but the first like diving section doesn't really change much. You kind of just do this across all the Farron bits.
Specifically, what the harp does is it allows like. When after you get the harp the first time you dive into the Farron pillar, you get a cutscene of Groose following you into the pillar and then dragging you down to the surface, and you will automatically land at like in the area behind the sealed temple. So by having the harp and back in time, we actually just teleport to behind the temple, which skips a little bit of movement and a load zone.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we still need to reload this area because right now the gate there is blocking the way. But if I reload with file 2, then we're in basically the layer 0 of this area, and the gate just doesn't exist.
Who needs gates?
Oh, there's Fi.
Yeah.
I believe is this Fi? No, this isn't Fi telling us about the trial.
Yeah, it's the trial text, and it's
because from the imprisoned.
Yeah,
flag, that's right.
That's the whole reason that we can get into the Silent Realm now.
Oh right, yeah, because we need the song otherwise. Layers.
So we're gonna actually die. You can die in bit. I'm gonna do it now. We're gonna do it a little like after we save, but you can't die in back in time, and it kind of just reloads you while you're like in back in time. But it's gonna look a little weird.
There are like 2 derivative tricks of back in time that use dying. I believe both death and continue trick use that.
Yeah. You have to be careful in Farron, because there's certain cutscenes that can play by just looking the wrong way, so you have to be really careful with your camera.
Yeah, and there's a cutscene that you can trigger multiple times by looking at it twice, and after the second time, it just soft locks. Because again, we have broken the game to holy hell at this point. The game is literally in shambles right in front of us. Quaking in its boots before us.
So now, all went well. The trial gate is now there, so we can just enter the trial. Yeah, this is just one of the most intense RBWs. There's just so much going on. This is one I always end up getting like hung up on. It's very common for like one little thing to be wrong about your setup, and then it just doesn't work.
All goes to nonsense.
But so yeah, the weirdness doesn't stop. So the trial's in like a weird state because of the RBW. So
as you can see, 64's picked up 2 tiers, and the second tier just hasn't appeared, but the third tier has now. And also, like, he was immediately uncaught the instant he was caught. He actually has to get caught there in order to prevent the trial from soft locking at the end. For reasons.
Yeah, the trial's just not having a good time right now. You're not supposed to do this.
The game is not happy with us. Nice Dusk Relic spawn.
You also have to be careful here because so normally the Waking Water, like, you just walk into it and then the Guardians awaken, and if that happens, it's not usually a big deal, but because of how it works, where like if you get caught, it just immediately gets you uncaught. It'll actually kind of start like a chain where you'll get caught, get uncaught, and then immediately caught again, which just it'll basically just freeze you in place and you get stuck. You can get out if it happens. You can just, if you do like a front hop or something, there's like a frame or 2 of escape, but it's very scary. Like, you can just get stuck.
It's also slow.
Yeah, it's very slow.
Wow, you've got a lot of Dusk Relic spawns. I think I've counted 5. Which is half of them. Nice, made that Waking Water cycle.
Yeah, barely. I think like if I had been like 1 second later, I would have had to front hop over it.
That cycle's pretty tight anyway, so. The fun thing about the Silent Realms is that they are entirely movement based. So it's really a really good test of like your movement skills as a runner.
Yeah, there's really no RNG in any of these trials either. It's pretty much just all how fast can you go.
Yeah, it's all cycle based as well.
Yeah, honestly, these Silent Realms are some of my favorite parts of the run.
I agree. I really enjoyed the Silent Realms casually as a kid, and I think they hold up really well, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like kind of the just pure speed running of just like just like routing out from point to point of how you get all these tiers quickly. But yeah, so here now, this is supposed to be when we get the scale, but Fi's gonna talk to us a bunch.
Yeah, the game is a little confused, and Fi's gonna talk to us. But we're gonna find out that really the true Water Dragon scale was inside us all along.
Yeah, those cutscenes are not meant to play like that. You're not supposed to beat a trial and be rewarded with Fi text. That's not a good reward.
That's the Fi text that's supposed to play at the beginning of the trial, and then you would get the light vessel, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And that's like what you would fill the tiers into.
Yeah, but we really confused the heck out of the game there.
The game is very, very confused. Now we're gonna head back towards Skyloft. Not Skyloft, Skyview.
So many things with sky in them in this game. You'd think it was called Skyward Sword or something.
But not because we want to do anything in Skyview. It's just because Skyview has a very conveniently placed statue.
There's technically one thing we need to do in Skyview.
Oh yeah, there is one thing. I forgot about that. We're gonna talk to a Magma, which is gonna set a very specific flag that we need to get a heart piece later in the game.
Yes, because I referenced earlier about how there's things that are like, if you miss this one trigger, you lock yourself out of something, and this is one of them. In fact, like, this, like, was a hold-up in making this, this latest version of the route, was just figuring out how to fit this one trigger in.
Yeah, there was a lot of routes in the past that have died because they couldn't really fit this in. The main issue is that you need to hit Skyview at a specific layer, because it needs to be on layer 2 specifically, and the trigger for layer 2 is getting the Water Dragon Scale, and the thing that clears layer 2 is beating Ancient Cistern. So any route that wanted to do Ancient Cistern like pretty early kind of just doesn't work properly, because you just wouldn't be able to get that heart piece, and it really sucks.
There was a theoretical Ancient Cistern first route for one of the categories that ended up not working out. I think it was for Hundo that ended up not working out. Although Hundo has a whole mess of other things that AC first doesn't work for because of Thunderhead. Although if you do Ancient Cistern really early, you could do early Thunderhead and then get the song and RBM the trial gate, and that's a whole nother thing. Convenient mushroom spores are convenient.
Yeah, we're getting them for reasons that will become clear in a little bit.
If you had the harp here, you could play the harp to cause this to trigger as well, but we don't have the harp, so we can't do that. You're supposed to have the harp.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you don't actually need to make this goddess wall appear to get this trigger. You just have to talk to the Magma.
Yeah.
Also, I have no reason why the Magmas are in Farron. Like, we're given no other indication that, like, creatures can move between regions.
I think there's some kind of explanation in the game that, like, the Volcano Summit waterfall area, like, feeds into Lake Floria or something. I think that's supposed to be the explanation.
That's a cool explanation, actually.
I
can live with that.
It doesn't help us get between surface regions without going to the sky.
I almost wonder, like, if that's the case, if, like, that was a scrapped part of the game where you were supposed to be able to, like, move between the regions freely.
Yeah, this game, like, literally has, like, no shortcuts between regions. Like, it makes routing surface regions just so difficult sometimes, because
that's not
you're
true,
kind of, like, locked
Jasmix.
to one region for a long time.
We have the Grucinator.
Oh my goodness. The Grucinator is a garbage piece of junk that only gets unlocked after you basically have completed the entire game.
Yeah, basically after you've completed the game, it can only launch you to, like, a few very, very specific locations.
It frustrates
but we
me
will
no
be
end.
using the Grucinator near the end of this run.
Unironically, or, like, for Flood and Farron Woods?
Unironically, in back
Let's
in
go.
time.
Yeah, there's so like back in time, because of the boundaries that are set by like the sky in back in time, you can only reach Farron. Elden, like the entirety of Elden Volcano will just crash in back in time. You can't access any of it, and you can't access Lunaru because you can't actually get there from the sky. But by using the Grucinator, you can reach the Grucinator in back in time. You can get to Lunaru Sandsea, and you can get to Thunderhead in back in time, which otherwise would be completely inaccessible. It's the only way to get back in time to those regions. So you can do wild things like reverse bit warping into the sand ship, which otherwise is just like a completely inconceivable.
I can't wait for the day that we have a route that makes more use of Crucinator. I wish it was not so complicated to get it set up in back in time.
You can make one. When we eventually route the beating the game with as little items as possible, like getting all the item, like getting as much as you can with no items, Crusader Bit would be your only way into Sansi, because it's the only itemless, like theoretically, it's the only way to get into Sansi without the claw shots. So.
Max percent, low percent, or something. What a good category name.
Yeah, so here we're gonna RBW into Ancient Cistern, skip a whole bunch of stuff.
I believe this reverse bit more puts us into the basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna like spawn us out of bounds here too.
The position, the position straight.
So we're in this pool of whatever this is, goop. And so this is, I think, the best example. Yeah, this is. I'd say this is the best example of we can just skip all of the dungeons in this game, because this is the boss key, and then we're gonna climb the statue that's gonna try and kill us, and then
we're gonna be done
with the dungeon. Yeah, this dungeon is pathetically short.
Yeah, it's not just the reverse bit warp that makes this dungeon pathetically short. We're playing on the Japanese version, so we don't actually have access to another glitch called Cistern Clip. But on the North American version 1.0 of this game, there is a 1 pixel seam between the geometry at the entry to Ancient Cistern and the main part of it that you can clip out of bounds through and then get to the basement that way. And on English, that causes English to save 7 minutes in Ancient Cistern over Japanese, but is still 14 minutes slower with the rest of the text or something.
Yeah, we love NTSC 1.0.
We get around that in 100% with that reverse bit warp by just reverse bit warping into the basement. There's some interesting theory crafting with if English text wasn't so painfully slow, would it be fastest? Would that be the fastest version? And would we want to use Cistern Clip instead of Ancient Cistern reverse bit warp?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is that you'd still probably have one reverse bit warp just because of the waterfall.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Although it might mean that the cutscene wrong warp might actually be a thing, but that's a whole nother thing. Because all dungeons does a cutscene wrong warp into Ancient Cistern, so it can get into Ancient Cistern without ever getting the scale. Granted, that part's irrelevant for Hundo because Hundo has to get the scale because of the definition, but...
Also, shout out to that cutscene that just showed us nothing before that we just didn't talk about. The statue is lowered. Normally that would be showing you the top of the statue. But because the statue is lowered, there's
yeah, it's supposed to show off the boss door. But, yeah, because the camera is disconnected from where the boss door actually is, you just see a cutscene of nothing.
Now we get to the fun boss.
Also, I'm going to do a safety save for marathon safety here. If I were to die in this fight without safety saving, I would respawn back in Skyview, which would waste a ton of time.
Would be utterly catastrophic.
Yeah, because we RBW'd into this dungeon, it doesn't actually set our respawn point anywhere, so our respawn point is still the last time we saved.
Yeah.
That's a quirk of both bit warping and reverse bit warping.
This fight's a bit interesting. We need to just take off his arms and then just kind of hit his heart, which is behind the two that are protecting his chest. There's a few things we can do to damage him really quickly in this fight. Actually kind of got some bad RNG here, but
really bad RNG.
Yeah, he is not cooperating.
Yeah, there's some AI manipulation that we do in this fight, but really, like, the beginning phase, there's just kind of RNG.
So if you place 2 bombs down and then like hit them at the same time, they'll both explode into Coloctos and basically just do 2 full bombs of damage, which is enough to just completely obliterate the first phase.
For anyone who cares, it's 80 damage, and I think it's 80 damage exactly that triggers the second phase.
Yeah, and so that's really very useful.
And then in the second phase, they actually nerf all of your weapons to be 1 damage. Except they didn't nerf your Skyward Strike. Or at least they didn't nerf the upgraded Skyward Strike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
So
exclusive.
yeah, we're just gonna chop away the cage and just give him a good old whack with the Skyward Strike, and goodbye.
Yeah. You actually do the same thing with the bow too. It's bow also will just like 2-shot the Coloctos.
Yeah, 'cause you're not supposed to have bow. You can just do it with like 2 uncharged bow shots or something ridiculous. Or,
Yeah.
like double tap A to kill Coloctos.
No, the second phase is ridiculously easy on Hero mode.
It's really nice because it makes Ancient Cistern such a fast dungeon in so many ways. Ancient Cistern is like a fan favorite dungeon. It's also like a speedrunner favorite dungeon because it's so broken.
Yeah, this dungeon's great. There's even like multiple boss key skips, and for like that are actually viable for routes.
Yeah.
Boss key skips in this game are usually pretty terrible.
Yeah.
They're just RBMs, but for some reason all the all the boss key flags are just terrible. But this one, for this dungeon, which honestly doesn't even really need it, there are many good ways to skip the boss key.
I think my personal favorite boss key skip for this game is the bed trick, where we just like wrong warp to the boss door, like or into like the boss entrance. It's also unique because this is the only dungeon where the boss door isn't like directly connected to the boss room or like the boss like stuff.
Yeah.
There's like a whole set of stuff behind the boss key, which is really cool from like a dungeon design standpoint and very cool casually.
So,
But it's the
really
only
quick
reason
overview.
like a bed trick thing works.
One thing I want to mention coming up. So we just met the water dragon for the first time, and we're gonna go up here. We're gonna hit a goddess cube. But that is not the last time we're gonna see the water dragons run. Because if you look closely during this cutscene, if you look into the sky, that's the water dragon. She's right there.
She is.
Yeah, they usually just throw her up there, but you never usually see it. But nope, she's there.
Yeah, that's one of like the developers' favorite tricks in this game is just moving things like way out of bounds instead of just like deleting them.
That's not the only janky thing in this area. No, this region is jank as like
Yeah, well,
crazy jank.
to be fair, we're going backwards, so.
But I hope you guys like clouds. Endgate.
Gate.
There's the clouds.
Cloud. I forgot about the cloud thing. And now here's Link.
Yeah. So
Yeah, this is kind of glitchy because we are going through the area backwards.
Yeah, backwards and after beating the dungeon, which advances the area state, so we never actually did the stuff we were supposed to do the first time.
Nice
in
dive roll.
Victoria animation.
Yeah.
Also, shoutouts to the second gate that we had to see a cutscene for.
yeah, Lake Floria I think has to be like one of the just most skippable regions. Like this, like the entire like region of Lake Floria has been skipped in any percent since day one. We found layers like we originally found a fence hop method, just get out of bounds and fair and super easy that just completely skips Lake Floria. And since then, I think we found 4 separate methods for skipping Lake Floria without back in time, even more with back in time. And yeah, no, Lake Floria just never even stood a chance in this game.
Or like, I feel so bad for Lake Floria because it's a fun little like swimming tutorial area.
Yeah, it's literally just completely absent from every single route. There has never been a route of this game that has to do main Lake Floria. It's great.
Can't wait for all permanent rupees to come in and have to do it.
I mean, you can still do all permanent rupees backwards. So yeah,
Is it worth it though? But anyway.
So we're now doing Sealed Grounds 1, 2 hours
Except
into
it's
the
not
run.
really Sealed Grounds 1 anymore. Beating Ancient Cistern is what causes those tracks to appear. And those tracks are the bane of routers' existence as well. There's a lot of things that we hate as routers, the more I think about it. If those tracks don't exist, the game crashes in a lot of scenarios. And also, if Groose is not present in the Sealed Grounds, the game likes to crash. And there are, like, 7 different things that can change Groose's state in the Sealed Grounds.
Yeah, this is actually like one of the things that's like always been a requirement for any percent, because you used to always have to fight the Imprisoned 2, and the Imprisoned 2 fight will always crash if you both don't have the Grucinator and then have it beat in Fire Sanctuary. Like, you need to beat Fire Sanctuary to access the fight, and then you always need to beat Cistern, not to beat the dungeon because you never needed to, but because if you didn't beat Cistern, the Grucinator wouldn't be there and the Imprisoned fight would just crash.
There's no Groose. There's no Groose tracks.
It's super unfortunate. That was like a huge holdup in the route for a while.
Yeah, for a long. It's the main reason that, like, after RBM and Fahrenbit was discovered, that any percent was still like 2.5 hours for a long time.
Yeah, and the entire reason that we ended up skipping that with the early boss rush route is that by fighting Imprisoned 1 in boss rush, it'll actually just give you the flag of beating Cistern, the Grucinator being there. So that's why we were able to skip it.
It just makes it Groose. Just Grucifies the Sealed Grounds.
Yeah, so this is like also super early game stuff. Like, this is supposed to be your first trip to Fair in like 15 minutes into the run or something.
Yeah,
but
we've just been we're really late. Sorry, Impa, we overslept.
this place has like actually changed, like it's changed position in the route many times, because this used to just be like the first thing you did on Fair when you landed. Then it got moved to right after Skyview because you used the coordinates in this temple to RBW into Eldon. Now we have no reason to even come here. Like, we just do Eldon normally now. So it's gotten moved a lot.
It's really interesting how, like, inconsequential this area is. Overall. Although we do need the beacon from this area. That's also part of the 100% definition.
It's actually the main thing we're here for, because Impa through this long cutscene will give us like a beacon tutorial, and we get 1 beacon from it.
Yeah, you need to have all 5 beacons at the end of the run, like, unlocked. And in Linear Desert, they actually just give you 4 more beacons. They don't set it to 5. It's just +4.
Yeah, also, the Impa beacon placement is like, we like to joke that it's the first boss in Skyward Sword speedruns.
You mean the first boss isn't the eggs in the wing ceremony?
That too, but like, Impa is so picky about that beacon placement.
It's absurd. Especially considering that you place them with motion controls.
Yeah, because, like, the idea is that beacon is supposed to be on that upper ledge in the behind the temple area, like that transition area, like, to go to Farron Woods. But yeah, it just results in just being weird, where it's like, you place down the beacon, Impa rejects it, and then you pick it back up and place it down in the same spot, and then Impa's like, oh, that's fine.
So now we are doing, I think, the only instance of continue trick in this run.
Yeah.
Which is a glitch that I honestly barely understand. It's very uncommon to ever have this in your route.
I also only vaguely understand continue trick.
But hey, it's Rena.
Yeah, so basically what happened was I started my file like right at the start of the fade out for the sleep, and then I respawned in the loading zone that I entered in bit, except on my actual file. So it's kind of a nice way to teleport back to Skyloft and combine it with a sleep. Because otherwise leaving Seal Temple's kind of slow.
Oh, you get credit for that sleep?
Yes. So I'm going to talk to Beatrice now because I just slept.
Continue trick is like a derivative of bed trick, I think. I think you get continue trick if you're like late on bed trick or something.
Early, but yeah.
Oh, it's early? Okay.
So yeah, essentially it was like I did bed trick, but I started my file way too early. But I did it intentionally. But it is also really picky on the timing of when you start, because you have a wide latitude in getting the continue trick, but you have a very small number of frames where the sleep will actually count for Beatrice progression.
So now we're going to start doing side quests. Those are a thing that exist.
Yeah, so I got the mushroom spores earlier in Skyview, and now I'm turning them in, because these somehow heal this bird.
You don't ask questions. Sprinkle it on.
You know, what I really want to know is, like, why bird medicine is made of something that's, like, primarily found on the surface that no one goes to.
I also want to know why, it's been, like, around Skyloft, if you ever fall off the Skyloft, or you just fall off of it, there's these, like, night people that are on Mothwings that will go, like, pick you up from the ground and, like, oh, don't fall off Skyloft, you moron. And they don't bother to go save this poor woman who, like, fell, I guess, crashed her Loftwing onto this really tiny island.
She didn't fall off of Skyloft. That's outside of their their responsibility.
Outside their pay range.
Not their problem.
So I guess we have to go deal with it.
Besides, then there will only be 75 gratitude, or 70 gratitude.
Okay, so now we're going back to Lineru, because now we're going to want to do LMF. Because we do want the harp now. We didn't want to do this earlier because for when we wanted items, and then you want to wait to get the harp until you just get past certain triggers, like Seal Guns 1. But now it's like pretty convenient time to go do this.
It's never a convenient time to do LMF.
I mean, ideally we just skip it, but that's not really possible. LMF is kind of superfluous to this run. Again, it's really just a heart container in just got like dungeon clothing because it's all you need from it.
Yeah.
And these are those fun beacons.
Something that really sucks about LMF, or about LB, I guess about LMF, is that there are some scenarios where with Boss Rush we can get the boss's heart container to spawn in the respective dungeon for the boss. Specifically in Sandship, there's something that we can do with Boss Rush to get Tantalus' heart container to show up in Sandship without beating Tantalus normally. And that's like the only place we can do it. If we could do it with Moldarok and Moldarok's heart container at the end of LMF, somehow we could probably save a ton of time in LMF.
Yeah, LMF is honestly like kind of a glitch hunter's nightmare because there's very few things we need in LMF, but like the one thing that would be awesome would be a boss key skip, but the flag for skipping the LMF boss key is like the worst flag in the game. So there's just
I'm pretty sure it's the single worst RBMable flag in the game.
Yeah. Like, it's technically possible, but I think it's like a 5 or 6, 7 minute commitment or something. It's just... And the setup you need for it is obscene.
Yeah. And it's magnitude slower than just doing it at that point.
Yeah.
Bid is really interesting from a routing perspective because there are a lot of invisible or like hidden time sinks in it because... the actual, like, action of doing something in Back in Time takes time, but you also have to account for setup time and stuff like that, and dying and stuff like that, and, like, health routing and such. And so there's a lot of like invisible time loss when we add like an RBM that like needs a very specific setup in if we don't already have like a convenient way to set it up. I think one of like the really cool examples of that is that there's an RBM that you can do to skip Girahim 1 in Skyview that an old any percent route did only because it already needed to be back in time in Skyview because it needed to do some file management. It was the only reason it was viable to do that skip. Otherwise, it was slower to skip the boss than it was to just fight it.
Yeah, Bit's honestly unlike a lot of other tricks in Zelda games, because like, Bit a lot of the time doesn't actually save that much time. It's really when you can do the big skips that it starts to save a lot of time, but like, even like in Earth Temple, which you can skip pretty much the entire dungeon, that RBM only saves about like 12 or something seconds in total, because doing Earth Temple fast is just not that much slower than just doing the RBM, because like Bit requires dying, watching all the Bit cutscenes, then actually doing the stuff in Bit, which can be pretty lengthy. So it's only in like a lot like certain cases where Bit's even faster.
Yeah, I think like the fastest possible RBM is like 40 seconds or something. And they get slower very fast.
There's another death. Actually wasn't accounting for these deaths in my death count, so I actually think the total death count goes up to 49. Because I think you do 3 deaths in Bit in this run. Or 2. Also, this is a nice little Goron. And we're at the door. I don't know what just happened. We just go with it. It's finally gonna talk to us.
Yeah, just a huge amount of triggers, but what we want is this cutscene of Link walking into Skyview for the first time, because it's going to correspond to LMF coming out of the ground. So that skips the whole sequence of having to go to all the power generators, activate them, and then activate the main generator and all that stuff.
This is why watching this run, if you don't know anything about Skyward Sword, that's why it's so complicated, because that completely nonsensical sequence of events we just did to get to Skyview and back in time and enter it opened up a completely different dungeon. Sure.
It's actually the same RBM that we did earlier too, in Linear Gorge to save the Thunder Dragon.
That was slightly different, but yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the flag that's like a slightly different flag that sets in that chain of events.
Yeah, it's like the cutscenes kind of like split into like 3 different parts that each have their own flag associated with them.
Yeah.
So yeah, and thus it's like we wind up going into effectively like a different layer of the Deep Woods area for each of them. And here's one of the cases of we get a heart piece and then we immediately want to take a bunch of damage.
We don't want to die though.
Yeah, you actually got to be careful around electric chews, because usually chews are a really good way to damage yourself, but electric ones will shock you, and then when they're shocking you and they're like eating you at the same time, they're gonna guarantee take 4 hearts of damage, so you got to be kind of careful around them.
Yeah, they are a beast. They're great for damaging down as a result of that. They do 4 hearts of damage at a time.
Nice jump slash. That would.
Yeah, I don't think that was your intention there, 64.
That was RNG manipulation for boss rush.
Yeah, whenever something goes wrong in these runs, that's what we like to say, because we desperately need boss rush RNG manipulation.
We'll get to boss rush when we get to boss rush.
And that's not for a couple hours still.
Boss rush is... Yeah.
It is an RNG fest.
It is both the greatest thing that has happened to Skyward Sword routing, because it allows us to do so much, and it is also like the literal worst thing that can kill so many of your runs 6 hours in, so... It gives and it takes. But
boss
anyway,
rush giveth and
LMAF.
boss rush taketh. Welcome to LMAF.
So this dungeon gets completely destroyed because of one RBM we're gonna do. We already have Gust Bellows, so we kind of just already like skip half the dungeon just by having it. So we just have to get to the end now. and one RBM is gonna let us do that.
Yeah, we also have to get the boss key, and that is honestly like 90% of this dungeon is just getting to the boss key.
Yeah, if we didn't have to get the boss key, we'd be able to do a different route, probably, where we would bit warp instead of do some RBMs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we need to go to the academy. We need to again be on the like state of the academy that just has nothing loaded. So we're just gonna not select a file until we enter.
Yeah, also I'm gonna need to do some file manipulation, like, while I'm doing this RBM, which is kind of a little bit complicated. And I kind of need to make sure I get it right, but... Mainly I just need to copy a file, like, during the text that... because I'm talking to Fledge again.
And this file copy is actually extremely important. This is like run dead if you don't do the file copy, I think.
Yeah, or at least, like, it'll, like, lose a lot of time later. But here's advantage of having the whip, which you're not supposed to have in this dungeon. Is that we can just, like...
that faster.
Yeah, we get to whip that lever from the sink sand.
Yeah, this is honestly like one of the coolest things about this 100% route because having all these items early just lets you do so many cool things in dungeons. Like Ancient Cistern also gets kind of destroyed by having other items early, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, claw shot specifically really breaks Ancient Cisterns.
Yeah, claw shots are completely broken. They are so useful.
And yeah, I got a rupee, which we try to dodge rupees as much as we can, but sometimes sometimes you just can't avoid it. There's a specific point later on where I'm probably going to just be forced into a rupee text, so it's not the biggest deal. But it's kind of annoying. But yeah, so that wind gate there is was open, and that's what the RBM did. And now we're in an auto-scroller. And while we're in the auto-scroller, I'm going to use that revitalizing potion because I absolutely do not want to die in this dungeon.
Yeah, the upcoming room is probably just the hardest room in the entire game to do. There's just a lot of movement, a lot of item stuff you need to do, so it can be kind of hard. And there's a very annoying enemy which can just snipe you out of nowhere. So
yeah, this room feels like it's hard for literally no reason other than it can be.
yeah, it's a lot. It's a very long room too.
Yeah. It's a very cool culmination casually of like everything you've done in LMF up to that point. But
that's bad. Okay, well,
You're gonna have to move over, maybe. Yeah.
oh no.
Okay, well, yay, time loss. Yay.
This is
This has never happened before in practice. I just got impatient. So now I gotta wait.
Yes. Very good.
Yeah, well, I guess we can talk about other things while I wait for this minecart.
It is a trick. I'm gonna just coin the super awesome cool strat you can do after blowing this thing, where like, it's really hard to get. It's like insanely precise, but if you time it perfectly, you can get a roll and land on the platform to like where the door is before the platforms go away. Because otherwise you just have to void out and then respawn there, which is a little bit slower. And it's super cool if you can get it, but then, yeah, like there, you just kind of canceled the guess was a little too early, because when you're trying to time it, you basically just need to be like frame tight with it, so...
I don't actually think I've ever seen that done. That does sound very cool.
It's insanely precise. It's
yeah, I can
not
imagine.
easy.
You don't have to fully expose those time shift crystals. You could just expose it a little bit and then throw it
Did
on
I
it.
go far
I think you
enough?
made it.
Yeah.
It looked like you did.
Okay, yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's some pretty tight movement there. To get past those conveyors before the bomb goes off.
Yeah, ironically, I think on the HD version it's a lot more lenient, but yeah, on the Wii version it's pretty tight to get that.
HD has a lot of weird differences. HD is just a little weird in a lot of ways.
Yeah, HD is really funny to me because the HD 100% speedrun is actually faster than the Wii 100% speedrun, and HD does not have back in time. It's pretty much a glitchless run. Like, you don't really have anything.
It's faster purely on text.
Yeah, it's faster just because there's so much text in this run, and the text in HD is just so fast. So it's pretty great.
Yeah, I think you're getting all of the examples of how much the Centrobe in this room can be super annoying.
This guy can really mess you up. Especially because, like, in older routes of this category, you do this room on 2 hearts, and he can sometimes just snipe you out of nowhere.
Yeah, like, Centrobes are the one enemy that does not follow the oops off-screen rule. Like, they are just eternally active.
He might just be... sometimes the Centrobe will just be, like, up against the wall, just, like, facing it for no reason. He'll just be chilling there.
Yeah, sometimes the Centrobe will be, like, basically right where I am, and, like, sometimes the Centrobe can even snipe you in this next area.
I've actually had it before that, like, I've caught the Centrobe mid-fire in the cutscene of the door opening. Like, trying to snipe me. I've also gotten, like, sniped out of my backflip before there.
Yeah.
Centrobes are violent.
They wake up and choose violence every day.
Alright, so yeah, that entire room was just for the boss key, and now we can finally go back and go beat the dungeon. Get one last good look at the Centrobe. Goodbye, buddy. He needs a name. We never named him.
Yeah, we probably should come up with a name.
Do we not have a name for the Centrobe, really?
No, I think we just call it the Centrobe, because it's the only one. It's the upcoming fight, Moldarek. It's probably my favorite fight in the game, just like execution-wise. There's a lot of cool things you can do in this fight.
Also, Fi, it has to explain to us that this is a boss door, as though we haven't seen 3 of them already.
See, also haven't really explained these boss keys, but they're just basically a little puzzle you just have to like maneuver. And the pattern that the boss key spawns in is just the same every single time. So you just have to memorize like the motion of your arm to like just move in that way. So they can be a little weird. This one specifically is actually like the hardest one in the game because all the sides kind of look the same. But just again, you just kind of learn a motion and you're fine. So now we got the big scorpion.
Okay.
So a little fun thing about this fight is it's actually easier to do this fight with a shorter sword, because as you like get different swords at the game, when you upgrade it, the sword just gets longer. And for this fight specifically, the damage your sword doesn't matter because it's just hit based. And so having a longer sword will just mean your sword will clank with the back of his claws more often, and so it can actually be like really bad to have a long sword.
Yeah, it's really obnoxious in boss rush if Moldarek comes up, because you keep your sword through boss rush. It's the one item that you keep across across the fights.
Yeah, so that was a very nice ending to the Moldarek fight. If you back him against a wall, you can just kind of chain like the stabs on his eye, and he'll just really quickly die. Also, this is the longest unskippable cutscene of the game. It's about 55 seconds of just nothing, so... This game doesn't really have bathroom breaks, but, I mean, you can try with this one. It's the best you got.
It's the obligatory stretch break.
It is.
Yeah.
The next one is after Imprisoned 2.
Yeah, all the fights that have like really long cutscenes are like this one, all the Imprisoned fights have super long cutscenes.
I mean, we only do 2
Analysts
of
and
them
Levias.
now, so. Oh god, Tentacles. Oh yeah, Levias. I forgot about the Levias one. That's such a good point. Levias. That cutscene is obnoxious.
Alright, so now we're done with LMF. Like, we did it the normal way. We're not cheating this time. And so now we're gonna get the second time.
We did kind of cheat.
It wasn't enter the dungeon, immediately leave the dungeon complete, though. It wasn't like, we did like not even 70, we did like 40% of the dungeon.
I'd say 7. No, 40% is probably a good estimate. I forgot that we also skip left side.
Boss key remote alone kind of accounts for like 40% of the dungeon.
40% of the dungeon.
Yeah. It's the one thing that nobody ever wants to ping in rando.
Yeah.
As soon as you, like, ping in that direction and you see that the boss key chest might be something, it's like, oh god.
That's when you start crying and you go roll a new seed.
This is like one of the really parts of, again, like there's a lot of downtime after beating LMF. But now we get the harp for the second time.
Yeah, I think we're coming up on another Skyloft segment, so we'll have a little bit of downtime again here.
We still got a little bit before then.
Yeah, we
how did I roll back into the trigger?
Yeah, so this is the same thing as the way so many cutscenes get from earlier. You can just like side hop out of these cutscenes, but yeah, the trigger is still there, so you can just roll back into it.
I don't even know how I managed to roll into it, like with the back right roll, but like that feels
That's
really
never
bad.
happened before.
I don't know if that's never happened before, but it's
probably not.
It's just a feels bad, man.
Yeah, so this is Temple of Time is another region that's a part of the you can skip this super easily, so no one ever does it in any speedrun like club. But unlike the other ones, like you kind of have to do it in this route just because you want to get this cube, and then there's a little statue at the beginning of it that you have to get. So you do like half of Temple of Time here, but other than that, like this region just completely sucks. It's awful. It's really boring. It's really not any, but you don't have to do any speedruns. So. And there's a Boko upcoming that can just ruin your life if he doesn't choose to like you that day.
Yeah, because angling the Skyward Strike is really dumb.
So I guess we never really mentioned, I mean, I think we mentioned like the very beginning of the run, the treasures, but like we start the run with just all the treasures. With hero mode, you can just do a new game plus. Like when you beat the game, it'll be like, hey, do you want to restart your file with hero mode? And then when it does that, it'll just carry over all your treasures. So the file we're using has 99 of every treasure and bug. So we're just never gonna have to bother with getting any of them. It's very nice, because collecting treasures is just a pot of RNG and sadness, so it's really nice that we don't have to bother with them.
It's actually really interesting in the 100% note like route in HD though, because there's a decent amount of static treasure spawns, and you do enough combat for the most part that it's not that big of an issue, which is always really interesting. Also, Vicelius had to use the claw shots here.
Yeah.
For reasons.
Yeah.
I think beating LMF puts Linear Desert in the appropriate layer for the Phi trigger to exist, and then claw shots is the trigger for it. Yes.
Because you're supposed to get the claw shots from the Linear Silent Realm, yeah, we got the claw shots another way.
Don't tell Nintendo.
The Nintendo ninjas are watching.
Alright, so on the list of things that are super annoying to route, this guy He sucks. Because he
guy.
is the only thing that gives us the cave's key, like the linear, it's just a small key for that door. It's really the only way into Sansi. He is the worst, because he's a very easy way to ruin your route.
Yeah.
Can't we take the small key from Gorge? If
But
we
that
really
requires
need to?
accessing Gorge Layer 1, which we never see in this run. Because we
Yeah.
only see Layer 0 and Layer 2. Because Layer 0 is the default, or like, state that we get by going there early, and Layer 2 is after you complete the minecart escort.
Alright, so now we're in Sansi. This region's weird. It's kind of segmented, like you have, we're not really gonna see much of it right now, but it's kind of like this big area that has 4 separate regions. Like you have this harbor area, Skipper's Retreat, the shipyard, and Pirate Stronghold, along with the sand ship for the dungeon. We're gonna end up doing this this area in 2 parts. We're gonna do like part of it now. We're gonna do some setup, and then after this, we're gonna like do Skyloft and then come back, and then do the rest of it. Because there are certain things we want to do in this area to just speed it up later on. And the main one right now is we actually want to just beat the pirate stronghold. We can just RBM the flag and beating it. So we're just going to go do that right now.
Yeah. Now, this is probably one of the scariest RBMs in terms of, like, knowing whether you succeeded or failed. Because you don't really get any indication, and you don't have... Oh, I'm dumb. I need to actually select file 1 there. So that's kind of a demonstration of, like, the auto-commit and why this fast faring bit works, is because it basically triggers the... Because at the start of that cutscene, it sets the flag for the Thunderhead being open. But then if we move away and we select a different file, that cutscene doesn't actually get a chance to play. But we still got the flag from it, so we can use that to get to the sky.
And so this RBM, it's probably the weirdest looking RBM of the run. We're actually just going to kill a Bokoblin, and then by killing that Bokoblin, it's going to set a flag. That's why this RBM is so annoying. Like this one, not only do we not see the like shark head being up or down, like which is what the RBM does, but like, I mean, like nothing happens. So it can just kind of be like up in the air if you got it. So this one is another like run killer one where you'll just be like, all right, I'm like 3 hours into my run, I'm chilling, I'm on a good pace, and then the shark head's not open, and you just lose 5 minutes. So you're just not having a good time.
Yeah, because this depends on the state of the sealed grounds before you get Harp, basically. And the very next RBM we're going to do is we're going to copy over the setup file for this RBM, which is the one that we copied when we were in LMF. But yeah, that should be good, because we heard the Skyward Strike hit the bogas.
Now we need to open this like hit the Timer's Stone. You really need to make sure you do this, because if you do not do this, you can still get on the boat, but it will just freeze and not work at all. Like, it's funny how the game doesn't crash or anything. You can actually get on the boat, but it's gonna be the boat that's like the present, that's all like old and decrepit, and you'll just be stuck there not being able to move forever, just on a broken boat. So it's really weird, but you do need to hit that. It's very important. And so the second RBM we're going to do here is actually just, we're going to RBM a statue, specifically the one in the shipyard, just because when we come back here later, we want to be able to land there, for a lot of reasons. But, and this RBM is also really quick. We do need to copy a file here, and then the RBM we need is just talking to the potion lady, so we can just do that real quick.
Yeah. Although we do need to talk to the potion lady twice, actually, which is interesting. It's because there's... this is the text for getting air potion. And then I'm going to talk again. This is the text for unlocking stamina potion. And that's the flag that we want to RBM. We can barely get this claw shot target from here. And then this is kind of annoying. We need those Araka to fall from the ceiling, because that's the commit for the RBM. And we also want to hit the Goddess Cube, but sometimes your Skyward Strike will wind up targeting one of the Araka and miss the Goddess Cube, and that's really annoying.
Actually, to kind of expand on that, this game is a really annoying mechanic where this, like, when you're slashing at something, if you're like kind of roughly facing it, it'll just like auto adjust your like sword slash to be towards that thing. So a common thing is, like, if you're slashing near barrels, it's very common for your sword to just, like, even if you're not even looking at it, it'll just, your sword will start just attacking the barrels for no reason, because it thinks they're an enemy. So there's one specific part in the beginning of the run where, like, you can just get caught slashing barrels instead of slashing what you want to slash. It could just be really annoying.
Yeah. So now that we have access to Sansi, we can finally go back to Gorge on our main file. So we're kind of having a slight deja vu here, where we're going to do the same thing we did before, except now we're doing it on our main file instead of a separate setup file. And it's all because of that Sansi key that we have to do this twice.
Sansi is just the worst region. It actually is just awful. There's so many annoying things about Sansi. So, are you gonna die to Imp 2 here too?
Yep.
Alright, yeah. Yeah, dying to Imp 1 gives you certain flags, and then dying to Imp 2 gives you more flags. So,
yeah,
we're just
I mean,
gonna...
Imp 2 pretty much just gives you the flag for defeating Imp 2. Imp 1 is the one that gives you a ton. Let's see if I can actually... Yeah, that's what I was trying to do the first time.
Hardest trick in the run. Like, unironically,
Yeah.
that is
Unironically, getting
difficult.
stomped is hard.
And we've died to Imp 1 twice already, and we're not actually gonna fight him. Like, we never actually had to fight him, but we do need to die to his feet twice.
Yeah, unless we get it in actual boss rush. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that.
So Imp 2 is a fight, but we are going to completely skip it this run. Like, Imp 2 is just completely absent, again, from the main route. There are 3 imprisoned fights, and we are only going to have to fight the 3rd one in the main route, and then we're probably going to have to fight Imp 3 about 3 times, because he's one of the most common fights to get during boss rush. So, you basically just replace the other 2 Imp fights with 3 Imprisoned 3 fights.
Which is not ideal.
No.
Granted, it is better than 1 Imprisoned 1, 1 Imprisoned 2, and 3 Imprisoned 3, I suppose.
I actually don't think so. Well, I guess, like, Imp 3 is just awful.
And it's still 2 less fights.
I guess true, yeah.
Because, you are always going to do 3 Imp 3s, basically, because we're never getting rid of boss rush.
But yeah, Imprisoned 2 is actually, like, of the Imprisoned fights, it's by far the hardest, but it is also by far the fastest. You can kind of just destroy him. because you there's a specific strat you can do to stay on his head. So you can basically just chain hits on the spike and just murder him. But I mean, we're probably not gonna see it this run just because we're probably not gonna fight Imp 2. Imp 2 is probably, I think, the rarest fight to get in boss rush.
And for some reason, I've gotten it like so many times in all my recent practice for this. It's ridiculous. But not that I feel like I've had terrible boss rush RNG recently, but it's one of those things where I've had so much good boss rush RNG recently that I feel like I've exhausted my my quota of good boss rush RNG. And I'm probably gonna get like double Tantalus and Horde or something.
But now we're kind of at a point in this route where we're kind of just chilling. We don't really have... We're just gonna do a lot of collection for a bit. I'd say with 100%, in this game specifically, there's kind of like a drop-off point where the run goes from being pretty intense and pretty difficult to kind of just relaxing. This is kind of where that transition is made, because at this point, most of the really difficult RBMs are kind of behind us. We're now in mostly clear waters.
Yeah, we're in the phase where we're just gonna do the things that we don't do in other categories for the most part.
Yeah. And it's interesting because in older routes, it was usually a little earlier than this. But this route, you kind of like crunch more things into the beginning of the run and make time for stuff later. Because you used to do this about like about 30 minutes earlier in the route, but now we pushed it back. But when we used to do this, we also wouldn't have beaten Cistern already, so that is where like that time save comes from. But yeah, so now we're gonna be doing, I think we're doing Life Tree Seedling M, I assume.
Not quite yet. We'll be
yet.
It'll be soon, like after this next Skyloft segment.
Nah, okay. Not the same as the other round. I think this is gonna be it's either the longest or the second longest Skyloft trip for the run. We're gonna get a lot done.
I feel like this can't be the longest, considering we have the cleanup at the end where we turn everything in.
Yeah, this one, Skyloft 5 and Skyloft 6 are all really long. This one is the main reason we're gonna have this, though, is we need to do the whole Thunderhead sequence, and this is another part where this game being annoying to route comes in, because there's you can completely skip this sequence normally. There's a trick called Early Thunderhead, which is just opening Thunderhead early, and it basically just makes all of this irrelevant. You don't have to like do any of the quest where you like talk to this guy, get the propeller, fix the windmill, like all of that you just skip. But we can't really do that in this run because we specifically need Scrapper, and Scrapper is only fixable at a specific point in this quest. So unfortunately 100% is kind of just stuck doing this long Skyloft section. Even though like we are gonna actually do Early Thunderhead after we get Scrapper, we just need to get there first. So it's kind of unfortunate, but and this is also another thing where like 100% no source requirement would just completely skip this. You would just RBM crystals instead and not get Scrapper.
Yeah, because we could duplicate crystal packs as well as individual crystals and no source requirement. And that's like the extent of what we can duplicate. We can duplicate heart pieces unless we want to duplicate the fourth. We can't duplicate the fourth heart piece. We can duplicate individual crystals. We can duplicate crystal packs. And that's really about it. I think theoretically we could duplicate bottles, but I think that the circumstances and the setup needed there would make it next to impossible.
Yes, these crystals are also fun. There's a really precise trick you can do where if you call Phi, like right as you touch the crystal, it's like the same frame, you can get a cutscene skip of like the crystal being put in your inventory. It is obscenely precise, but it is possible.
It's one of those things that you kind of just get the hang of with practice eventually. Like I got fairly consistent at it when I was regularly doing on 100% runs.
It's kind
but
of
we
one
can
of those things
also
that,
just skip them with the normal cutscene skip mechanism when we
yeah.
have the ability to jump slash.
Yeah, but the indoor ones, are the ones where you can't jump slash, so it becomes a lot more... Yeah, because that's where basically the Phi method is the only method that we can use to skip them, and yeah. Yeah, I got them somewhat consistently in practice, but yeah, I think it's just like... I don't know. I still have one more opportunity in this segment to get Phi tech skip, or a Phi crystal tech skip.
So a little fun fact, actually, that crystal that 64 just got with the beetle, you can't actually get that without the beetle. There's a RBW from like a statue in Fire Sanctuary, which corresponds with like the rafters in the ceiling that you can use to just get that crystal without the beetle. It's really cool.
Wait, I didn't know that. That's super cool.
It was actually found kind of recently because it was testing for max percent without getting items, so that was recently discovered.
That's funny.
Ah, there we go. Nice.
Yeah.
And also this from... You can actually get this item, like there's a heart piece in Zelda's closet. You can get this with a clip from the other room, but you get stuck because her door is locked. So
yeah, you can like...
with it.
You can roll into the desk chair in the room next door to sit at a chair that you're not supposed to be able to sit in because they just made it so that you can't like reach the text box for it normally. But if you do it, you can then like get onto the desk by unsitting and then jump on some just like generic collision. And then sleep through the wall. And Link will just jump through the wall in the cutscene.
Actually got patched in HD because like some collision stuff in HD got messed up. So there's actually quite a few tricks that just don't work anymore.
Are we getting Fledge his drugs now?
We are gonna become a supplier. It's alright. It's for a good cause. He's just trying to work out. As you know, if you're struggling to work out, you know, there's always the alternatives.
Just take some roids.
So one other annoying thing about the movement in the bazaar is there's this big trigger around the fortune teller guy where he'll yell at you and talk about his piercing eyes, and we do not want to see that text. So that's why if you've noticed me like taking this really wide path in the bazaar, that's why, because I'm trying to dodge that trigger.
Yeah, moving in the bazaar is whack.
Eventually the trigger goes away when we get to a later layer of Skyloft. I don't remember what the trigger for it is, though.
It's when the fortune teller loses his crystal ball.
Which is true Master Sword, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, it's like
or
that.
Talking to Zelda in the... like, it's like the Gate of Time or something like that.
Something like that. I think it is the Gate of Time.
One of the Crystal Quest triggers is True Master Sword, I think. But regardless.
Let's get these handy dandy item upgrades, of which Scattershot is completely useless, and the beetles are like, okay.
I like to use Scattershot to make sure I don't miss the commit in Fire Sanctuary, because those owl statues are obnoxious.
Yeah, well, there's actually one point where the Scattershot actually winds up being kind of useful, specifically in a bid sequence.
However, the quick beetle and the tough beetle are immensely useful.
Yeah. The beetle is now no longer, like, horribly slow. At least until it's carrying an item. Then it becomes slow again, but...
Kind of unfortunate, because, like, in, like, any percent routes that would do this, you still wouldn't upgrade the beetle, because it's fast, but it doesn't save enough time over the run to be worth it. But using the quick beetle is a lot of fun.
Yeah, the beetle can be a little clunky to control sometimes, and the quick beetle only exacerbates that, but it's still so much fun.
Alright, so this guy lost the windmill,
I don't think he lost the windmill.
I guess.
Yeah, and it's not the windmill that's gone, it's the propeller on
I
the windmill.
guess, yeah. The propeller.
The entire windmill got lifted off of Skyloft and sent somewhere else.
Yeah,
I wonder if we could get
Zant doesn't exist yet, so thankfully, we can't have that happen.
So, want to give a huge shout out to that chimney. Ruining the movement in that area, it is just wonderful. And so this is Malara. She's just like the rest of us. She can't clean her room, so we need to do it for her.
relatable.
And the method is by taking like a leaf blower and just blowing everything away. Because this is how you
blow
do
away
it.
all the dust. Yeah, because that's definitely going to get rid of the dust.
Yeah. And we'll see what happens in like a minute or so.
Yeah. We always joke about the fact that, you know, you sleep and the dirt comes back and the dust comes back. But honestly, that's pretty realistic. That is exactly what would happen in this scenario. The dust would just settle back down.
It's basically just a reverse vacuum cleaner. We're just pushing it all away instead of just like actually using it. This is just the most inefficient method of cleaning, but hey, we get paid for it, so it's a win in my book.
Yeah, I mean, the rupees that we get are largely irrelevant. It's the thing that we really need is this gratitude crystal pack.
Yeah, if you notice, our wallet maxes out at 300. I don't know if we've hit max rupees yet or not. But we don't actually pick up any wallet upgrades until the very end of the run because we don't have to worry about rupee routing because of the treasure carryover. That's another thing that treasure carryover kind of is nice for, but also kind of ruins in a way, because there's some really interesting rupee routing that you can do to spend money at key points and, you know, get wallet upgrades at key points and like make good timing for that, so that you can buy all the stuff in Beetle's shop more easily.
Yeah, but yeah, I demonstrated the fact that the dust comes back.
Now we're gonna, damaging water is actually like one of the fastest ways to damage in this game, because as you can kind of see, we are at like 11 hearts now, so damaging is just not, like, we need to do a lot of it, so we're gonna use like kind of slower ways, but ways that just damage us really quickly.
Yeah, water's a really convenient way to damage down, thankfully. It's really nice if, like, later in the game you mess up and end up on Skyloft and have to die to, like, get back to your respawn point or something.
Yeah. Now he's gonna ask us for an ancient flower, but we have 99 in our pocket, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, here's one of the longest text sequences in the game, unfortunately. Because, yeah, so we need to repair Scrapper and eventually return the windmill propeller in order to unlock all the other Scrapper side quests that give us gratitude crystals. So, unfortunately, we do need to revive Scrapper. And there's not really any way around this. In theory, this is RBMable, but the problem is you'd still have to watch like 90% of the cutscene anyway, so it doesn't wind up even being worth doing that. So yeah, because I accidentally rolled into that one phi trigger after LMF, you see that on the dowsing screen it showed the propeller. If I had actually like correctly gotten that phi text skip, it would just show Zelda's face in that top slot for the rest of the run. Yeah, so I guess for people who have been here, I guess we can, the commentators can kind of just like reintroduce themselves. Since we got a question in chat.
I am Jaznix. And he's currently muted, but the co-commentator is CJS.
You had terrible timing, because I literally was just walking back to my computer to be like, to say who I was.
The awkward silence getting to me. So now we're gonna die again, because that's what we do. This is actually like a completely new RBM. This one only got added recently, because of a rule change that allowed RBMing items, this one kind of became like a legal RBM, so... so we're gonna be RBMing the Battle of the Goddess, which is one of the songs.
One of the few items that we can, like, RBM from source.
And it's also, like, actually violent. Like, you can do some
like,
other ones, but they're just
useful.
not good. Yeah. Sure, you can, like, RBM Khan's letter, but I don't know why you do that. I actually don't think you even can. Yeah, there are a few other, like, item RBMs. We RBM the Life Tree Seedling, too. Because you can get that on Skyloft. I think that's it for... Oh, and then you also RBM the, we're gonna... Way later on, we're gonna RBM the Pharaoh's Courage item, too.
Yeah, the first of, what I hope turns into more, opportunities to RBM songs from Thunderhead back in time, so that we can do more Dungeons Out of Order just for fun.
Yeah, just the unfortunate thing is that Thunderhead bit, while cool, is very slow.
Yeah, I'm honestly still kind of surprised that this route is faster.
Now we get some Groose. We missed out on it earlier, but we get a little bit of Groose's hair.
Yeah. We're gonna see this text a few times just because, like, it forces the Seal Temple layer, so it's very convenient to get a specific Seal Temple state that we use in multiple RBMs. And here I'm just using the copy menu just so that I don't accidentally select a different file. So it's gonna look like nothing happened there, but I just walked into the trigger for getting Ballad of the Goddess. Because basically, like, the game normally, like, kind of puts you in that circle as you, like, play it and learn it, but we just basically can walk in there and if we have a file that has the right setup, we can just get it immediately. And here's one of the, like, only 2 times in this run that we do log jump, which just skips the cutscene of that log being pushed all the way. Because most of the other times in Bit, we were able to just rely on the log already, like, basically bit magicking that log to already be pushed.
A quick shout out to getting that cutscene 3 hours into the run. That's another cutscene that you're supposed to get like 20 minutes in.
We specifically need to avoid that cutscene because of that Sharkhead RBM that I did earlier. Basically, if you get that cutscene trigger, then the Gorko Bokos disappear. Which we don't want. So here... So you saw, like, the light tower show up for, like, half a second. So that RBM'd open the Thunderhead. The early Thunderhead that we've kept talking about.
Yeah, that RBM is... That was actually, I think, the first ever RBM discovered, but, like, when it was discovered, it wasn't known to be an RBM. It's just, that one is so easy, and there's, like, it's so easy to accidentally get it, that, it was kind of just discovered on accident before it was understood, and then, now it's...
There's a lot of things in this game that were discovered by accident.
Oh, yeah.
Back in Time itself was discovered completely on accident.
Yeah, Jim did a video on the Lowest Percent YouTube channel that kind of goes into the history of Back in Time in this game, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, because the Back in Time glitch in general is shared between those three games. And in Wind Waker, Back in Time is virtually useless and only used in a couple meme categories. In Twilight Princess, Back in Time is used, but not nearly to the extent as it is in this game. And, again, like, kind of only... And it kind of gets used...
Way.
Yeah, in a much different way, and it's not quite as powerful as it is in this game. Like, it's still plenty powerful, and there's a lot of interesting things that Back in Time can do in Twilight Princess, but, it does, but Twilight Princess does not have anything quite like RBM.
I mean, this game without Bit is just unrecognizable compared to what the run is now. It's just... And, like... Yeah, I mean, Twilight Princess is not completely redefined by one trick. I think it's like 20 minutes in the route, but... Yeah, we're honestly thankful, though, because, like, Skyward Sword, Back in Time in those games is a lot more restricted, just because, like, there are certain things in Skyward Sword that just make a bit even stronger. Like, the main one we have is bird statues. Bird statues are incredibly good, because they basically allow bit warping to happen, because they save coordinates. That's the reason, like, Twilight Princess would be able to do bit warping, but you don't have bird statues to do it with, and so that's why it doesn't work. It's unfortunate because, like, it kind of work the same way, except it just doesn't have that one piece of the puzzle. So this game kind of just works perfectly for it in general.
Yeah, so one thing is that activating Back in Time, there's a couple places where it doesn't work, and inside Isle of Songs after you've watched a song cutscene is one of them. So we actually need to go outside, and then we can activate Bit.
It's actually a lot of spots like that. You got, like, Waterfall Cave is an annoying one that the Bit just doesn't work. After the Temple of Time area, after watching the harp cutscene, like when you first obtain the harp, also, you can do Bit there, but it's a 2-frame window for some reason. Like, it just, the window to actually, like, get Back in Time is super short.
Yeah, normally the window to activate Back in Time is almost a full second. Also, I need to be kind of careful of this. Okay, so after I save here, Fi is gonna pop out and talk about how the life tree seedling's planted in a really bad location right now, and then I can just dig it up and then start my file, and then
Now we have it.
yep. So yeah, it winds up kind of being a two-for-one, where it gets us the Life Tree Seedling, which we need for later, and it also teleports us back to Skyloft, which is a lot faster than flying out of the Thunderhead.
Alright, now we are finally back to Sansi. Now we're gonna actually do it. A lot of the reason we didn't do it earlier is because of how the songs work in this game. You basically have 3 song items, which are Pharaoh's Courage, Nehru's Wisdom, and Din's Power. And they are kind of like the bane of Glitch Hunter's existence, because they essentially just are unlocked after every dungeon. So after beating Ancient Cistern, you gain access to Nehru's Wisdom, and the way you get the songs is by like hitting the crest in the Isle of Songs in the Thunderhead. But when you hit the crest, it'll basically just replace the old song with the new one. So if you beat Ancient Cistern, it essentially locks you out from getting Pharaoh's Courage, and the same thing with Nehru's Wisdom and Din's Power. When you beat Sandship, it locks you out from getting Nehru's Wisdom. There's actually a reason this route for a long time didn't really work, because we would be locked out of Pharaoh's Courage, because we do Cistern before going to Thunderhead the first time. That's why in a lot of the older routes, we would do the Thunderhead sequence before going to Cistern to get Pharaoh's Courage and then not have to worry about it later. But the way around that now is by just RBMing Pharaoh's Courage later, because if we have specific file setups, we can just do that. And the other 2 songs aren't really an issue. We're just going to get them. We just got Nehru's Wisdom, and we're going to get Din's Power immediately after beating Sandship. But it's a really annoying thing about routing this category, because it essentially means that the dungeons can't be completed out of order. And it's just a thorn in our sides.
Yeah. So also, like, since I just equipped the shield, I guess a note about kind of the shield in this game. So we get the wooden shield because it saves like a small amount of time on certain boss fights, and so we have the shield bash ability, which is actually like quite free to activate compared to like in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, you can have like almost a full second of leeway to land a shield bash. The thing is, we try to only have the shield actually equipped when we're actually going to need it, because the shield can cause problems for movement, because shaking the nunchuck is both the motion for a roll and the motion for a shield bash. And sometimes you wind up doing a shield bash when you mean to roll. So we just solved that problem by most of the time not having the shield equipped.
Yeah,
And
the
thus
shields.
ends the ancient Disneyland.
Oh no, we're not done with it yet.
Oh, yeah, we're not.
No,
That's true.
We are not
Yeah.
done with it yet. Yeah,
That part of ancient Disneyland, I guess.
Equipping the shield in this game is also like kind of annoying. All items are handled by like this like wheel thing. When you hit B or minus, it'll bring up this like wheel. Then you have to use the pointer to select items. And with like the B wheel items, it's mostly fine. But with the shield specifically, there's kind of like a delay from when you select it and when the shield comes out. So if you like try and equip the shield really quickly, then cancel with another action, you're gonna just not pull out the shield. So it can be really finicky. That's why like you want to do it when you're like sprinting, to kind of just like make sure that you're not really gonna interrupt the pull-out animation. They also just kind of recycled Moldarak here. We're just gonna fight him again.
Yeah, except
It's supposed to show how much you've grown as like a hero in the little bit here, because this was a boss and now it's just like a creature, but it's kind of lame.
Yeah, this one's also a little more annoying because yeah, it's a square room, and Moldarak likes to just kind of climb up these walls. Like, he didn't really do it there, but there are times when he kind of just like starts climbing on the wall, like just vertically, and you can make hitting his eye really annoying. But other than that, like, the fight doesn't actually change at all. It's just a little harder because you have a longer sword. So I hope you enjoyed the minecart ride, because we're gonna do it again. I get to do a mini game.
We enjoyed it so much, we're gonna do it a second time, he said, for like the 5th time today.
Yeah.
Honestly, I will be completely honest. Mini games in this game are questionable at best and miserable at worst.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see the worst of it in hour or so.
Oh yeah. Hope you guys are ready for some fun. Yeah, mini games. A lot of them in this game, like none of them are too difficult. Besides that one, this one is kind of like it's not difficult per se. It's just kind of doing this boring section again. This part's not too interesting.
Yeah, so there's like one part early on where you want to time a jump so that you land and keep your momentum. Because otherwise, if you time it wrong, it like kills all your momentum and you lose like 3 or 4 seconds. And it's coming up after this turn.
I got it, nice. Yeah, you can get around like a 59. You need to get underneath a 105, and the best you can get is around like a 59 second.
Yeah,
so it's actually like
really tight.
Yeah, it's not that hard to do. I mean, like, and like the execution in this segment is just tilting the Wii remote back and forth, so it's never that difficult. But it can just be a little annoying, and it may seem tight where it's like, oh, like 105 to like best is like 59. That's kind of tight, but again, like there's not really much time to lose in this segment. It's really just the jumps, and then you should be fine.
So close.
Just above
So close.
The one. I like his little dance. I think it's Goatrim is his name.
Yeah.
Remember to check the statue again. This one's kind of annoying. Because we technically already checked it because we RBM'd it, but we still, for source requirement, we just have you check it again.
And here is where we see if the RBM I did like an hour ago actually succeeded. Which I'm like pretty confident it did, but it's always one of these nerve-wracking things. So yeah, it definitely succeeded because the shark head, you can kind of see it there, and like it's one of those things where it doesn't really look like it's open, but trust me, if it's closed, it looks extremely closed.
And this routing is actually kind of nice because, like, I kind of didn't explain this earlier, so like, just go into it now. But this region is like weird because it's theoretically like open. It's like a whole exploration area, but in reality, you need to just go down a linear path. You need to do Skipper's Retreat, Shipyard, and then Pirates. Pirates is the one we're at now. By doing the RBM to get the pirate statue, or not the pirates, the shipyard statue, we get to skip Skipper's Retreat. When you're playing normally, you need to like go through Skipper's Retreat, get the ancient sea chart, and then after getting the sea chart, you can go to Shipyard, and then from Shipyard it lets you go to Pirates. But with this, you can kind of just go to Shipyard immediately, and that's just kind of nice. And also, it's really nice because there's a really long cutscene at the intro of Shipyard. For some reason, they don't let you skip the introduction cutscenes in the Sandsea regions, so you gotta skip a really long cutscene. It's like 50 seconds or something.
That are all so long for no reason.
As a trial gate, that is not. We're not supposed to be looking for a trial gate, but we deal with it.
Yeah, this game has some weird priorities with how it displays the current dowsing target when you completely are breaking the game like we are.
Yeah, and then also this is again the result of the Shark at RBM. Usually there's like a whole mini dungeon here you have to go through, but we can literally just RBM the dungeon being completed and that thing being open, and then we just get the cube and we're done. Because there's nothing else we need to get here. We just need the dowsing in the cube.
Yeah, so this is like, we spent like a grand total of like a minute there. Whereas like the inside of it that you'd normally have to do is like 5 minutes or something like that. It might be a little less, but...
A little less, but yeah, it's still fairly lengthy. And so now we're actually going to go back to Skippers, because Skippers does... We don't need to get anything from there except for cube. There's a cube bit that we need, so we have to do that.
Just a cube.
This cube is so annoying, because otherwise we would just skip Skippers entirely, but... Ancient Sea Chart isn't really at like an inventory item. It doesn't get tracked anymore, so we don't count it for 100%. Also, navigating this is incredibly difficult because you were never meant to like navigate through the Sandsea this way, so there's just a bunch of rocks here that make it difficult.
It's funny how much harder it is to go backwards than it is to go forwards.
It's still fairly hard. I mean, you're never supposed to go from skippers to pirates, so that going like from those two is really hard.
Is really not very nice.
Yeah, I think they probably put those there on purpose to try to
discourage you to
where you need
push
to
you
go.
towards shipyard, which is good like world design. It's obnoxious, but it's good world design from a development standpoint.
And this is honestly, this might be the most infamous region in the game, just because this region is awful. Like, in every single way, every single game. Like, playing this run, like, this region is just really difficult for one. Like, if you're doing for completion, we're only going to be doing about half of it, so there's something not too crazy here we have to do. But upcoming, there's going to be a room with a bunch of chews that's going to fall on you that can be really annoying.
Yeah, especially because I took a lot of damage that I didn't intend to, so if I do get hit, I just die. But thankfully, I was not gotten by Monka-esque Cave today.
It's the same thing with the electric chews, where you just take 4 hearts of damage on hero mode for just getting hit, basically, by one, and it can just absolutely screw you.
And then the other thing with this is that if you're doing it normally, you need to, when you're going to the top, there's a really tough P-hat cycle you need to make. This region is just one of like the major like run killers when you're running like HD or like any percent or no back in time runs that have to do this region normally. They just do not enjoy this area. It's a very frequent way to lose time. There also sucks because it's super long and only has like 3 checks, so this place just sucks. No one likes it. The rest of Sandsea is honestly fine. It's pretty chill, but this region specifically, like, Skippers is just a menace. But again, in Hundo, this category, it's kind of tame.
Also, I've never really thought about it. Like, why does Skipper live up there? Like, how did this happen to his place of residence?
How does he even get up there?
He doesn't. Do the robot arms work as claw shots? Is that like the big secret?
I feel like if the robot arms worked as claw shots, he would never have gotten his ship stolen in the first place.
You make a fair point.
So yeah, now we need to go find the sand ship. Which is always follows the same course. Kind of like to just use this to just correct where I'm going, but I know basically where it's gonna be.
Kind of sad because like all of this stuff, like you don't actually like we obviously even if we like didn't have the chart, we know where the sand ship is. Like it's easy to track it without the dowsing, but the game just doesn't spawn the sand ship until you have the dowsing, so it's just like one of those annoying requirements. And now we get this dungeon. This is probably my least favorite dungeon in a speedrun. It's a little boring. There's not too much to do with this dungeon.
Yeah, we also skipped the vast majority of it. And now we even skipped the one part that we used to do in Hundo. Because, yeah, we're going to start off by doing an RBM, as is the tradition.
I think this is the one dungeon where I honestly don't mind skipping most of it, because doing this dungeon without back in time is just as boring as doing it with back in time. Like, sometimes the back in time sequences can kind of get boring after you do them so much, because they're all kind of repetitive. But, I mean, Sandship, a lot of cutscenes, a lot of opening doors. It's not the most exciting. And the boss of this dungeon, don't even get me started. It is just not fun. Yeah, so this is the first of, like, I think there's only 2 in this route, but it's a trick called the Lumpy Dive. By flying up really high, you can actually dive all the way to the Lumpy Pumpkin in back in time, and you can get access to some useful flags there. This dive is pretty hard though. It's a small target you're hitting, and you need to be like diving pretty far, so you need a good dive. So this one's always one of the more like suspicious parts of the run.
Yeah, also you need to
dives are not fun.
Yeah, also you need to be careful not to leave the splash screen up too long, or it'll time out and you then just get out of bit.
You also have to be careful not to advance the Zelda text too far, which has been known to get people on occasion. There's also like a weird like text replacement crash that you can get where like Zelda pulls up like the wrong text box or something and then just crashes the game.
Yeah, that's if you accidentally call Phi.
Yeah, if you call Phi, right?
Yeah, because that happened to me, and I think it happened to like a runner named Deesh once, where basically you try to recenter the cursor and then accidentally call Phi, and then it just crashes because, yeah, the text, it pulls up the wrong text, and, yeah. So, yeah, we crash down the chandelier and talk to the barkeeper there, on a very specific text box. Technically, I could avoid killing that broke there, but I don't want to risk that on 2 hearts.
Yeah, that trick is... I mean, it seems like a second if you get it. It's barely worth it. Yeah, so now we're just... Sandship is kind of weird because it's not... With glitches, it's both linear and non-linear at the same time. There's one part of it we can't really skip, which is this part, which is getting the key, like the first small key. Because we do need to fight Skyward to get the bow. So this part of the Sandship is kind of just unavoidable. Then after that, the Sandship route kind of just diverges depending on what category you're running. If you're running like all dungeons, you would kind of just go to the end. But we have some stuff we need to do in Sandship.
Yeah.
Because this dungeon has a heart piece.
Yeah, the other thing is, so in front of the boss door, there was another Phi text there, and that is probably like the most cruel Phi trigger, because that is where you're going to be tempted to just start sprinting immediately after it. But you're going to be on low stamina there, because Phi text doesn't refill your stamina. So, like, if you're not paying attention, you just, like, immediately run out of stamina there and feel like a complete idiot.
So now we get to the, This honestly is probably the hardest fight, the hardest, like, sword fight of the game. Skirvo is not easy. He can really mess you up.
Same with Dreadfuse later, although we don't actually fight Dreadfuse, so it doesn't really matter.
Actually, Dreadfuse is a little easier because you have TMS when you fight him. Skirbo's, you don't even have that.
That's a fair point.
This fight thematically is super cool, like you're fighting a pirate on the bow of a ship, but it's very, this is like probably the most RNG dependent fight in the game, I'd say. It's just, just complete luck. There's pretty much nothing else to it. You are just essentially just spamming stabs and hoping they get past his defenses, because there's just pretty much anything he does is up to luck. Because he can knock away attacks, and then when he knocks away attacks, he has like 3 separate ways he can retaliate, and each of them have different ways to like counteract them. The one that 64 just got was the slow attack, and that slow attack you can beat by just keep snapping. If he gave you like a medium attack, you wouldn't be able to do that. It was a good fight.
Yeah. I did take a hit, which I ideally did not want to do, but in theory it should be fine. It just sometimes the mass sequence, like, sometimes you might get sniped, but that's pretty rare.
So now we get probably the most broken item in the game, the bow. Broken not in a like glitches way, it's just so good for combat. This item is insane. You honestly don't really get to see it in this run, because there's not too many enemies late in the game. We kind of just run past most of them, but if you're ever like playing a randomizer and you get the bow really early, basically turns every early fight into a joke. You just one-shot everything. And then we also have the upcoming mass sequence. This is kind of infamous. There's a way to skip this, but we need to get the heart piece here, and the heart piece requires climbing the whole mast. So we're gonna have to do this whole section normally.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, this section is just not fun. It's very... There's a lot of ways to fall off the mast, and then...
Yeah, and you also, like, ideally want to conserve your arrows a little bit, because, yeah, because you want to still have, you need 6 arrows for the start of the Tantalus fight, and ideally you don't want to have to pick up an arrow refill, although it's not the worst thing in the world if you do.
And this is kind of going to show the power of quick charging the bow. Like, you can charge the bow really quickly by like hitting C on the nunchuck and like kind of like shaking it a little bit, and the bow just will mow down anything in its path, pretty much. Like the bokoblins do not stand a chance. Nice rupee.
Yeah. I do like Skyward striking these Bokos here just to not use arrows as much, but especially considering I already missed a couple. But I should be fine as far as arrow count. I only need to shoot 2 more. Need to kill that guy and get that switch.
It's kind of unfortunate that the bow turns out to be kind of the only item in this game that you just can't get early. There's really just no way to do it, because almost every other item has some other way to get it. Like, theoretically, you can get like the slingshot and the bomb bag from Boko Base. You don't need to get it from the temples. And then obviously in this run, you saw we got whip, claw shots, and gust bellows from Boko Base. And then bombs, beetle, and slingshot are just not really that far out of the way. But the bow is kind of just that outlier item where there's no real way to get it early, and there's just like routing in sand chip a lot of the time is just awful because sand chip is very slow to do. So it sucks because the bow would be a really useful item to have early, but you kind of just have to get it when you get it.
Now that's a convenient bomb refill that I bet you didn't know was there.
There's so many of those that pop up in Hundo.
Yeah, and we'll be showing. I mean, I'm sure, like, I've probably, like, with all the various commits, I've probably shown off a bunch of rupee locations that you didn't know were there. Because it's like half the time, like, shooting a lamp or like some eye on a statue or something will, like, give you a rupee. It's really interesting. And really convenient because they wind up being really useful for us in terms of committing RBMs. So yeah, that RBM that I did at the very beginning of the dungeon, it opened the boss door. So yeah, boss key not required, and we basically get to skip the entire dungeon.
Error 404, boss key not found.
This is like the weird boss, because the boss is like, I mean, this is kind of part of it, but you basically just have to leave the ship and then go kill Tunnelus.
This boss fight is cool casually, it is super not fun for the speedrun.
No. This is by far the worst.
It's a really cool set piece, though.
Yeah.
Like, the whole sinking ship concept is really, really cool. I do wish that, like, personally, I wish that casually this was more like on a timer, and like the water was like rising up and chasing behind you. But you know, this was also a Wii game. I do understand that.
The tentacles will actually grab you if you run into them. I think like, a lot of people were smart enough to not do that, but they can do that. And Fi's gonna warn us like, oh, make your preparations, even though there's nothing to do here.
Yeah, like, how are we gonna do that? At this point, we can't leave.
I think you should just like just chill for a minute. Just like, I know the ship's sinking, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Alright, so now we get Tunnelus, and I'm gonna have to go on a little bit of a rant about this fight. So, the actual method of fighting this boss is easy. You just shoot the 4 tentacles that go up. You need to shoot 4, and then he'll come up, and you gotta shoot his eye. That's not why I'm here. That's not why I'm ranting. So, you see in a minute is, so like, how you damage Tunnelus normally is eye, and then you slash his eye. For some reason, which I and nobody understands, on the NTSC 1.0 version, only that version, only the English version, NTSC 1.0, if you use the Gust Bellows on Tunnelus' eye, it will damage him. And on every single subsequent release since NTSC 1.0, which includes Japanese, PAL, NTSC 1.2, and the HD remake, you can no longer damage Tunnelus' eye with the Gust Bellows. I have no idea why that was a thing, why you could do it, and why it was patched, and I really want to know. But yeah, so that's my rant. This fight is just. None of us will ever know. If I ever get in contact with one of the SS devs, that is the first question and the only question I am asking.
Yeah, can we just like repeatedly email Mr. Anuma about this and get an answer? You think he would give it to us eventually if we asked enough times?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like a deliberate cover-up considering it got patched, so I don't know. And it's also funny because, like, nobody plays on the NTSC 1.0 version, like, it's not common at all, so this was not known about for a really long time.
Like, I think it was just discovered, like, this year, right?
It was discovered very recently because of like, Rando.
It was, yeah, like 2 or 3 months ago.
It wasn't that early. It was quite a. I think it was the beginning of this year, but it was
that much longer.
Yeah, no, it's been a little while, but it was discovered in Randomizer first because the Randomizer plays on the NTSC 1.0 version. So on the Randomizer, it was like, oh wait, why does this work? And then we barreled.
That we call barrel, by the way.
He almost got his revenge a second time. That was crazy. No, yeah. So that is the story of blowing Tunnelus in the face and he gets damaged. It's really strange. But otherwise, then yeah, this fight's boring as hell. There's nothing to it. I guess in the second phase, you can shoot his eye quick enough to like skip the like tentacle like hair thing. And if you sat up here, you can void out, and then like the cycle of when his eye opens up again stays the same, but the hair thing is slower, so you can shoot him again. That's cool, I guess. Now he's gonna die. Yeah. This fight sucks. It's definitely the most boring fight in the game, but... And yeah, this cutscene also is super long. So another little thing about this fight that is actually kind of interesting is there's a way to skip this fight. There's an RBM you can do to just have the crest at the end of the dungeon be hit, like the flag for it being hit. You can RBM that, and then you can just, when you enter this like the end of the boss area where you fight Tunnelus, it'll just immediately end the fight and you beat him. We would do that. It is faster, but it actually just locks you out of this heart container, so we can't really do it in Hundo. It's done in every category that has to fight Tunnelus other than Hundo, but not this one.
Yeah, well, I think it got routed out of all dungeons recently because it's just the newest all dungeons route just can't really feasibly do the setup anymore, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, it was definitely cool when it was in all dungeons because it's just kind of funny. You just like go out there onto the main deck. You get the scary cutscene of, and then you skip it, and then the game just immediately goes to the ending cutscene for the dungeon.
Alright, so this is a long run, so we are going to now proceed to swap out commentators. So it was very fun to commentate, but I will be leaving now.
We welcome in your average Link, who is an above average speedrunner.
Aw, thanks.
So, take it away.
Alright, so... it's a rare moment of actually doing what the vanilla, like the intended route is, I guess. We're going back to, going to the Thunderhead to learn Din's power.
Yep, and that's about where the intended part is going to end.
Yeah, so I see there's going to be an interesting... Well, I guess we'll... But yeah, we'll get to it when we get there. Just flying. A lot of the times I can imagine running, especially 100%, very much miss having the rando lockpicking speed.
Yeah, one of the very first patches that was put into the randomizer was increasing the loftwing speed. I think that was immediately after significantly increasing the or making the text.
Yeah, the text box. Yeah. And unfortunately, another reality of 100% is that you're on relatively high health, so to do back in time like we're about to do, it's just more practical to save and quit and load another file.
Yeah. Well, we also need to resave file 3. So we bit saved it back onto Skyloft, but one of the properties of bit saving is that it doesn't actually like set the files like scene flags and everything as being on Skyloft. So by resaving it, now the game sees that it's on Skyloft. And this is a very convenient time to do that because file 1 has 12 hearts.
Yeah. Also, hopefully my microphone shouldn't be as loud now. It sounded pretty loud on stream, so I just changed the input volume. Alright, but you do have to reload this area to do back in time because for whatever reason, back in time doesn't work on the back in time layer, otherwise known as layer 28, which is where you're going to be when you bit save.
Yeah, specifically it's when the file is actually saved, or when it's seen indexes on Skyloft. Yeah, it's kind of weird, because if you do bit save from somewhere else and then do it, then it's all fine.
Yeah, I can see taking this sky like entrance a little bit safer, because that sky loading zone loads you in a lot quicker than the normal fast fair and bit one, so if you just try doing the normal setup, you could accidentally crash. So.
Yes, clearly never happened to me before once.
I wonder if it's reasonable to like use fast fair and bit to get on the loft wing and then fly towards that loading zone and then dive and then remount with the tunic file.
Maybe.
Alright, but once again we'll be... Well, actually, I don't know if we've... Well, you did it earlier to get to Boca Base, but
yeah,
we're reverse bit warping again to Eldon, but this time, having saved at the statue in Isle of Songs, it corresponds to this crawl space here. And there is some bombable rocks, but we can just blow them up.
Yeah. This
And
is
hooray.
a familiar location for rando players. But yeah, there's these very convenient vines that give us access to the beginning of the area from where we were. So, like, this part of the route worked out amazingly well. Because normally, when Gorko is in Volcano Summit and you talk, or he talks to you there, and then you get Goddess Cube dowsing. Fortunately, for some reason, that trigger also exists here. And we're very glad it exists here, because otherwise this route wouldn't work. Because while Gorko, I think, is still there, all his triggers are gone, because by the time we're heading to Fire Sanctuary, because we're on a much later layer than we are, the layer where you're meant to be when you're heading to Fire Sanctuary, because we do Fire Sanctuary very late. And there's also that very convenient shortcut here that leads us right to where the trial is. So yeah, unlike the Farron trial, we are actually going to activate this trial the intended way with the harp.
Yeah, because you could RBM this trial open, but because like the Thunderhead is already open and we just got the white sword, and we also want like Din's Power the item anyway, it's just not practical to
Yeah,
RBM it instead.
yeah, just not worth RBMing it when we can just, when we already can just open it for free. It's one of those things of like just back in time is really great, but also at the same time, like a lot of times it's just not faster.
Such is the life of routing anything in this game. Like you think, oh, this back in time sequence, it skips something. Surely it'll be faster, but not quite the case. Now, I have hope. I mean, well, the routes for 100% all dungeons have kind of settled out, but sometimes like the introduction of fast fair and bit makes some things more reasonable than they would have been otherwise. It's a little bit off topic, but there's an alternate version of an RBM that the new Fast Fair and Bit All Dungeons does, because it ends up being faster than the Skyloft version, even though we don't have like quick access to behind the temple like we would in the old route, which is why it originally did that. But anyway, this is the Elden Silent Realm. In my opinion, the most difficult one.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's the longest. Well, fortunately, since you've done Fair and Trial already, you don't have to worry about dodging light fruits, but sometimes you have to dodge the light fruits, and they're in pretty annoying positions in this trial. But there was a cool little side hop that was done there that just jumps down to this other part, which we'll want to clear out this little loop before we come back for the top.
Yeah, so unlike the other trials, all the other trials in this game, you kind of just do like one big loop around the area, because the tiers are kind of laid out that way. But for the Elden, because of the way that Elden is laid out, it winds up being that in this area, they're kind of clustered in 3 different sub-areas that we have to go through and clear each of them individually. So it makes this by far the longest trial.
Not to mention just that Elden in general is a relatively sizable region. Like, Lanayru would be more expansive normally, but it only takes place in the main desert, which is relatively compact because it's a circle. But we'll be making our way back for some tiers. Well, there's one like on the way that we'll grab, and then one on a ledge. But then after that, we'll just be cleaning up the tiers on like the sort of part near the summit.
I feel like I was almost had a really good trial going, and then I just barely off on that jump. Like, there's a lot of these little like side hops or jumps onto platforms that are not super precise, but you kind of just have this like vague idea of what you need to do, and sometimes you're just a little off. Fortunately, falling into the lava doesn't awaken the guardians or anything.
Just avoid it. It's the same thing as like the quicksand in Lanayru Trial, or actually falling in the sky in Skyloft Trial.
Yeah, so this is a part that we didn't see in main Elden earlier because we skipped the whole getting all the key pieces for the Earth Temple door. But yeah, this here is where one of the key pieces would have been.
There is also a goddess cube that I don't know if it was already gotten.
We will be getting it later.
Okay.
Much later. It'll be when we're on the way to Fire Sanctuary is when we will be getting that, which you would think would be right now, but we're actually not going to be doing anything in Summit right now. We're mostly doing this trial because, it's on the way, but also because right now we're in the correct layer for the trial gate to appear. So basically we need to do it while we're doing all the stuff that we need to do on this layer of Elden now. Before we advance the main story. And then we'll come back to Fire Sanctuary much later.
Yeah, and then Fire Sanctuary itself, like, especially because we had early boss rush set up, it doesn't really do anything beating the dungeon by itself, besides give you the Master Sword, but we'll be picking up the true Master Sword before that anyway, so... Just running on down.
Yeah, so he blew up this tower much earlier in the run. There's ways that you can blow it up from the reverse side, but because we already have to get that goddess cube there, it just winds up making sense to do that earlier. And then, yeah, having lots of health is really convenient for blowing up bombs quickly. Especially here, because there's, like, the camera does really weird things while that... when you go up from that, rock, so just being able to spin attack is really nice. So yeah, like... Yeah, like an hour ago, the Jackamar was talking about this propeller being missing, so now we're going to finally go fetch it. Because as I mentioned before, returning this is the trigger that enables all the other Scrapper side quests.
There's once a route where we, like, bit warped back onto Skyloft into this cutscene of, like, placing this propeller down, and it's funny because it, like, takes place half in the wrong spot. But...
Yeah, unfortunately with this route that's not faster anymore. If it weren't for the fact that as soon as I fly towards Skyloft, I will be teleported into that cutscene, then it might be faster to do that reverse bit warp, but yeah, this is one of the few cases where flying is actually faster than doing bit.
The trigger is, like, surprisingly big. Yeah, we're gonna get, like, sucked in right there. Guess they really don't want you, like, missing that. And now we're going to repair a propeller by just smacking it with a hammer a few times. Because that definitely
logic.
Yeah, definitely should work on a paper propeller.
I mean, do we know that that propeller is made of paper?
I mean, it's made of something light enough that you can blow it with the gust pillows.
Hey!
Fair enough. Yeah, this is one awkward part because we want to fly towards Lanayru, but it's like our choices are either like dive off this platform or run like all the way around Skyloft. Although we're not going quite to Lanayru yet, we have some sky stuff to do first. And you kind of get to see just how powerful these zippers are.
Yeah, it's to the point that, like, it vastly overpowers even just straight lines. It's, like, basically always worth it to go for a zipper if there's one reasonably on the way. 3-for-1 deal on these goddess chests.
Yeah, and like, we pick up this slingshot seed pack first, which seems kind of weird because it's like, why the heck do you need this? And the answer is like, we really don't, but what we want to avoid is the next item in the next goddess chest. Also, here's a jump that I kind of hate because I've like, it seems random whether or not it works to me.
Yeah.
Like Link grabbing that lower ledge. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and I haven't really figured out exactly why.
There you go.
But yeah, so this is one of the 2 life medals. So this gives you an extra heart container, but all we have to do is collect it. We don't have to have it in our pouch, so we just let it get sent off to the item check, so we don't get the extra heart container because we want to be able to do bit quickly.
Yeah, so sadly you won't get the satisfying like full 20 heart display on finish unless you like manually go back for them.
Yeah, and here's where like the Phi text is kind of interesting there, because it's, or I guess interesting is the wrong word, but it can be kind of obnoxious because like for all these triggers up on the sky, Phi asks you if you want a dowsing target, and since those dowsing targets are temporary, they're not required for the definition, so we just say no. But when it comes to later, when we're actually picking up the item, Phi is going to ask us if we want to call Scrapper to pick them up, and there we want to say yes.
Not to mention that there's, for every one of those like those quest like starting triggers, or maybe it's just Dodo, but there's a dialogue option before that you have to say yes to. So sometimes it can get confusing.
Yeah. Like, you can definitely easily lose a lot of time to picking the wrong text option there. Like, a lot of times text options, like, are only the matter of a couple seconds, like, either way, if there is even a big difference, but when it comes to these, the Scrapper quests, it really matters, and you actually need to pay attention.
There's another, like, seemingly odd Phi text there, but I believe it's just that Laneiru's on the right layer, and it sees that you have claw shots, so that means clearly you must have just completed the Laneiru trial.
Yeah, well, I think it's the trigger for the Laneiru trial, like, being, like, the, hey, like I sense the trial gate nearby.
That makes more sense, because the other one would have, like, a camera pan.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So, and it's, but the thing is, like, since we already have the claw shots, that the trial gate isn't even there. So it's like, so just kind of funny, like, Phi is prompting us about trial gate we can't even access. Which I guess the same thing happened with the Farron trial earlier.
It also happened with the Elden trial after you RBW'd in. Except that one you could access. But...
Yes. That one makes perfect sense, because, yeah.
Although for that one, you might expect it to be something that you just get, like, for example, when you land at a statue, but it just seems to be everywhere on, like, when you first enter.
Yeah. Also, we're finally going to get the last bird statue in Laneiru.
It was a significant one for some routes. Like, for example, the current All Dungeons route. Actually, RBM's a statue to skip the mine section. But because, like, it's a decent spot to... Because it's pretty easy to RBM, and it lets you get to the other part of...
Yeah. Anyway. So now is time for the minigame that I was alluding to earlier.
Are you guys ready to have some fun? Because I'm pretty sure Dodo is.
Yeah.
What?
So yeah, we'll see how this goes. In practice, my 2 practice runs recently, I got it first try both times. But this is kind of one of those where, like, you either get it, like, first try or, like, third. It's...
Yeah, and then...
Or you lose, like, 10 minutes.
Marathon luck, or marathon my fault, I guess.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we do not see that. today, but so yeah, Dodo spends all this time explaining the minigame to us, and then so now he's gonna ask us if we want to play the minigame, then he's gonna ask us if we want him to repeat the rule.
Truly taking a page out of Keipora Gabora's book.
Yeah. You definitely want to say no to that second one. That's like 30 seconds lost if you say yes. So yeah, this minigame, it's like the premise is fairly simple. I have to go through these rings while dodging the purple balls there. But it's the bottom, I have to land on the jackpot space, which can sometimes be easier said than done, depending on where the jackpot space ends up. Like here, it's... okay, turns out it was fine. I was a little nervous because of my dive angle, but worked out.
But yeah. When you land on the jackpot space, well, it's worth 50 rupees on its own, but you have multiplier 10, so you get 500, and for whatever reason, he got his hands on a heart piece as well. And you get that as a bonus prize your first time. It's a shame that, like, we end up getting all the money we need basically for free at the end, because there could have been some room for interesting routes with that, all the money you get there and from the goddess chests.
Yeah. Well, that's New Game Hundo on HD, which is the... which basically starts from a file on... from basically a completely blank hero mode file, which is something that's basically HD exclusive. And there, you have to get all the treasures normally. And so you don't get to just sell all your treasures at the end, so you actually do have to do rupee routing. But yeah, back to this run. We got a heart piece, but luckily we can land here and there's this very convenient shoe to do back in time with.
Alright, so once again, we're going to be seeing our old friend Fast Farronbit. It's really, yeah, if you were used to the old method of Farronbit, it really feels like cheating. Like just being able to instantly go into the sky. But
yeah, it saves a ridiculous amount of time over the course of the run.
It's going to be an interesting sequence once we do get there.
So again, diving... yeah, dive controls are, like, kind of really weird because, like, you're basically... it pretty much follows your Wii Remote, which is like a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, so normally when you, after you get the harp after Linear Mining Facility, you're supposed to go to Farron and then you get this interaction with Groose where he follows you down. And it sets off a series of events in the Sealed Temple. And essentially by loading a file that has the harp into the Farron Pillar, we can, one, avoid a crash that we would otherwise get by having already been here because there's no map screen pulling up. But two, we enter this sequence, and if we stay on one file, like if we just don't change anything before entering the Sealed Temple, we will like keep the story flag that we got. So we entered the Sealed Temple on a special state where basically normally Impa teaches you the Ballad of the Goddess, you would get it there after playing the song, but thankfully if we just load in the flag that the game sets when doing so, we can just instantly do that and skip the other slow part. And now, so what was done there is by starting the file and then striking the gate of time, it sets the flag for having opened the gate of time on the run file. So now the gate of time is open, which will set off, well, one, it sets off a lot of like crystal quests later on. Two, gives access to the True Master Sword. And three, also gives access to, there was a trick done a while ago, I assume, to get an item from back in time, the Life Tree Seedling.
Yeah.
And now we're in the past, which is where you're supposed to plant the Life Tree Seedling. Normally you get that like from the Song of the Hero quest in Lanayru, but thankfully we can just get that early and then plant it here, so that we're prepared to give the Life Tree fruit to the Thunder Dragon when we come back.
And now starts the segment of the run that's just a lot of text.
Exposition Land. Oh, and speaking of text, well, it's a shame that we're playing on Japanese because there'd be some nice, like, situational irony, or I guess, or I guess that might be dramatic irony, but anyway, some kind of comedic effect here because Gruce is going to ask Link how he's doing. Then he's going to mention, hey, there's this nice, like, luscious area here. I bet you could grow a really nice tree. And, there it is, in all of its glory. Of course, you're not expected to have it there yet. It's a nice foreshadowing for later on.
Yeah. And then we speedrunners come around and break the game, and then yeah.
Then we get another text box, which appears after something that we didn't even do for real. Like, normally this happens after you defeat the second imprisoned fight, and Impa's like, oh, you should strike the Gate of Time. But it's already open.
Yeah, but we basically, that text trigger is blocking the door, and if we tried to go right to the door, it would teleport us away, so we just kind of have to kind of straight line path into that trigger.
I guess it's interesting that that's a thing. I guess they wanted to account for the possibility of you, like, using the shortcut to go back to behind the temple after completing the fight.
Yeah. Kind of strange, because I don't think anyone would do that, but I guess they wanted to cover all their bases. So they made sure that the cutscene trigger was in front of both entrances.
Gorko's really interested in this goddess wall here, and he'll ask Link to draw something, and it, on your first try, it will always be arrow in repose, which just means you have to draw an arrow to get arrow drops here. And when you do so, he'll get real excited and then give you a heart piece. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you mess it up, you have to, like, reload your save, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, and it's then random from then on which one he wants you to draw, which, when you're playing on Japanese, becomes a bit of an issue. Which, luckily, we have a pin in the Discord from a runner of Skyward Sword named Keitsu, who basically made a post that has the Japanese text for all the different things that Gorko can ask you to draw.
Whereas if you already happen to know Japanese, it wouldn't be the problem. But speedrunning needs to transcend language barriers sometimes in case of emergency like this. Right, so now it is time to administer the steroids that were picked up earlier.
Yeah, like 2 hours earlier. Actually, maybe it wasn't quite 2 hours, but like we picked these up a long time ago. And yeah, now we're finally here to complete this quest. But yeah, unfortunately, again, this is just like a bunch of text. Which does make this like I guess there's the kind of the funny situation of, yeah, basically, giving Fledge stamina potions to, cause him to be able to do insane amounts of push-ups, but, yeah, other than that, like, it's basically just, like, running from text trigger to text trigger. So, unfortunately, that makes this probably the least interesting segment of the run, but then it will pick back up once we get through this. Also, one thing I don't think we explicitly talked about text in this game is that it's very different from pretty much every other Zelda game, where in most other Zelda games you mash text. In this game, you have to time every individual text box, because the text advances twice as fast if you're holding down the A button, and then you need to repress the A button at the end of the text box. So it's kind of becomes this game of just memorizing the length of every text box in the game.
Yeah. It's a little unfortunate, but at least it means the speedrun itself is largely free from mashing. Like, the only mashing I can think of is optionally if you don't want to time, like, Wing Ceremony cutscene skip.
Yeah. So yeah, so by trying to open the door to the restroom there, that activates Colin's letter quest, where this is basically his love letter to Karane. And in the game, you basically had two options. You can either give the letter to the toilet hand or to Karane. And unfortunately for the speed run, it's faster to give it to Karane.
Much like how it'll be faster to accept Beatrice's love earlier instead of reject her.
Yeah, also, indoors, your sprinting speed is severely reduced, so rolling winds up being, like, you basically want to roll as much as you can, but especially in the Academy, there's, like, 6 billion things you can bonk on, which makes the movement, like, really tough to get right, and you nearly always wind up bonking somewhere, like I just demonstrated.
Yeah. A classic is like the corner after you get the pouch from Fledge at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
You're rolling towards the doors. Yeah, so Epora, like at this point, normally after you get the True Master Sword, you're tasked with going back to Skyloft to find out more about the Triforce, which at this point is like our last plan to like defeat Demise.
And yeah, so he's telling us to go talk to Owlin, and this is kind of one of those other things. So that like used to be a big thing in any percent with the sailcloth. Getting the sailcloth sets a trigger that unlocks basically all the doors in the academy, including the door to Owlin's room. So that used to be like a big thing for any percent, was any percent needed the sailcloth just to open that door so you could complete this section. But yeah, we're nearly through the text. And then most categories get to skip the spiral charge tutorial if they want to get spiral charge, but just because of the way that the Hundo route is currently, it just really isn't feasible currently for us to skip it in a way that is guaranteed to save enough time to be worth it. So we just wind up doing this spiral charge tutorial.
Because skipping the tutorial would have some lasting repercussions, mainly with like how when you trigger the the spiral charge tutorial section, it does weird things with the sky loading zones, and it would run into problems later when trying to get off of Skyloft. So yeah, you just have to spiral charge 10 targets within the time limit.
Yeah.
Although, of course, because this is a speedrun, you want to be ideally doing it as fast as you can.
Yeah. But then it's like, if you miss any cycle, then it kind of becomes really rough. And then it kind of just becomes an improv mission of what's the closest target you can hit.
So now we're deemed worthy to use the spiral charge to... Now at this point the game wants you to go confront Levias, the great sky spirit in the Thunderhead, who knows about the Triforce but has been in a less than conversation holdable state.
Yeah, so for once we're actually going to do what the game wants us to do, well, after we set up another Scrapper quest. So, iDude over here, the fortune teller, has broken his crystal ball, so he needs a new one. And as before, we want to say yes to him and then notify, because we don't need the dowsing option.
You have to just head to the Lumpy Pumpkin, where the bartender has this sort of, I think it's an annual tradition of delivering a big batch of pumpkin soup to Levias, and so that's basically the way that we trigger this fight. Now, you don't actually need Scrapper to get this soup. Like, it'll still work fine if you don't have Scrapper, but of course you need it for the quest. because like the vanilla game, or I guess like the intended sequence of the game expects you to have already repaired Scrapper as part of the story anyway. So
yeah. So it's really
No,
only
he's-
the side quest stuff where you have to go through the process of repairing Scrapper.
and then there's a sound effect that was reused in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for whenever you cook food. And it'll also appear later on in one of the cutscenes when we're finishing up a crystal quest.
So yeah. Unfortunately, that's all we can do in the Lumpy Pumpkin for now, because there's still side quests we need to complete here, but the game kind of puts those on hold when you get Spiral Charge. And because of the way we route things, it just... Unfortunately, we can't really feasibly get everything to cut out, like, an extra trip to Lumpy Pumpkin, so... But the rest of the route saves enough time that that's just like a really minor thing.
There's once again another example of why these zippers are really important to go to when you're flying. Because even if it might look out of the way, it just makes you go significantly faster.
Yeah. So I also intentionally damaged down because after the Levias fight, we want to do a Death Warp. And then for just safety, I kept it at 3 hearts. So that in the event that I accidentally take a hit in this fight, which can sometimes happen, it won't be an immediate death.
For whatever reason, this game has very... like an almost non-existent damage curve. Like 90% of things will do 1 heart or 2 hearts on your own. Some particularly powerful things will do 2 or 4, and some will do less than 1. But yeah, so having 3 hearts is just enough to survive 1 hit, and it's also a reason why in other categories it's not usually worth it to get an even number of heart containers, because it's essentially the same as like the corresponding odd number because of the double damage.
Wow. Okay,
Oh,
that
wow,
happened
that's
2
interesting.
runs in a row.
Bios is really trying to tip you off. So if you spin attack near the blowhole there, it will somehow trigger a Bilo Sight that's just waiting underneath there. Now, the second phase of the fight with Bilo Sight is triggered without like doing the first part, so it is invisible. But we can still target it and we can still damage it. It is a little bit harder to like aim some things than normal, because normally Levias like slows down for the second phase, but of course the game doesn't expect you to have... The game thinks he's still in the first phase, so he's still moving with the same like angular velocity that he would have.
Yeah, and then also, yeah, when he's turning, it makes hitting Bilo Sight way harder than it otherwise would be.
Now that we're on the last like part of this fight, Bilo Sight will no longer like fall to the ground, and instead will try to like shoot the gunk balls at you like Dead Man's Volley style while dodging out of the way to encourage you to hit it a certain direction. But with especially with hero mode Skyward Strikes, it's not too difficult to just get up close and then Skyward Strike the eye for damage. And just like that, the fight is down, and there's a little cutscene, so it's a good spot for a little bit of a break. he'll fall into the clouds and then get back up, and he's all better. And amazingly, Link didn't fall off, despite the fact that Levias is at like a 60-70% grade there. Or 70 degree, I guess.
Video game logic.
True. So he's gonna be like, oh, Triforce. I know what a Triforce is. And once we get through this text, this is what triggers the Song of the Hero quest in all of the other regions. So weird stuff happens, like Golo is prepared to meet you in Layer Desert, and then the Colon base takes over Eldon, and you can't land in most of Faerun. But, yeah. So after Levias, Death Warping is just a more consistent way to get out, because the position at which he comes out of the bottom of the sky is random. And sometimes you can become quite far away. And for 100% specifically, we also want to reload the area to go talk to Stritch on Bug Island. So, one of Bruce's friends just somehow got into the Thunderhead for one, and for two, has sort of set up shop on this island, and he is the reason that Beetle lost his Horned Colossus Beetle.
But yeah, basically talking to him here is what is the trigger to start Beetle's quest. So yeah, we need to talk to him at some point to start that quest. So that's basically the Death Warp reloads the area which causes him to be here, and then yeah, we can talk to him and start that quest.
Now, it's time to do another Back in Time.
Yeah, conveniently enough, this bird statue is here. And I'm gonna save a pretty good distance in front of the bird statue specifically. And before I talked about Back in Time not working in Isle of Songs, but that's only after a song cutscene. So now it's perfectly fine for me to do Back in Time here. And it'll work just fine.
Yeah, so anytime you see a runner going for a pretty specific save location before doing Back in Time, it's a pretty telltale sign that a reverse bit warp is coming up. And so I mentioned how completing Levias sets up the rest of the Song of the Hero quest. And so what we're going to be doing now is reverse bit warping into Bokoblin base for a second time. Because the first time we just kind of went to get early items, and now we're going to finish it for real to get the Song of the Hero part.
Yeah, we specifically didn't want to complete it on our first go, because if we did that, we would lock ourselves out of ever beating Levias.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're doing this remount trick with this zipper, you can get a little stuck, but fortunately you got out pretty quickly. So this time, I'm not actually aware of...
Yeah, so we land basically just outside of those fences, which is really convenient. And we also have Bow now.
Yeah, even it's quite rare that you would ever have the chance to use Bow in the Bokoblin base, because it's one of the items that you're meant to get in, like, look, here's all of these other items that are conveniently there that just happen to also be the only items capable of cutting a rope in the final room. Wonder why. So your bow and beetle would be there for whatever reason. And unfortunately, the existence of Bugnet is also why you couldn't really get like the bow and the stuff early from Bokoblin base, because the game just doesn't give it back to you if you never had it. Probably because it's possible for you to not have the Bugnet track. Normally you would pick up it, so yeah, conveniently you have the True Master Sword, but if we were playing on Hero Mode and entered heroes of Hero Mode, being able to have very powerful Skyward Strikes, and then when you get TMS they become instant charge, which is nice. Yeah, so there is an attempt there to basically roll into roll after Skyward striking the rope in the same vein that was done in Earth Temple a while ago, to skip the cutscene of the bridge lowering, but that one, in my opinion, is more difficult than the other ones, because your airtime will be shorter because you're not on a slope, so you have to time it later, and then if you're too late, you just won't get it. But now, we've completed this section of the Song of the Hero, and we have this part of the Song of the Hero.
Need to pick up a couple bombs here. I want 4 for the next section. And
Tactical bomb refill. Yeah, and so that scrapper quest that we set up earlier, by talking to the fortune teller, we're now completing it here. Well, we're picking up the crystal ball here, because somehow it fell all the way into the Elden region. I don't know how it gained that much horizontal distance, and it didn't break.
well, I think this is another. I think this is another spare one, because I think
it's there the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the question still stands how the propeller fell all that way.
Yeah, because it's like the camera pans in that cutscene are like towards Farron, which is weird because that's not where the propeller wound up at all. So, it's kind of weird.
Well, if the old one came from the other side of ET, but the surface world was completely unknown to everybody until the events of Skyward Sword happened, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of not really explained, but like, because they talk about how Scrapper used to be able to fetch stuff from the surface, but like at the same time, you're supposed to be the first one who's been to the surface in like, ever since like the big Skyloft was raised in the first place, so that's kind of just one little plot hole, I feel like.
So now that we're back in Elden after having done Volcano Summit, now is a good time to grab that Goddess Cube from earlier. And we entered and exited the Summit loading zone, so that way we can just die to get back up top.
Yeah. And then this is one of those, like, death warps where it's very important to not do back in time off it. Because, that's one of those mistakes that's unfortunately kind of easy to make.
Yeah.
The other one is, like, after Levias, like, I lost a run a couple of years ago to
Oh yeah,
accidentally doing bit after Levias.
I remember practicing for restricted bit at one point, and I made that same mistake. Thankfully, in that category, we like bit save out of the sealed temple after getting to your master sword anyway, so it wasn't like that big of a time loss, but it was still pretty big. But speaking of back in time, we're going to basically, so normally when you're going to the fire sanctuary in like the regular game, there will be these two small frogs that you need to water, and then there'll be one giant frog, and the Goron's going to be like, how are you going to get all this water? But then you remember, there was a basin that the water dragon used a while ago, but we kind of never did that part of the game. So we can't get that, and it also would be very slow to do because you have to like go back to Eldon, and Scrapper's going to be dumb and force you to go to the start of Eldon. You have to escort him all the way up to the summit. But fortunately, we can skip that entire section by setting the flag of having the flames being down, which is another instance of a lumpy dive, because the flag will correspond to a gratitude crystal. It's a gratitude crystal outside at night. And in fact, not only will we be setting the flag of having gotten this crystal, we will actually get the crystal on our files. So, however, to fulfill source requirement, we have to pick up the crystal for real as well. So we're going to be ending with 81 crystals. Interesting little side effect. Yeah, just sleeping tonight so that we can exit. Thankfully, exiting the sky at night does not crash like it would for Skyloft if you have the tunic.
Yeah, well, I think it's specifically the night layer.
Yeah.
That does
By
make
starting the
crash.
file and then picking it, by starting the file and then picking up the crystal, you set the corresponding value in memory, which will, well, it will lower the flames in front of Fire Sanctuary. However, only for one load, because essentially the game has two ways of keeping track. There's the story flag from when you dump the water over the flames, and there's a scene flag, which is what we just RBM'd. And the scene flag gets unset after you reload the area, so it's very important coming up soon that 64-bit waters these frogs on the first try, because if you end up missing that and you come back and you have to come back, then you have to redo the RBM because it'll get undone by the time you come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I feel like
Goron is there.
everyone has had that kind of scenario happen, and it's really unfortunate when it does.
Yeah, so the Goron's there, but not any of the triggers that you would normally have.
So
Which is why, as mentioned earlier, it was important to talk to the core builders. So, yeah, thankfully, the watering has been done with no troubles, and this is also a good time to pick up a heart piece here, since we already have the magma mitts from Bokoblin base. So you can get it early.
yeah. However, it is inconvenient in terms of our health management. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be slashing some bombs to get ourselves back down to where we can do bit, because we will be activating bit 3 times.
Anybody who's vaguely familiar with speedruns of this game that involve Fire Sanctuary know that there's absolutely no way we're doing this without back in time. The dungeon is very slow, otherwise, but we can break it open. And in fact, we do very unique things in 100%, because I believe having started like the True Master Sword related events, for whatever reason, locks you out of opening the boss door normally.
It's specifically the fact that we do Imp 1 skip. Because we do Imp 1 in... Alright, let me put the shield
Oh, because
first.
it sets Fire Sanctuary having already been completed.
Yeah, and that messes with the boss doors.
Yeah, so we'll have to RBM that boss door open like we did with Sandship earlier. It's a shame because it's one of the instances where doing a boss key skip RBM would normally be slower, just because like getting the boss key like the normal way requires 2 very fast RBMs as opposed to one rather slow one. Actually, I wonder how it stacks up now that fast Fahrenheit is in the question.
Yeah, I think like before it was like only a few seconds slower to do the boss door RBM, but yeah, it might be different now.
Well, then it's probably faster to do it now, provided you have the setup, which only really 100% would have.
Yeah, that's the thing is, yeah, so it probably would not be viable for all dungeons. Because, yeah, Gorko Goddess Wall is extremely slow to set up otherwise, considering it requires Skyview 2.
Yeah, so before we do that, though, we're going to do an RBM to set up a sequence. So it's interesting, like, Fire Sanctuary has this segment, like, near the end, like, the last quarter of the dungeon, where you go chase a Magma, and even though it's, like, normally required to progress in the dungeon, he gives you a chest for a heart piece, as though you did something special. And you don't have to do any extra work for it or anything, but we do an RBM to spawn that chest in because it's faster than doing the sequence normally.
Yeah, I feel like that one is barely faster, but I guess there's a lot of text. I think it's probably the text that pushes it over the edge.
Yeah, there's a text and there's a cutscene of the bridge, like the door, the gate being opened. Afterwards.
Surprised I got that one. It felt late, but... yeah, it's like the way I'm able to tell if I got like the fast Fahrenheit or I need to do the backup is if like when like the whole fade-in finishes, if you see the B button show up on the upper right. Because the B wheel is one of the other story flags that gets loaded.
Yeah, that is a pretty good indicator.
Yeah, so...
yeah, so... the boss door is a pretty strangely placed flag on the, well, I guess the location of the bits in memory is very arbitrary, but it's in a spot that's not very accessible to most like most other actions accessible in Back in Time. But so the way that we have to do this is by going into sealed grounds, and earlier when we got the heart piece from Gorko, we're essentially doing a similar action to that. Actually, let me look it up what exactly it is on the flag sheet. So now we get to draw a rupee in Back in Time.
Yeah, like I also like in my splits, like I have it like asterisks of draw, like in all caps and asterisks, draw a rupee, because so many times I've like started drawing an arrow out of habit and then been like, no, and have to like fix it. So,
Yeah.
after doing that
Just-
one too many times, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fix my split name, or edit my split name.
Yeah, so there just happen to be flags in the sealed grounds for when you draw certain shapes. And the rupee one lines up with having opened the lost door. Oh, and there's also... So, another side effect of Fast Farenbit is that you get access to call your Loftwing very quickly, and in certain cases like this, it can save a little bit of time just because it's faster than moving around on Skyloft. It gets used a lot more prevalently in all dungeons, but yeah, it's a cool mechanic.
No. Okay, so yeah, I have to do a fairly precise jump slash around this pillar, but I just didn't have quite the correct angle. So now I'm kind of in a situation where I can't take a hit.
Right, so now from here, we're basically in another part of Fire Sanctuary. However, the game doesn't load everything correctly because it still assumes we're in the first room. But by doing a setup with that front hop and then 5 side hops and then 2 more side hops, we land right in front of this door with this bottle. And then from here, if we just hold Z to keep the angle, we can side hop. Oh,
And-
no.
I swear I was holding the B button there.
Yeah, I think you might have been a little bit too far to the right when you jumped, so
Yeah, that's
ended up-
probably what happened. So you have to resave, because, like, the thing is when you're doing the bit warp is that your file is still winds up saved on Skyloft. So if I were to just try to redo the bit warp without saving, I just, like, bit warp in place on Skyloft. But since I already got the bottle, I'll be doing a slightly different method now.
Yeah, you can jump directly down into the mouth of the statue, provided you open one of the doors to like get everything loaded back in.
Okay, well, that was really awkward.
Yeah, this section, the one thing that's a little annoying about doing the flying is that you have to be very careful with your files, because you don't want to select a file that has the tunic while you're on the Loftwing, because then the game will be like, oh, you have the tunic, you should have all the loading zones, and you'll load into the sky and crash. But you also don't want to still have file 2 selected by the time you land, because then you'll trigger the Thunderhead opening cutscene, which soft locks back in time.
Yeah, so I reload the room by, going in and out of that door. And so I have to do this pillar jumping.
Yeah, normally you're just supposed to like use the claw shots to like claw shot that pillar and then come over to the other side, but the claw shot target is not loaded when you do this back in time.
Yeah, well, I think it's, because the thing is, we were on the, basically Fire Sanctuary is made up of 2 different maps, and we were on the wrong map for that part of the dungeon.
Oh no, you got the worst thing. It's a little rough whenever they both stall.
Yeah.
Because there's usually like a flow chart that you can do with these levels, where one will attack you, you spin attack to get the other one to guard, and then spin attack that one, then you can kill one of them and then focus on the other one. But when they both stall, you just kind of have to do something. You have to make the first move. But Yeah, so now we're like basically right at the end of the dungeon. Just have to go through this staircase section.
Yeah. Ordinarily, I'd have to be careful about, like, these keys, but with 6 hearts, they only deal 1 heart. I'm not terribly concerned if I get hit.
Yeah.
And then the game's gonna show off the boss key chest really prominently, but I don't care because I already RBM'd open the boss door. And then we also have this bird statue up here, which is the only bird statue that's inside a dungeon that you can land at. So it is also required by the definition. But I'm also saving there to set my respawn point, because we still have one more thing we have to grab. And it's what Yal talked about earlier.
Yeah, so there's a chest here that normally spawns after you go and chase this magma named Plats. And it has a heart piece, which unfortunately means we're all the way back to full health.
Yeah.
So now death warping is slow.
Yeah. I seem to remember, I think Jaznik said that, like, the fastest way to die is via these shoes. Which I think after testing it, I think that's right. And then whenever we can die into the lava, that's the fastest way. Because, yeah, we don't want to do the whole thing that normally sets the lava flowing, because that's really slow. And I think would even require us to do the whole Platz chase that we skipped. So, definitely not doing that. So unfortunately, yeah, it's the having the damage down from full. So this fight is completely massacred when we have the True Master Sword.
Yeah, and you're normally expected to just have the White Sword, but the True Master Sword does twice the amount of damage. So, it'll be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, fortunately I got darts, which is unfavorable RNG. But yeah, especially if you can just get multiple consecutive spin attacks, it just obliterates them.
And I believe, if I remember correctly, you're just gonna pick up this heart container and then go back out the way you came.
Yeah. Because we already have True Master Sword, there's no need for us to strike the ending crest, and it actually winds up saving us a lot of time. Like, even though it doesn't seem like it, even though it seems like this cutscene is really slow, you have to remember that we would ordinarily have to, we'd have to save at the save prompt, and then the flame wall would be back blocking our exit, so we'd have to do back in time, and then do the whole, yeah, basically do a bit warp, or, more likely, reverse bit warp. A bit save or reverse bit warp to get back onto Skyloft.
Yeah, that part I mentioned earlier about the flame RBM being temporary would get quite annoying in that situation.
Yeah, so
we're just gonna fly to the academy normally. Be greeted with more text, and also I hope you enjoyed that last back in time with the bit warp earlier, because there's going to be a pretty long section before the next back in time.
In fact, yeah, like I think we go over an hour without any back in time. So we're basically just
Gotta-
doing a lot of collection now.
Yeah.
Like, this is probably the heaviest collection section of the run. Which, honestly, like, this is the part of Hundo that's, like, really great, where we're just kind of running around collecting stuff. Flying around the sky, picking up goddess chests, like, and this is the part that's kind of really fun to just do fast.
Actually incrementing the percent.
Unfortunately, there's a little bit of text to start the segment, but then it starts to pick up after this. Because here we're starting another Scrapper quest. Because I almost chose the wrong text option, because Owlin is looking for an exotic plant, and we are going to really stretch the definition of exotic plant.
We're gonna get him a grass type Pokemon. That blurs the line between plant and animal, but he's gonna be none the wiser despite being a professor. So now here's gonna be the other instance of that cooking sound. As Pippet awkwardly enters in this cutscene where Colin was going to profess his love for Karane, but she wants to go out with Pippet instead. Rest in peace. But Pippet's going to be grateful, so at least we get something out of it.
Yeah. There is no good ending of this side quest for Colin. Because the other alternative for this quest is that Colin just winds up, or the toilet hand winds up falling in love with Colin. Which is just as miserable for Colin, so... Oh, So, finally, over 5 hours into the run, we're finally going to get the bug net.
The final B-Wheel item.
Yeah. You
this
can
is
get
the-
this as soon as, like, 30 minutes, but, like, it just... In the speed run, it only ever really gets used once. So...
Yeah, it's players like you that's the reason why that one Bakugan based chest has to keep track of whether or not you got in the bug net. We're also gonna pick up one of these wallets just because we already have a full wallet while we're here, and these items refresh basically every time you reload this area. So we're gonna go tonight to start this quest, and then by the time we come back, we will be able to pick up another extra wallet so that later on when we go clear out his entire stock, we can do it more efficiently.
Yeah. Because we've been on the base wallet for, the entire run thus far. The only places where we can get wallet capacity upgrades are from Beetle Shop or Betro. And both of which are out of the way, and we want to visit them as few times as possible.
Yeah, it just makes most sense to one trip. Especially Betro. As we really have no use for the wallet. Or the heart piece that we get there.
So yeah, this is kind of the shopping spree section of the run, or the first one. Because right after this, we're gonna head to the bazaar.
Yeah, so on our shopping list is, well, one, we are still in the Song of the Hero quest, and we have, well, okay, we have 2 more parts technically to pick up for Source Requirement, but one that we've, like, not even touched at all yet, which is the Farron Song of the Hero segment, where we'll be entering flooded Farron Woods, and part of being on Hero Mode is that your air meter will drain twice as fast, so doing the Tad Tones segment without an air potion can be quite challenging, so we just pick one up while we're here.
Yeah, it saves a
And also-
ridiculous amount of time.
Yeah, and then we'll get a timely bomb refill as well. And we are running short on cash, but we would still like to upgrade the rest of our items. But conveniently, well, first we're going to talk to Beatrice, but yeah, she's going to start showing signs of love. Darling, she calls you. But yeah, conveniently, inside this goddess chest here, that Fi's gonna talk to us about. But
Yeah.
inside this goddess chest, there will be, well, let's find out.
After the billion bonks it took me to get here.
Wow, a convenient money refill. Now we can go upgrade the rest of our items. Well, yeah.
How did
Do
I
not need-
manage that?
You do not need a bigger seed satchel for 100%.
Like, so basically what I'm trying to do there is basically flick the nunchuck left to pick the leftmost item, and then I guess somehow my cursor, my like motion control cursor was over the seed satchel. I've had like, for this showcase, I've had 2 menuing errors on like this screen when, to me, this like, I don't know, doing this menuing fast I've always found really satisfying when I don't screw it up.
Yeah, so part of being on hero mode is that you get to keep all of the bugs and treasures that you attained on your normal mode file, and so for 100% we just use a file that has 99 of every treasure. So we already have all of the prerequisite treasures to upgrade these items, we just need the money. And then the treasures will be useful like at the end of the game later when we need to get cash quickly. Yeah, and another side effect of canceling here is now that we have the white sword, Fi will register treasure dowsing. And we need to get all the dowsing targets for 100%, so...
Yeah, so there's 3 more that we need to get, because one of them was heart dowsing that we got, like, pretty close to the beginning of the run. And yeah, there's 3 more slots. Actually, no, 2 more, because we already got Goddess Cube dowsing. So we'll need to get Rupee dowsing and Gratitude Crystal dowsing. Okay, so I need to talk to Peter here to advance the Beatrice quest. So Peter is Beatrice's dad, and he's all happy and jovial right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and sleep again.
Yeah, well, unbeknownst to Link, he seems to have done some thorough investigation of his daughter, and now he's in a much different mood.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot more upset now.
So he's going to be like, I need you to find out what's going on with her.
Because he specifically...
That,
yeah.
he doesn't realize that Link is the whole reason that she's falling in love.
Because he's like, oh, she clearly has an unwanted admirer. Not really reading the room correctly.
Yeah, so, from having upgraded the Tough Beetle, or the Quick Beetle, or sorry, the Hook Beetle to the Tough Beetle, we get to move it much faster and it lasts much longer, so we can grab these 2 crystals in one use of the beetle, and it saves having to go through the entire waterfall cave. So, it's nice to do there. Be cleaning up a few of these freestanding crystals that only appear at night. There are 15 of them. We saw one earlier for the RBM for the flames. We'll also just clean up some goddess chests along the way. And we'll be coming right back to the island because there's both the crystal and there's another goddess chest and there is another gratitude crystal related item that we need to pick up.
Yeah. So I can front hop that to skip the text for that gratitude crystal, thankfully, because it's really slow.
Yeah, because the game will open up the menu to show you your new crystal count.
And here's where I was talking about like where you're just going to probably pick up a rupee. Yep. And get the rupee text, and I would really like to not be using the Gust Fellows right now. So yeah, so we get the baby rattle, and conveniently enough, we can run right to where we need to turn it in.
Yeah, so the husband of the potion, like, shopkeeper, has been having trouble getting to sleep because their baby keeps crying because the rattle was taken away, but we just picked one up off of that bird nest there.
And unfortunately, we need to talk to him twice because he needs to explain that he's missing it, and then we can talk to him again to give it back. Bonk. And there's another freestanding crystal here that's really annoying. There's also an annoying cutscene trigger there that I avoided. Get rid of this piece. But yeah, it's like that stamina fruit that was there, that I like went out of my way to avoid is like a trap, because if you go near it, you wind up in a cutscene trigger where Pippet is extremely mad that Malara has been spending money to clean the house, or to have someone else clean the house. Yeah, so that is it for Skyloft Collection for now. Now we're gonna head to Lumpy Pumpkin. I'm actually gonna do, or attempt to do a loading zone manip here. So yeah, by diving a little bit, I was able to spawn in a loading zone that is a lot closer to the Lumpy Pumpkin. And now we need to finish up this quest, because we kind of left Pum hanging after we delivered the pumpkin soup to the sparring hall guy. So Pum's gonna tell us that we need to help harvest the pumpkins. Which, okay, so then we have to go back outside and talk to Kina. Where Kina's gonna tell us, yeah, okay, do you think this is gonna be easy? I'm gonna make you carry 5 at once. And then you have to basically avoid them toppling over. Which, fortunately, this is like the one minigame that does not rely at all on motion controls. Because I can only imagine how terrible this minigame would be if it was like, if they actually use motion controls for it.
Yeah, you have to stabilize it like you're walking on a tightrope.
Yeah, and this is like one of those that's like really difficult to do optimally. Because, yeah, you want to avoid letting them knock over while also trying to make sure that you're moving as quickly as possible towards the shed there. And then we're going to go ahead and make it nighttime and immediately leave again because there was that gratitude crystal that I got back in time. And as alluded to, because we RBM'd it, it doesn't count for source requirements, so we actually need to get it from source, as in, like, actually clear the flag here in the correct region that we got it. So...
Because otherwise, if we didn't have that restriction, you could just theoretically duplicate a bunch of items like infinitely because you never actually set the flags that make them finite. No, it's gonna be like you should do a duet with Kina with that harp of yours. Hey.
Yeah, I feel...
And here comes everyone's favorite part of watching the 100% speedrun. All right. So that was the harp mini game, and you just have to do well enough that actually this was like the best possible like praise of your like performance. Although I'm pretty sure it actually loses a little bit of time to the good enough version. But,
yeah, it's just at this point I don't know that I could manage to just do good enough, and I don't even know how you do good enough.
I understand being worried about like accidentally doing not well enough.
Yeah, I mean, granted, you do have to do like really badly in order for Pum to completely reject it. But Which, I mean, I think a lot of casual players wound up struggling with it, because I think, I don't know, just like, maybe not completely clear, like, exactly how you need to do it. But with enough practice and, like, and memorization, it's like, very consistent. But yeah, it's like, the harp is, like, one of the, probably, worst parts of the motion controls in this game. Because there's also, we didn't really talk about it when I was opening up the Elden trial, because it really only comes up twice in this run, but like, there's the circle of light that's supposed to help you, like, figure out how you're to time your strums, and it kind of lies to you. Because you can strum it a lot faster than what that light pulse would indicate. So you kind of have to, like, just manage the rhythm in your head. But yeah, anyway, that's the aside on the harp. So now we are going to be cleaning up some goddess chests in the sky.
So every one of the goddess cubes that gets struck corresponds to a chest in the sky that gets activated. And as part of 100%, we need to open all of these chests because it changes the text for one of your dowsing options for the goddess cube dowsing. And there are also some, like, countable items like heart pieces that we would want.
Okay. Third time's the charm. Come on. Yeah, all I had to do was regrab the vines. Now, I already blew up this rock, so I can just open the chest. It's also interesting because, like, in older routes, like, all these rupees we were picking up would be completely wasted because we used to do this cleanup a lot earlier, but then we figured out it's actually faster to delay this until now, just because of the way the routing works out, and also health routing, which I'll kind of explain in a bit, like why that was an issue previously. But, yeah, now it's like these rupees that don't go completely to waste, although we also don't necessarily need any of them, because again, we'll be trading in for treasures for basically a full wallet at the end of the run. But yeah, here, what we would have to do in an older route, before we would do this before Levias, and we would have to damage in that little water channel.
Right.
Which, as you can imagine, is kind of obnoxious to do. Because you basically have to keep dashing in this very tiny space. And not bonk and not surface. So I really like how it is now, where we have a much better place to damage down. Because here, our health doesn't really matter for a little while. I mean, we will be doing a death warp in a little bit, but it's after Tad Tones, and there we're in a gigantic area of water, so damaging down is pretty free.
So now we're gonna head back into Elden to clean some things up in the magma turf area. Earlier, that's where the digging mitts were obtained, but there's also a goddess cube. There's a magma that will help Kina plow the fields, and there's another magma that will activate another dowsing target.
Yeah, because earlier, the first time we went into this area, we entered with a jump slash. But this time, we entered with a dive, so we could actually control and land on this platform. And I'm just gonna make sure I line up this front hop properly, because it wastes a lot of time if you miss the jump down onto this platform. Because you basically have to go all the way back around and re-enter magma turf, which is slow.
I was going to make a very strange noise as it's being dragged up to the sky.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like I would make all sorts of strange noises if I was being dragged up to the sky like that. Even if it was of my own volition.
Yeah. So I believe this one is Cobalt, or
I believe that's correct.
He's gonna give us rupee dowsing. Because the magmas like move into the turf there after you complete Fire Sanctuary. Or maybe it's like after like Song of the Hero stuff, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's after Fire Sanctuary. I'm gonna pick up these.
You never like properly beat Fire Sanctuary with the crest though.
But we already like the flag got set by
right.
early boss rush. So yeah, that the early boss rush is the reason why we can skip striking the crest. So yeah, now we're gonna head back to Lumpy Pumpkin now that we have picked up the magma that I like to call Gould, and Yal will scold me every time I say that.
Magma's names are all puns on minerals and stuff, so it's very clearly supposed to be gold. Maybe spelled G-U-L-D, but that's the beauty of English orthography. It could be either, but I want to go with gold because metal. Yeah, so now we're gonna see expert digging skills from... Actually, the only, like, magma that we really see get up out of the ground.
I think technically Tuber, the guy who runs Thrill Digger, gets out of the ground, but yeah, we never see Tuber in this run. Because Thrill Digger does not have anything we need for 100%.
Very sad. Because it would be kind of like Sploosh Kaboom, except there is the tracker for it that makes it, unless you just get unlucky on your first couple digs, it's usually pretty easy to get the right layout. So now, finally, we'll be flying into Farron Woods to complete that part of the Song of the Hero quest.
Yeah. Yeah, so the first thing that that's gonna happen when we land, is Groose is gonna come running towards us and tell us that the imprisoned is breaking loose again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like landing in this spot specifically for Prison 3 seems to do like some strange things, because I remember when I was practicing for No Back in Time like a while ago, this specific practice save took a very long time to load in. And then on HD, there's a couple of non-instant text boxes here with Bruce. But eventually we'll just be able to jump down and trigger the imprisoned bite. So immediately we want to roll far enough out of the way, and then we shoot a bomb at the imprisoned, doing what's called the Bruce cancel, where essentially if you press A to launch the bomb and then B at the same time, you will skip the cutscene of the bomb flying towards the imprisoned, which will let you control yourself. Now, unfortunately, so what he was trying to do there was hit the spike twice and then jump slash a third time, so that way he was in the air after hitting the third attack. And by doing that, it would avoid what just happened there, where the imprisoned flung Link off of his body, and he would just be able to get a second round of attacks in right there. But unfortunately, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to hit that, so just missed there. But we can just shoot him down like expected.
Yeah. So that, it doesn't lose as much time as, say, on the Imprisoned 2 fight, missing the jump slash there. Also, having to do up spins is really awkward in this game. But yeah, now, suddenly, Groose is going to lose access to his bombs, and we're going to need to run up and let Groose use the Groosinator to fling us onto the imprisoned's head. So this last part of the fight is basically scripted.
I mean, you can, like, mess this up if you, like, miss the shot onto the imprisoned's head, but hopefully we'll be fine.
Yeah, well, even if that happens, you have enough time to wait for the center vent, and, yeah. So.
And then after defeating the imprisoned, you can backflip off, which will let you fall to the ground, like, while this cutscene is happening. Yeah, and this is also a good time to, like, imprison 4. And I'm gonna quickly get some water. Also, oh my god, it's upstairs. I'm gonna quickly get some water and then I'll be right back.
Can't wait for Imprisoned 4, and 5 and 6 probably in Boss Rush. So yeah, unfortunately, this is probably not the last we see of the Imprisoned, because the Imprisoned, especially the Imprisoned 3 fight, has a very high tendency to show up in Boss Rush. And we will need to do Boss Rush because we need to get the Hylian Shield in. There's a heart piece.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Imprison 3 is, like, I think by far the most common boss you can get in Boss Rush. Like, at least early on enough for the items we're interested in. So it's statistically likely that you fight him 3 times in this run.
Yeah, I also kind of mentioned this earlier, like, my practice runs I did the past few days have all had relatively good boss rush RNG, so I feel like I've used up my quota. So we'll see what happens.
This is no place for the reverse gambler's fallacy. Oh, and we're gonna just now notice this tree.
Yeah.
And Bruce is gonna appear for a frame. Interesting.
Yeah, the things that happen when we break the game.
So now we're gonna drink the air potion so that we can use it like immediately upon entry. The nice thing about it 100% is that we used up our last pouch slot to get a potion medal, which will extend the length of this air potion to 8 minutes instead of 3. Or it's either 8 or 6, I don't remember, but
I'm pretty sure it's like 8. Yeah.
Point is, like, normally, like, for example, in like the old versions of No Back in Time before Gearham 3 Escape, if you drank the potion before launching in the Grusinator, it would be running out like near the last group of Tad Tones, but it will without a doubt make it through the entire section.
Yeah. As long as I don't do something stupid and die. Dying is basically the only way I will lose my air potion, which is a very bad way to lose it, so I really hope that does not happen. But that, like, only happens if I, like, run out of air unexpectedly.
Yeah, so the Water Dragon has decided to split up this Song of the Hero into 17 different groups of underwater Tad Tones that we need to collect. So, yay. There's one from that lily pad. Can be quite bad if you miss the dive there.
How did I miss exactly one of those? Well, now all my cycles are going to be off, because this is also fairly cycle-based. So you want to do it as efficiently as possible so that your cycles are good.
The Tad Tones are moving the entire time, no matter where you are on the map. So you want to, like, ideally be doing everything as fast as possible, so that the Tad Tones are where that you expect them to be when you come to them.
Yeah, well, this is a very weird Tad Tones thus far. Yeah, this is also, like, one of the other ones that's like, how am I, like, missing, like, all but one of them in all these groups? This is definitely a sad Tones thus far.
Yep. Well, yeah, this point can be quite challenging. Sure, many runners like myself were glad that it was eventually removed from, like, HD 80%, for example. This is quite difficult. Yeah, Tad Tones are like the primary, they're a great source of puns because they can adapt to any situation. They can be rad tones, they can be glad tones, they can be sad tones, they can be bad tones. And now I'm sounding like Dr. Seuss, but anyway. It's moving along. There's just like a set route that we go through, basically going in a big cycle around the flooded Fernwoods. Yeah, and at this point, Buka's gonna be like, we should come up and use that dowsing ability we have. Or wait, no, he's gonna say, I have an idea, and then he'll tell us about dowsing when we get up there.
Yeah.
But we already know where everything is, so we don't need to do that. Yeah, and here's the longest stretch of Tad Tones. But you do end up like somewhat near the next group. So.
Although my cycles are off, so I have no idea where the pink. Okay.
They're in a good position.
Okay, so it wound up not being too terrible.
Yeah. And at that point, that's pretty much the last cycle-based group of Tad Tones. Now, there's one more, like, somewhat tricky thing we can do here. So, he's, like, swimming up against this tree here to sort of get this purple Tad Tone agitated so that when you spin near it, like, it can, like, go through the tree and get collected. And now there's just one final group, pink Tad Tones here, and we're gonna start damaging down because we're not quite in the water, but like after we do one thing, we're going to be death warping to get back to where we came from to pick up the Song of the Hero. And now we get the music.
Guess I'll just death warp with 2 bombs. Fine.
Yeah, so on this lily pad here, in Flooded Farinwood specifically, is Ula, Ikikwi, and we talked to him about like being brought up to the sky for Alwyn's research.
Although I don't think we frame it in that way. Also picking up an Amber Relic in the cutscene. Completely useless, but it's kind of funny.
Hey, you replenished one of the relics that you lost upgrading items earlier.
It's not like we don't have 90 others.
Yeah, so now we've done everything we really need, so to use bombs. Although we have to be a little bit careful, just if the bomb is like too far into the water, it'll just like disappear. So and then slashing the bomb like rattled the lily pad a little, but so now she's gonna deem us worthy and give us the Song of the Hero part. And now the woods are back to normal, which is convenient for us because there's some items we have to pick up.
So to answer the question from chat, so on hero mode, when you make a hero mode file, you always make it from a normal mode file, and you carry over all the bugs and treasures that were on that normal mode file. So when this category was initially defined, it was just agreed by the runners at the time that you would just start with all the bugs and treasures, or you could start with as many bugs and treasures on your file as you wanted. And then it works out for the routing that we can just use a file that is pre-made that has 99 of everything. And then be able to sell treasures at the very end. Those keys can be a nuisance, unfortunately.
Yeah, so this heart piece is the one that the game probably intends for you to get first, but we're getting it like 6 hours late.
Yeah.
Just because it's the most convenient to do now.
Yeah, well, we have like claw shots and a lot of items that we did not have initially. So we
there are a
can
few goddess cubes strewn around the great tree here. There's one, like the first one that he got, is usually referred to as swag cube because you just drop off the edge and Skyward strike it with style. And There's some more heart piece. Just 8 more to so there's a version of in the HD version of the game you can play on hero mode but still from a new file, and there's a version of 100% called just new game, like as opposed to new game plus, where you don't start with anything. But to my knowledge there's no equivalent for the Wii version, just because to play on hero mode you need like files anyway, and I guess like no one really deemed it necessary to have a distinction, although it would be somewhat interesting to think of what you would do.
Yeah, because there's definitely some interesting things you could potentially do as far as like
I can
getting
only
treasures
imagine,
with bit.
I can only imagine it would be rather annoying because you'd have to like front hop for every treasure you get, unless you get the very slow text. And the worst part is that that text would come back every time you do back in time because the game thinks that you've reset.
Right, yeah, that's probably the big reason why nobody ever wanted to do it on the Wii version. On HD, they fixed that, and the text is faster anyways, so it winds up not being nearly as big of a deal. So yeah, we're picking up just a couple more cleanup things, and we're about to head into boss rush.
Yeah, so way earlier on, we set up the boss rush early, but we specifically made it so we haven't like quite healed the Thunder Dragon yet on our run file. That way we can do it for real using the electric fruit to get the Song of the Hero part from source.
Yeah. Well, I mean, granted, we wouldn't have had the ability to anyways until now. Because, like, the thing is, like, we could talk to the Thunder Dragon early, but it was kind of, like... It just, like, the game kind of spawned in the healed Thunder Dragon, but the sick Thunder Dragon's still there.
Yeah, and there are even, like, bones in the way normally when you deal with early boss rush.
But yeah, you can clearly see now that there are 2 Thunder Dragons.
Yeah, we couldn't see the first one earlier because we didn't have the correct layer set. That's set by fighting Levias.
Okay, so I need, like, all the Prage and less RNG and all that.
Yeah.
Because now...
So for boss rush, there are 2 rewards that we're interested in specifically. There's the heart piece for defeating 4 bosses, and there's the Hylian shield for defeating 8. Now, the bosses, so you get to choose the first boss that you do, and we're choosing Demise just because that's one of the faster ones, and
nice.
Normally, like, you would never see Demise in any of the other boss rush, like, random patterns, because it would always be last. But anyway, choose Demise because it's pretty fast. But after that, the Thunder Dragon decides for you, and that's completely random, and the length of different boss fights varies drastically. You really don't want bosses like Tentalus or Horde, because those take a while. And you want bosses like Irihim 1, to some extent in Prison 2. Bosses like that are much faster. Alright, and this is where everybody jokes about time. We've finished the run. Except, of course, we are also not quite at 100%, so even then, even if it did count. Yeah, and then, so, 64 will have to decide whether or not he'll want to take this current set as a set of 4 or a set of 8, depending on how the RNG is looking. Like, so if we get a particularly fast set of 4 bosses, we will want to cut our losses there. But if we end up getting something slow like Tentalus, we may as well continue with the set of 8.
Okay, looking good thus far.
Yeah, Irihim 1 is an absolute joke because we have the True Master Sword now, which does way more damage than the Goddess Sword we had originally. We got good RNG too.
Then I got
good
Dart.
RNG to start at least. Oh man. There we go.
Yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately lost a bunch of time to the darts, but, I mean, I'll still take getting a G1. That's probably the fastest boss, even when you take into account the bad RNG.
Yeah, so at this point, it's quite likely that we get Imprisoned 3, I think. Yeah, and this long load is a telltale sign that... Unfortunate, but it's extremely likely. So really, I think at this point it's just whether or not we get Tentalis on boss 4.
Oh, I mistimed that. Okay, that's really bad because that loses me an entire minute because I basically have to wait for Goose to get another bomb. The thing is, if I jump on his head now, I pretty much just get instantaneously thrown off. Unlike Imp 2, where you can kind of manage, Imp 3 will just, like, instantaneously throw you off.
This time, we're in the position to, hopefully, we'll see if, wait, what? Oh, you got teleported to the ground, too.
I clipped through his head.
Oh, you clipped. I've only ever seen that happen, like, with the cutscene skip as well. I did... I mean, you'd get thrown up anyway, so... Yeah, so Groose is still going to talk to us, despite the fact that this is a boss rush battle. But...
Yeah. The Thunder Dragon was quite literal in recreating these experiences. I'm losing a lot of time. So optimally, you want, like, I think optimally this fight can be, like, a low 40, or, sorry, a high, like, 40, like a 47 or 48 on the in-game timer, and I'm already well over a minute. But, yeah, just unfortunate things happened at the start, so, and yeah, when you bleed time to, like, this particular fight, or any of the imprisoned fights, when you bleed time to them, you bleed a lot of time. So, thinking on, if I get Scaldera next, I probably still take this as a set of 4, but if I get anything else, I probably, what
else can you get? Can you get, like, G2? Is it like Scaldera, G2, or Tentalis?
Well, G3. So I could get Scaldera, G3, or Tentalis. If I get Tentalis, this is definitely set of 8. If I get G3, it probably is still set of 8 because I can get a significantly better set of 4. Although I kind of put myself at risk for getting double Tentalis. And then, yeah, the worst boss and then the best case scenario is Scaldera, where even though I got the Imp 3, I probably still take a set of 4 if I get Scaldera, just because I got 3 fast bosses.
And it is... G3.
And this is where we joke about doing G3 escape.
Yeah, and this time we're in the boss rush, so it's extra enticing to do the escape. But we do in fact want to stay in the minigame.
Yeah, and then, like... Yeah, you can, basically... It was, I think, discovered because of, like, the G3 escape stuff that if you if you basically hang off the edge, it causes the G3 to get up faster. I don't know why that is, but it is.
Yeah, I know. It makes sense for you to be instantly plopped on the platform because it's trying to grow, but with Girahim specifically, it's yeah. So by stabbing Girahim with the Skyward Strike, it'll stun him in place enough to stab more times than would normally be allowed to one cycle of its first phase. This once, and
okay. So yeah, again, as I kind of said, I probably am going to continue this to a set of 8. I run the risk of double Tantalus, but at the same time, I can definitely get a better set of 4 than what I got. Because I got I got the 2 slow bosses. This is the boss I would have preferred to see as number 4.
especially with True Master's Sword, you can do this pretty quickly. You can get a 2 cycle if you
You have the option of burning your shield here if you want to have the Hylian shield for the rest of the run, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, I think I did the Skyward Strike too early, because that's a thing that happens, is if you do the Skyward Strike there too early, then Skuldare immediately gets up.
I know the strategy that I do for this bicycle is like on the first cycle do a spin attack and then blow up a bomb and then do Skyward Strike spin attack, and that should be enough damage, and you can do it quickly like the tricycle and the other one. So now I guess at this point you probably want to see like G2, Imp2, Moldarak.
So, judging from how badly my Imp3s have gone, I don't know if I want to see Imp2.
Alright, then G2 Collectos Moldarak.
Yeah.
Oh, darn. Yeah, so Tantalus is one of, if not the slowest boss that you can get. Boss rush. You really don't want to see it, but it's rather likely to get in your set of 8 at least.
Yeah.
So there's a chance to get it in your set of 4.
Yeah, you get really unlucky if you see it in a set of 4. Yeah. And one of the dumb things that too is that like Tantalus's eye has iframes. So you actually do need to space out your hits.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about like the Gust Bellows on the NTSC 1.0 version. It will consistently hit the eye whenever it becomes vulnerable again, so you don't have to worry about timing anything.
Yeah. And people always ask about like why we play the harp for like between these, and it's literally just because there's nothing else to do.
The worst part about the iframes on the eye here is that they're deceptive iframes. Like they make you think you got a hit in, but it didn't do any damage.
I
remember I used to just spam slashes and I was wondering why it was taking more from me.
That was kinda awkward.
The other thing that's unfortunate about Tendalus is it's one of the hit-based bosses, so having the Sacred Bow or the True Master Sword doesn't matter. It's the same as it was the first time.
I'm really hoping I don't get barrel dwarfed this time. Okay, good. No
For whatever reason,
barrel
sometimes it's just deceptively hard to grab onto that ledge.
Wait, really? Unfortunately, I'm getting the slow cycle here, and then having to slash, that also makes it harder to kind of screws up the calibration a bit. So yeah, again, void out to reset the cycle, and then hopefully this time I don't whip the shot.
Yeah, the trade-off with doing an uncharged shot with the A button alongside with having less power is that it's less accurate. Usually that's not a problem because the eye is pretty big, but sometimes it can like barely fall out of range.
Yeah. So that was boss number 6. So 2 more left of this set of 8. And unfortunately, we've got a lot of slow bosses.
Yeah, is it even possible to get Horde? I don't think it is.
I don't have the list in front of me, so...
Yeah.
So this is number 7.
Yeah. The game has like a sort of list of bosses. Like every time, for every boss, there's 3 possibilities for it to choose next. Oh, Imp 1. I mean, you really are getting lucky. So Imp 1 is pretty easy, but it's also pretty slow.
Yeah, because unlike the other 2 imprisoned fights, yeah, the fact that I didn't get the jump slasher there doesn't really matter, because, like, basically Imp 1's gonna do the worm no matter what. Whereas, like, with Imp 2, if you do it correctly, you completely skip the worm phase.
And still do the worm repairs.
Wow, my jump slashes are really off today.
Sometimes, I swear, it just does not want to cooperate.
Yeah. Last night, I got like a almost perfect Imp 2 in my practice run. But it's like, yeah, today does not want to happen. Also, yeah, it's kind of weird. You kind of are like standing on this little corner here, and then like when the prisoner respawns, you can kind of jump down onto him from there. And
unfortunately, the way boss rush works, you have to have your shield out for all of the bosses. So sometimes it can mess with like doing spin attack inputs.
yeah,
Because it doesn't allow you to use your pouch, so you can't put it away.
yeah. So it's either you have the shield up for all of them or none of them. And if you like, it saves enough time on the bosses where the shield matters that you just kind of deal with it. For the bosses where the shield doesn't matter. So this
Maybe
is
for a deliberate set of 4, you don't really need it. But
yeah. Okay. Oh, oops. You want to space out the...
Yeah, unfortunately, the game restricts you from using any items that you normally obtain after the boss, so we don't have claw shots for this. We have to use the shot speeds like in, and we don't have bow for Galactus. We don't have. I guess it doesn't really matter for anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, that was still barely slow for Moldy, but yeah. And then, like, yeah, because of that, it also, like, deselects your item at the start of the boss, but, like, that doesn't really matter that much, because...
Unless, of course, you want to do Claw Shot Demise.
So yeah, Highland Shield going to the item check. But yeah, the wooden shield, like, you can basically... Okay, I'm gonna do G2 start for set of 4. It's one of those things where G2, I think it's technically possible, but it's really rare to get in a set of 4, and it's... In theory, if I don't screw up faster than Demise by just a small amount.
I thought the reason that you chose G2 was just to get better odds for not slowing things. But I guess the odds like never really change by that much because they're always 1/3 for.
Yeah, well, I mean, G2 doesn't even enter the equation until, like... To get G2, you would have to get Imp 3 and then Tantalus, which are the worst possible bosses you can get in a set of 4.
Yeah, but then at the same time, you will never get Demise in a set of 8, so...
Yeah.
Slow load.
Yeah, the slow load means Imp 3. Hopefully I do not miss the bomb, or the Grusinator bomb this time.
Oh no!
So we'll have another slow Imp 3. Yeah, this is... See, the unfortunate thing about Boss Rush 2 is it's, like, so late into the run. Like, you're pretty committed to finishing your run by this point. So when disasters happen this late into the run, it feels really bad on a PB attempt.
At the very least, you don't have to... You have, like, 16 hearts by this point, so you don't have to worry about, like, dying on your last boss.
Yeah, at least, like, unless you really, really screw up. That first spin attack only single hit, so that removed the possibility of getting the jump slash. Yeah, so. But yeah, even just, like, RNG, like, can definitely also swing your run, like, wildly in Boss Rush, and
Yeah,
so...
The 100% attempt that I did, I got pretty good Boss Rush RNG, which was fortunate, but also means I'm very likely losing time there if I come back to it.
Yeah. Like, I'm already losing time to my best segment in, like, 5 seconds. And I mean, in my case, it's just poor execution on Imp 3 is the main time loss I've had, in addition to garbage RNG. Yeah, if I get Tantalus again, then Like, there was a chance, like, up until this boss rush, I actually get a PB on this marathon run, but I think if I see Tantalus in the set of 4, then that's pretty much out the window. I would need to play perfectly for the rest of the run. Because the Tantalus fight, that's like 3 minutes by itself.
Yeah, not the best stuff.
Yeah. And now that I've gotten Imp 3 as my second boss, it, like, opens up that possibility. But, I mean, that's what I get for making the greedy choice. I made the greedy choice to go for better RNG than what I got the first time, and,
Yeah. Yeah, at this rate, it seems more likely that you would have gotten a better set of 8 on your second try.
yeah. Yeah, I don't mind G3 too much. I mean, it's slow, but it's like the fastest of the slow bosses.
I always associate G3 with being like a harbinger of getting Tantalus next. Clearly, if you get like G1, then nothing bad can happen to you.
Yeah, well, say that about my set of 8. I got G1 second, and then proceeded to get mostly terrible RNG.
Well, yeah, but you didn't get Tantalus on your 4th boss.
True.
Yeah, like at this point, I think you can only break even with your first set of 4.
Yeah.
Like you could get G1.
Rats. Technically faster than my previous G3.
So in 100%, we don't have to get the 9,900 rupee prize. The only like permanent items that we care about are the heart piece and shield. And to get the prizes, you have to fight the exact number of bosses and then quit right there. You don't just get all of them; you only get the one that you're at. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Yeah. So this is 3 minutes gone. Yeah, I'm just playing the harp to waste time because there's literally nothing else I can do.
I think the 200% route, or maybe what would be called 100% plus now, I think that one makes you get the 1200, the 12 boss prize, but...
Yeah, I mean, even that's kind of up for debate, whether that is,
You can get it multiple times, can't you?
Yes. Yeah, imagine once we add, or once Boss Rush gets added to Rando, and then,
The logic for that would be insane, because you would need to have, like, every boss-related item ever to not soft-block you. So it would be, like, super late in logic every seed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would probably not be enabled in anything except for all sanity. Because ain't nobody want to do, like...
I mean, there's also a chance it just, like, never gets added at all, like, sort of like Orca 500 in Wind Waker Rando.
Well, even that can have an item in in all sanity, or... Although I guess, like... Well, the thing is, I guess it can't ever be progression, but, like... I remember Jim did, like, 100% rando race against Linkus, and in that race, I think Orca 500 had a heart piece. So he had to do Orca 500. And I think it might not have even been on the tracker because it was just, like, not something that was considered to be able to have progression, but... So yeah, I'm looking at my splits, and yeah, so unfortunately Boss Rush killed PB. I think technically it might be possible, but like I would literally have to play perfect for the rest of the run, which is probably not going to happen, so... So yeah, we're done with surface collection now. So now we are going to go ahead and...
Yeah. We have to go all the way back to West Desert. Or is it just for the statue?
It's because we need a flag from Lanayru.
Okay.
And also, since we just got a heart piece, and there isn't really any convenient way to damage down quickly here, we're going to load file 2. Yeah. Also, with the boss rush thing, there is a category, a separate category that is just doing all 12 bosses in boss rush from a completed file. That isn't run all that often, but occasionally people will run it.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about RNG if you always get all of them.
So here, all the file stuff that I have to do is, like, really precise. And I need to be really careful, am I gonna make it to the...
Barely,
I barely did. I drifted so far. Kind of speaking of the whole, like... Okay, so here I'm gonna move out of the bruise trigger, because it can still trigger even if, And I'm gonna try to, like, from as far away as possible, use the scatter shot to hit, basically the top of that gate where there's rupee to commit file 1 flags. Oh. I'm gonna damage down a bit now just to make this, because it'll be faster after I...
Yeah. We get to use the rare instance of Grusinator back in time.
Yeah, so basically this lets you launch to basically any mini-game. And so here we're launching to Bug Island. And the game is really... should face the opposite direction, because the game will really lags out there. We're gonna do a death reload here so that we load in file 2 flags. And this is a rare instance of being able to fly the Loftwing properly in bit. Because in the main sky, this would crash, but because we're in the Thunderhead, we can load this in bits, so we can actually fly around the Thunderhead unimpeded in bit, which is really cool. And then I'm gonna be really careful about how I do this. I want to bit save file 1, and then I want to keep file 2 for the rest of this.
Yeah, so the problem we ran into earlier is that we had a later sword when we struck the crest, so we got Deer's Wisdom and Din's Power, but we haven't gotten Ferora's Courage yet. And so by doing that, we just get the Ferora's Courage item. So that helped make other parts of the route more convenient by not having to go get this early. And now, since we've done the rest of the Song of the Hero part, we just talk to Levias to complete the Song of the Hero. And this is also a good time to clean up some goddess chests.
Yeah.
So a lot of these goddess chests correspond to cubes in the summit. Summit.
Yeah. There's most of them are Summit cubes. There's a Farron cube and the Lanayru Gorge cube.
And the Magma Turf cube.
Also nice, I got that jump slash, which is a lot faster than diving down to this chest. Ow. Camera for that chest is weird. Now we have this island here, which is always... So here, you dig into here, and there's a Moldor moving around, and he is blocking our path, which is really obnoxious. So yeah, sometimes you can just lose time to this troll dorm through no fault of your own. Kinda just a bit of RNG.
Oh.
Yeah, more time lost to the troll dorm. Okay, now he's gone the other direction. And yeah, I just climb the vines here. Link climbs vines quickly enough that, like, in that kind of situation, it's just, I think, faster to just climb the vines than to go pull out the claw shots.
Yeah.
It would be different in Twilight Princess.
Yes, Twilight Princess. Link, he's like, he has to slowly get all of his limbs into place, one at a time.
Yes, so much so that they fixed that in TPHD. They might have broken a bunch of other things in TPHD, but they did fix fine climbing speed.
Yeah, no, I can imagine.
So one more sneaky goddess chest over here. And this has a heart piece for us, which, yeah, that completes a heart container. Now we do want a claw shot over here. Here's where we confront him about stealing Beetle's beetle. And he's like, okay, I'll give it back if you beat my minigame.
In fast enough time, although I'm pretty sure he's pretty lenient with.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Like, if I fail it in 3 minutes, then take my Skyward Sword speedrunning license away. Okay.
Yeah, fortunately the game spares you the like inventory screen during this minigame.
Yeah, but
But
ideally
it is still good to
yeah, I
backflip
backflip.
to get rid of the text.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't save a ton of time, but it saves enough. Hope I didn't squish the other bug. I think I might
Looked to me like you picked up the Elden Roller, but not the Grasshopper.
Yeah, I couldn't see the grasshopper. I think I accidentally squished it. So, oh well, I'll be able to get it again. So I'll just have to go back for it, unfortunately. Wow, it...
Being quite elusive.
might be... Wow. Okay,
Seems like
maybe
it's
I
going,
will lose in the 3 minute to the time limit.
Well, surely if that grasshopper's back, then the one that was in the grass earlier is back.
Yeah. Okay,
There.
well, that was particularly bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look back at the VOD to see what happened there, because I'm pretty sure I somehow squished the bug. So yeah, we're done with the Thunderhead, so now the only place that we have left to do to clean stuff up is Skyloft. Unfortunately, there's a lot of tornadoes on our way back from the Thunderhead.
Yeah. You can, like, Sparkle Charge through them, although sometimes if you time that slightly wrong, then you can get hit anyway.
Yeah. It's not too bad when you're heading to the Academy, which is you do in this category. In the categories where, like, you go straight to the Silent Realm, like, then you kind of wind up in a worse tornado zone. So one thing is, we've been carrying around Ulo in the sky for the past over an hour. Or I guess almost an hour. So we finally are dropping him off here. And then Owlin sees our very liberal interpretation of Plant. But we get our gratitude crystals. I increase my bonk counter.
Hey, you have to meet a certain quota by the end of the run.
Okay, now time for another mini game. Because this minigame is, in theory, pretty consistent, but it's also... You're dealing with the motion controls, and sometimes your hand can shake or something, and it throws you off. And so... As much as this...
The one time... When you're waiting for that one time where somebody will get a ×2 pumpkin for every one of their pumpkins. Yeah, like one in like probably like a trillion odds or something.
That would be ridiculous if it happened in Rando.
Ah, speak of the devil. Yeah, in Randomizer we actually added a feature where if you shoot the bell over on top of the Night Academy, it will end the minigame early. So you don't have to sit here and wait after you reach your 600. Oh hey, nice. Unfortunately, there's not really a great way to communicate that to the player, unless we like add a text box to Fledge, but nobody really reads the text.
Yeah, well, it's more of a racing thing anyway, so I think it's like all the racing people, like, should know about that, but yeah. Okay, well...
Yeah, the bonk counter, that's what we really need to be asking, like, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild Undo runners. Not the sheer length of the run, but why do you have 0 bonks?
What would the equivalent of bonks be in those runs? I mean, for Breath of the Wild, probably like failed wind bombs, although I don't know how many of those they do anymore with BLSS existing.
Is the Kingdom failed ABC slide? Although
I mean,
don't
did
know
they even do that many ABC slides? Because I feel like it's all here. Okay, I got that shot first try. We want to snipe beetle shot from all the way over here and then run as quickly as we can over to it so that we can
Yeah, the time period for which the rope is down is fairly lenient, but yeah. We want to get this like from a far distance because there is like a few second period after the rope comes down where you just can't grab onto it for whatever reason. So once again, we'll be buying an item before we reload.
yeah. But in this case, that's the one item we're buying because once we give Beetle his Beetle back, he's going to give us a discount. And so we're going to want to use that discount like when we go to clean out his shop. I mean, granted, the discount doesn't really matter because we're going to come back with like practically infinite rupees, but...
Yeah, if we cared that much about the discount, we would probably wait until after buying the life medals so we could buy the heart piece at half off.
Yeah. Now, the thing with that, though, is there is a 1 in 4 chance that I could get screwed by RNG for selling treasures and get, the...
Thank you!
What is it? I'm blanking on the name. Evil crystals. Evil crystals are only worth 30 rupees. The other ones that can sell in that slot are worth 100, and we want the 100. Or else we don't have enough, and what I'll have to do in that case is sell 2 different treasures to get something that's far closer to the amount of rupees that I actually need than a full wallet. And then the other thing is we get dropped off right in front of the bazaar, which is the next place we need to go. All we need to do here is just talk to Beatrice, because we're finally going to be wrapping up that quest. But first, many hours ago, we rescued Oriel. But we never talked to Oriel's brother, who also will give us gratitude crystals for rescuing Oriel. Also, that pot that was about to fall on the floor is frozen in place while Link goes to bed.
Because Link has supreme domain over the passage of time in this game. There's no... Yeah. Thankfully for a run like 100%, there are no day or night cycles that we have to worry about. I heard in games like Twilight Princess where day and night cycles matters a lot, it can be quite frustrating if you get behind on the cycles.
Okay, so I did get the Phi Crystal Tech skip there. Because I basically called Phi. I don't know if it's quite frame perfect, but you need to basically call Phi like right as you grab the crystal. And then I'll skip the text. And then we need to do some beetle flying here. Hopefully the Remlet doesn't decide to hit me, which would knock me out of this and I have to refly the beetle. But the Remlet should stay unloaded, but sometimes I've had it load in and hit me. Okay, so we're heading into Beatrice's house to finally wrap up this quest.
Yep. So she's going to finally ask if we love her, and saying yes is faster, because otherwise we have to like sleep again and then talk to the father.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't tell Zelda.
Yeah. I think Phi has a text that is kind of along those lines of like, if you call Phi on, because you can target any NPC or enemy with Phi and call Phi and she'll give info on it. Obviously on the Japanese version that's of no use to us, even if I want to show that off, but yeah, but anyways, yeah, I think she makes a joke about like, yeah, I would recommend not telling Zelda about this, or...
Yeah. You might have seen we went to 80 crystals there, but because of the RBM earlier, we have one more to collect there, and so that makes 81. But yeah, now we have everything from source, so nearly finished with collecting everything.
Yeah.
We'll be getting like most of Betroth's rewards here are wallets, so we'll be getting those, and then using that newfound wallet space, we'll
also Coquille's screaming now. She's been long since been rescued, but somehow she was screaming right there. That's because we RBM Betroth earlier, so we skipped the like opening the shed and that stuff. But yeah, we're gonna get all of Betroth's rewards right in a row, one after the other, even though like the wallets are all redundant.
get another wallet.
And we're at the 70 crystal reward, which we get one gold rupee, and then we get a second gold rupee for the 70 reward.
Now he's going to transform into a human with the power of gratitude.
Yeah. Doesn't look all that different, though. You still got the two paintings of Demon Betroth on the wall, though.
Yeah, it's a memorial.
So yeah, he's warning us about the curse medal. But we're going to open it anyways because we need it for the 100% definition. However, it's going to go to item check, so we are not going to be locked out of our pouch. Not that that would be really that big of a deal for the speedrun, although we would like to have our shield for the end game. Specifically for G3 and Demise. I guess Demise, the shield doesn't really make it any faster, technically. But for G3, the shield definitely makes the fight faster, even if only slightly. So yeah, now we're entering Rupin's house. Rupin's the item seller, and at night he buys treasures. As long as you select the left option here, one of the rare cases where you have to select the left option, or else he's just like, come back in the morning.
Yeah, to be fair, if I were an item vendor and a customer came to me at night during off hours, I would be upset too.
Fair enough.
Thankfully, yeah, so essentially one of the options is always like the one from the bottom row of treasures, and 3 of those are rare treasures which sell for 100, but one of those is evil crystal which only sells for 30. But you need like 5,000-ish to clean out Beetle's shop, so
Yeah.
that's not going to be enough for 3,000 total.
So again, we're gonna snipe Beetle's bell from pretty far away. So yeah, we use the discount on the life metal, particularly so that it doesn't go into a pouch slot, because again, because we're actually going to do one more back in time in this run, so thus, like, we'd rather have 18 hearts, as opposed to 19. And this is the last sleep of the run. We're using this sleep just to reload Beetle's shop so that we can get it restocked. So we have the last pouch slot, which sells for 1,200.
Thank you!
The second to last heart piece, which costs 1,600. Last extra wallet,
Yeah, so
which
this
is only 100.
Yeah, and then this will give us a wallet capacity of 9,900 rupees. 9,000 from the Tycoon wallet, plus 3 extra wallets that are 300 each. Then we have the bug metal, which is basically useless for us, but required by the definition. It basically, on the map, it'll point out where bugs are. And now that we've cleaned out Beetle's shop, there's not much else for us to do besides main story progression, so...
So, finally, play the Song of the Hero. And we have Pero watching in the background. But... Got another harp cancel.
I don't know if we ever explained harp cancel. So basically, on that, like, second to last drum, like, I basically started the last strum and did it, like, just enough and then canceled it by tapping the B button. But the game still, like, interpreted that as doing the last strum, but it also, like, So it spawned in the trial gate, but then it kind of skipped the cutscene of Fi singing. So it's just like a nice 30-second time saver that was discovered completely by accident. I'm pretty sure the story was Jim was doing a run, and he accidentally did it. And then, yeah, it wasn't until, like, someone in his chat, like, noticed that. Or, like... And then we wound up with Harp Cancel, which at the time was the biggest time save that the game had seen in years. This was before the game was as broken as it is now.
Running through fairly standard for now. Drop onto that narrow beam with the tear.
Yeah, I'm too scared to try to do like the front hop down, even the front hop would be a little more optimal.
Yeah, so by this point, the closest tier is like on the other side of the waking water here, and we're not really in danger of getting attacked here, so we just run across the waking water. It's faster than going all the way around. And there's a tier right here, so we don't have to worry about being chased for long.
Yeah. And then, so there's a tier over here, and then there's going to be a fence clip that I'm going to be attempting. Okay, I got second try, which is, the one thing is that there's cycles here that I want to make, so...
I think you should be fine.
Yeah, okay, so I made that cycle.
You have to fail like at least 2 or 3 times for it to be problematic.
Yeah, so I'll also see about this watcher cycle over here, because sometimes this can be a problem. Okay, so it should be completely fine, unless Link decides to run off to the right for no reason. Okay, I don't think I Monka stamina'd there before.
There's the last tier, and we're conveniently right next to the gate anyway, so...
Yeah, so I'm gonna... Okay, I guess the... I mean, this should be fine, because I'm, like, right in front of the circle. Link walked away from the center. Someone clip that.
Yeah, he walked away from the center, and then just, like, turned around on a dime. That's great.
Someone clip that, please.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
That's going in the Discord later. That is this run's this never happened before moment. Yeah, because normally you don't get caught by that watcher there. Because what I was trying to do is just do a short hop off of the tower, so that I do a roll at the bottom, and that would prevent Link from basically not taking fall damage, because you can't take damage in the trial, but it prevents him from, like, basically...
Yeah, like, stubbing, like, getting in the damage animation, which is slow.
So we get this heart piece, and then we immediately damage down.
Now, with the newly obtained Stone of Trials, place it on the statue, and we get access to the final dungeon, the Sky Keep. Now, they put like an extra claw shot target here, but it's completely unnecessary. And so, we often just call it the lore claw shot target.
Yeah.
Because...
Yeah, well that came from my normal mode 80% run a couple years back at really lots of lore. And we were making lore jokes the entire time. So that is where the lore target came from. Yeah. Here, I'm going to be attempting a backflip in between two different phi texts. Okay, got it. Which only saves like a minuscule amount of time. Technically, it is possible to call phi in between the phi, skip the phi trigger, but that one is like, I think, frame perfect, and so not really worth doing RTA. And then, yeah, so the gimmick of this dungeon is these sliding puzzles, which rearrange the rooms of the dungeon. But in the speedrun, we've solved this to basically have the fastest possible configurations. But yeah, this... I'd say, like, every room in the Skykeep, bar, like, one, has, like, some difficult execution in it.
Yeah. So it's possible, if you, like, backflip at the exact moment that you hit the vine there, that you can skip that little cutscene. So next we just want to kill that Pyra.
Yeah, and then, like, sometimes this can be a little bit obnoxious.
Yeah, the tricky part is that, yeah, if you go as far forward as you can sometimes get stopped by the little wall in the front left.
Yeah. Now here's in my practice run yesterday where I lost a bunch of time. So hopefully that doesn't happen here. Okay, perfect. At least that went well.
Yeah. And we have one final back in time. So normally to get the Triforce of Courage, you have to go get a small key from defeating like Dreadfuse, which is like basically a copy of the mini boss from Sandship, but he's left-handed now. And then you use that key to enter the room of the Triforce of Courage and go fight a bunch of like basically a enemy gauntlet. However, we can just RBM the bars that block that Triforce gate in that room to skip that entire segment. So that's what we're going to be doing. So one last lumpy dive.
Yeah. So got the first two first try, so hopefully we will also get this one. The difficulty is like you can't really see where you're going for quite a while until you finally get it in view.
Yeah,
so it can
I
be
usually
difficult.
I go pretty far to the left because that seems to make it you end up a lot closer to the island when you start diving somehow. And then I just like keep going forward and then use the ringers to gauge how close I am to the island.
Yeah, so here I want to make sure that I have file 2 selected before I head into where there's a cutscene trigger. Because if I hit that cutscene trigger, bad things happen, but file 2 is saved in Farron, where we push down a log that corresponds to that cutscene trigger being hit, so we're able to skip it. Also, Skykeep has some flags that basically put this like conversation like a halfway done point. So it's a little bit shorter than when we did the same exact RBM in Sandship.
Yeah, I wonder why you can't do, because I know in all dungeons what we do is before entering Lumpy Pumpkin we shoot a lantern in front of the door with file 1 so that not only do we get the fast text, we also get like the fast like breaking cutscene.
Okay, that's probably just because I didn't think of that, so honestly that's probably a good like 5 or so second time saver.
To be fair, if you don't include the slingshot part, you will soft lock in that cutscene, so it is like if it's just something you're looking for the first time, you might miss.
So, yeah, this room, so we're gonna only carry the orb this far, and then we're going to abandon it because it turns out we can hit the rest of these switches without needing the orb at all.
Yeah,
so that one we can just hit from underneath. It's fairly easy. I'll let Yal explain the other ones.
Yeah, so whenever this room is in like the present state, there's supposed to be barbed wire preventing you from shooting these bow targets. However, if you aim in a very specific spot, like sort of like almost at the edge of the collision for the bow targets, you can hit it through the barbed wire. Like that. So you skip the entire puzzle of like needing to put the time shift orb in that little conveyor belt and having to deal with these BMOS. And typically, the farther away you are from the target, the easier it is to get, because you just get naturally sharper angles. Now we get access to the next terminal where we just slide things over by a little bit, so that after we grab the Triforce of Courage, we can go to the Triforce of Power room quickly.
So yeah, you can see that the bars that should be there to block us from just getting there, that are now gone. Because we basically RBM the lever that pulls, or that raises the bars.
And we get a double dose of text for that, because we also get the text for the first Triforce piece that you get. Where it's like, this is a mark in the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you also get a full health recovery for picking up the Triforce piece, so it's good that we don't have to do back in time anymore.
Yeah, for the rest of the run, we no longer need to be at low health.
Now we're just backtracking, because in the place of what used to be like the starting room, we now put the Triforce of Power room. And once we get there, there will be basically one last trick.
That mushroom
normally
was RNG manip for boss rush on my next hundo.
I see. It'll persist even through game loads. Yeah, so normally the game expects you to do this very slow auto-scroller section, but the game also provided some vines, and we have claw shots, and we can do that. So if you claw shot at a very like sharp angle with these vines, you can clip through the floor. And there happens to be collision underneath. Fortunately, the version like in this Wii version is quite easy. In the HD version, they patched out like this version of Vine Clip, and there was a secondary version where we bomb boosted through a wall up top, and that one was pretty difficult because you had to time it with the bomb boost. But thankfully, HD 80% doesn't have to do that anymore from G3 Escape.
Yeah. That was like a late game run killer in HD 80%. I mean, you could eventually kind of get consistent enough with it, but yeah, it was always kind of hanging over your head late in that run. And I mean, even in Hundo, although in Hundo you at least had more tries at it.
Now we just finally moved the Wisdom Room next door.
Yeah. So yeah, being able to skip the Dreadfuse room entirely, because we don't need that small key, just like makes all the the puzzle kind of just like neatly line up exactly where we need to go. Bye. He doesn't need to explain this whole puzzle to us, even like this is like very, very late game. Yeah,
so now there is a somewhat precise bow shot here where there's a bow switch where you're meant to sort of go up to a cliff in the back of the room to shoot, but you do have just the right angle to shoot it from the ground.
Yeah, that Skyward Sword trick was actually discovered by ZFG, the famous Ocarina of Time runner.
Yeah, climbing on that ledge there, because the one that's technically closer is kind of finicky, and sometimes it's hard for Link to step up onto it.
So I whipped the shot. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Save that.
Yeah.
If I failed that break slide, I was not going to have enough stamina.
And now, since the gate is open, we just throw it.
Actually throw it.
To get rid of the barbed wire that blocks the room here.
Okay. Very sloppy into the split, but...
And that's the last piece of the Triforce, so the dungeon is complete. And now, I'm gonna use it to wish for the destruction of Demise. But, Girahim is going to thwart our plans, and so... Well, we skip all of the cutscenes that explain this stuff, but...
Yeah.
Suffice to say that we have to chase him back into the past to finally save the world, I guess. Dream is stuttering.
It looks fine on mine, although it is kind of bouncing a lot on the frame rate. I'm not sure there's much I can do about it on my end.
Alright.
Welcome to Hyrule Warriors Tech Demo.
Yep. This is the Horde fight. there are just a few different barriers that Girahim will summon to try and stop our progress. This one, there's a group of 5 blue-capped Bokoblins. Now, most of the Bokoblins in this fight are complete pushovers that die in 1 hit, but the blue-capped Bokoblins, they take 3 hits to die, and they can block your attacks, although they will get staggered by getting blocked.
Okay. Not an ideal first phase, but it's fine.
Alright, so coming up, we're gonna try and position ourselves in a very specific spot such that... So now there are going to be 3 Moblins that spawn, and one of them is going to spawn in just the right position that... yeah, it looks like the target was in kind of... Oh, you might be able to redo it.
Yeah. First one to clear out some of these.
Yeah, just don't accidentally cut the shield. That was close. Yeah, so the intention was to run up the shield and jump over this fence. Now, since the Moblin's shields didn't get destroyed by the bombs, we can redo this.
Yeah.
Still loses time, but not as much as like going through the
yeah, I do have to
entire lower barrier.
One of these,
Yeah, the entire shield needs to be intact to be able to run on top of it.
yeah.
And the tricky part is getting the right angle, because the Bombman is going to want to approach you head on, but you want to jump like sort of diagonally to the left.
Ow. Really? Okay. I'm taking way too many hits. Wonderful. Okay. Well, this... What's supposed to be a trivial horde fight is now kind of scary, because, I'm now, on a lot fewer hearts than, you would normally be in a Hondo fight, and I'm resigning myself to doing the blue Boko phase.
Yeah, so this is the section that you would normally be skipping. So if we did jump off the fence, we would fall like 1 spiral down. Yeah. With the True Master Sword, it's not... that doesn't take very long at all, but like the movement of getting down there is still significant. Using the True Master Sword, we can knock it over the edge, and that will immediately kill it.
Okay, this is an interesting situation I find myself in.
I need that instant spin attack or regular slash.
Okay, I wanted to spin attack, but apparently shield bashes are what's happening instead. Ooh. Well, now I have the problem of archers.
Yeah, so there's a last line of like Coblin archers here that can be quite scary.
Okay, I should be fine. So now it's just build.
Yeah, so there is one final like horde of just basic Bokoblins here, but there's always that one time you think you got them all, and then one Bokoblin will survive. He'll be named Billy, and he'll attack you when you die.
Okay, I'm going to
Now we can use Skyward Strike and Powered Spin attacks to basically increase the range of a spin attack to help get rid of them. Alright. So now by completing the horde, we essentially have a checkpoint, so if we do die, we'll still respawn before this fight, so... But now it's Skeleton 3 again. We saw this earlier.
Okay, I tried to shield bash that.
Yep. Well, as mentioned, you get to retry it. Tactical health refill, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, one thing is like deep up really okay. That one was on me. 'Cause I just like slashed directly into the purple hand.
Yeah, so the nice part about having a shield is that if you time it correctly, you can, like, attack him, and then he will keep attacking you, and then, well, no, he will try to attack you, and then you shield bash, and he gets all the way over to the edge, and then you knock him off, which skips ever having to deal with the purple hand space. Alright, now on to phase 2. Where again, we're just trying to do a Skyward stab to stun him so we can get more hits in. That.
Oh, there we go.
Thankfully, with True Master Sword, you get plenty of grace period.
You wretched brats!
So he says, there was a meme some time ago where I used Google Image Translate on that, like a few years ago, and it translated it as the little boy here, which hardly seems accurate. I think it might have picked up on an extra, like, Furigana character or something and gotten confused. Alright, now the real final boss. Dem Eyes. The nice part about Dem Eyes is that there's essentially no RNG, so you can make it consistent up to the point where you can even do it blindfolded. Just knock him down, and we get a Lightning Skyward Strike. Knock him down one more time, and now...
I'm...
Alright. GG.
Yeah. I'm still sub 730, I guess, for a marathon run with the things that went wrong and the abysmal endgame is...
really bad boss rush RNG.
Yeah. Yeah, made up for it with the Demise, though. The Demise was pretty textbook.
Yep.
And I got Lopsa Roll. We can't forget about Lopsa Roll.
Okay.
Oh, I guess you were not around when... for the beginning of the run. But yeah, so... So yeah, this was Skyward Sword 100%. And
We want to make sure it's actually 100%.
I guess we could.
Doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I'll just let the rest of this cutscene play out. Not sure how much longer they'll give us before they kick us out, but yeah. So I guess I'll just give some shout outs to the glitch hunters, Copernicus and Azer, who do a lot of glitch hunting and routing work for Skyward Sword 100%. Like, Pepper has been like almost single-handedly responsible for like probably a good like 90% of the 100% routing.
Even for routing other categories as well.
Yep. And yeah, also I want to give a shout out to Exodasher, who was the person who got me into running Skyward Sword Hundo in the first place. And I guess also a Gymnast 86. He's a top runner in pretty much every 3D Zelda game. Who was the one who discovered RBM, who kind of set off the whole process of this run becoming as broken as it is. Yeah. And then, yeah, also just shout out to my commentators. So, Yal here, Jaznix and CJ, and Jaznix for also doing a bunch of VOD reviews of my runs to help me improve. So, yeah. So, yeah, with that, I think we're basically done here. So, yeah, thanks to Really Really Longathon for having me and letting us showcase this run.
Yeah. And thanks for putting on a good show.